Alright. Let's hope. Let's fucking hope this works. Because, man, my camera and my... Oh my fuck. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Ackle here, and welcome back to each of one of you. And of course, if you're watching this over on YouTube, please remember to hit the like button, hit that subscribe button, and also smash that bell. And also click the link in the description down below. It's always better when it's live. Olaf, how you doing, brother? Mr. Smoking, how you doing? Apocalypse, how you doing? I do apologize, guys. My camera literally wouldn't work. Oh my fuck, the camera just would not work. It's been insane. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck is going on, Mr. Smoking. I genuinely don't. I can try to fix it. I don't know if I can, but yeah, there's not much I can do about the light from the windows, to be quite fucking honest with you. Finally bowed down to the wee peer pressure to watch no clip. Yeah, we have Prometheus. How you doing, bro? Might break something. It's gonna break anyways. Like, I was literally just... It was just... I wasn't doing anything, right? I was literally not doing a thing, and it broke anyways, so... I'm assuming the camera is just weird today. For no fucking reason, the camera is just weird today. Refuses to work. So, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I'm genuinely at my fucking wit's end at this point, dude. 25 minutes of plugging out the camera, restarting the PC, plugging back in the camera, opening OBS. As soon as I open OBS, as soon as I fucking wait for like 5 seconds, boom, crash, camera freeze, done. Will not work. Restart the fucking PC, go again. Same thing happens every single time. And it's like, oh my lord, how is this even fucking possible? Life sucks. Doc, how you doing, brother? I swear these nerds have seen it like 20 times with all the WoW refugee streamers getting spammed by chat to watch it. Yeah, but they just want to see other people watch it, I suppose. I mean, I'm looking forward to watching it. I kept saying I want to watch it, and now people want to see me watch it on stream, so we'll fucking watch it, and we'll see. I'm just annoyed. I need a new camera ASAP. It's not even a fucking joke at this point. I need a new camera. The No Club documentary, Mr. Smoking. I'm hopefully we calm down, because I'm super annoyed right now. I am so fucking annoyed. Oh, woo, woo, let's fucking get in the zone. Come on. Stop worrying about the bullshit that you can't control, Ackle. It's no point. It's no point. Anyways, live sucker duck, apocalypse, Mr. Smoking, Olaf, how you guys doing? I hope you all are well. I hope that it's been a good day so far and that it's only gonna get better from here. Been neck deep in SWATer the last week and a half, so I have no idea what's going on in the rest of the world. I mean, the No Clip documentary is Final Fantasy stuff. Saint, how you doing, brother? So yeah, it's like Final Fantasy stuff, a bunch of Final Fantasy things. A documentary about how it failed, and then how they fixed it, so that it doesn't fail anymore. Oh, I also have some videos that I still have to upload, or get ready to upload. So you guys are coming with as we work. Good as always, man. Just getting high and fading off to some Akko. Nice. Sounds like a good fucking day, dude. Might be worth watching then. That'd be an interesting story. I think so. I mean, it's about, it's about how it failed and then how they fixed the failures. So I think it's going to be good. in a room with coffee and cigarettes till he rewrote ARR. Hey, but I wanna see it my fucking self. I wanna see for myself. That's what this is all about. Seeing for myself what all the fuss is about. How should be ascended to godhood. And godhood he has ascended to. I think the only people that doesn't agree that he is a literal god at this point are the people who just hate Final Fantasy on principle. They've never played it. They have no fucking idea what the game is actually all about. You know, those are the people that hate Yoshi P. Everyone else can at least admit, even if you're not a Final Fantasy player, you can at least admit that, yeah, okay, you know, the dude is cool. I need to eat poop to know it tastes bad. Lady Nyla, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Happy to have you here. We're just doing some admin stuff, you know, like you do. Too bored. I'm not great. I'm not great, if I'm honest. It's been a tumultuous start to the stream. Let's say that. I've been plagued with camera problems. The camera would not fucking work. It just kept freezing and freezing and freezing and freezing. It seems to be okay now, at least. It seems to be doing better. Hopefully it's good now and it's not going to break again. No way, don't care. How you doing, brother? So, what's everyone up to? Christmas shopping or just... I don't know. What do most people do? What am I watching here? What video is this? Am I reacting? Oh, I'm reacting to Joe Cat's guide. Okay, never mind. I got this. Why are you crap? I mean, it's not so much like... Yeah, the camera the camera does look bad. I know. I'm aware. The camera right now looks like dog shite. I do apologize, guys. This is the best it's gonna be today. I'm not touching this fucking camera because if I touch it, it is gonna break. That's just guaranteed. Sometimes I don't even have to fucking touch it for it to break. Just resub to Final Fantasy and redownloading it currently. Mike, welcome back. I don't know how to stop the bloom except for getting curtains that blocks out the light. Other than that, I have no idea how I'm gonna stop the bloom. Say, Arena, how you doing? Sorry about this, guys. I wanted to have these done before the stream started, but then my camera started fucking up, so I couldn't. Gotta get diffusers, bro. For my windows. Like, diffusers on the windows. How the fuck am I supposed to do that? Councilor Mike, how could I... Like, what could I possibly do? Turn the bloom off? Yeah, just shift F2 real life. There we go. Boom, boom. Pulls the yellow out the light. It's a film sheet you put over the glass, like a grayish tint. I could try to do that. The problem, of course, is I need air inside the room, so it would have to be done in a way that still allows for air to get through. Because this room gets hot. This room gets hot. If there's no wind coming into the room, this room gets very fucking hot. You can use the window strips, which simulate kind of milky glass. Things you're breathing through double panning. Bro, it's open. The windows are open. You think I'm not breathing? Like, what exactly do you think is happening? Do you think open windows block the fucking oxygen? Oh shit, can't go through that hole. That is double pain. On my windows, it's fine. Just lower the blinds and close them. Because then they clack, 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 clack the whole fucking time. They are really loud. Well, because you're reading half the info. Yeah, you guys are type one sentence with all your fucking info. Don't type 400 messages and expect me to follow the fucking the conversation. Over glass, so the tint ain't gonna stop the air, is it? Yeah, but what do you do with the open window, which is still allowing a lot of wind? Although you could probably do it like where you just close a little bit, so it doesn't allow so much light to come through, but still allows for air to come through. So I'm following you now, Apocalypse. I'm following you now. I'll see what I can do about that. I'll see what I can do about that. I'm not painting someone else's fucking paint. Are you crazy? It's not my job. Digit, how you doing, brother? Milk glass foil. Enjoy. Do I wanna Google that? Bilavrana, how you doing? That sounds like something you would Google if you wanted to watch something naughty. What should you want to see added to the Discord in the new year? Oh, that is actually a good question. What do you guys want to see added? So it is for the Windows. Wait, the stream is lagging? Is the stream lagging for anyone else, or is it just for Sayarina? King Julian, how you doing, bro? Arcanox, how you doing, brother? Looks okay for me. Not lagging for me. All right, cool, cool, cool. Serena, I think it's just you. I think it's just you. Alright, let's see. Which video goes live first? Let's make this one live for today. 4 p.m. And then where's this one? We make live for today at 5 p.m. And this one goes live tomorrow at 4 p.m. And this one goes live tomorrow at 5 p.m. There we go, 5 p.m. And this one goes live the day after at 4 p.m. And this one the day after at 5 p.m. Mindless fucking work. I need to get someone who does this for a living. Then on Christmas Day will give people one video. Just one. Just one video for Christmas Day. Don't wanna overdo it, you know. Alright, that's not all the work we have to do, FYI. We still have much work to do. I quickly want to redo this poll before I got so rudely interrupted. ARR. I am running a poll right now to see which expansion people enjoyed more. ARR, Heavenssward, Stormblood, Shadowbringers, or Endwalker. Alright, so this is the poll that I'm running right now over on the Accolon Clips channel. And it's literally ARR, Heavenssward, Stormblood, Shadowbringers, Endwalker. I'm just gonna check. I just want to see, when you have people voting, what do they vote for? So, there we go. Plus, I am telling people that we're live, so it's a bit of advertising as well. Playing the vanilla game? Hey, we'll see what people vote for. We'll see what people vote for. It is over on the Clips channel, so I don't know how many people are going to vote. People on the Clips channel aren't necessarily used to polls and stuff. So it might be that they're not actually... that there's not that many people. You think Endwalker will win for sure? We'll see. We'll fucking see. Alright, on to the WoW, the main channel stuff. Oh, I can't. I'm soon going to be done with all the WoW content, and then it's going to be good fun to get into the new content. But queue times in the busy season, a lot of people haven't probably finished Endwalker yet. True, but people have probably tried a bit of Endwalker, so there should be at least some people who can go, well, you know, I kind of enjoyed this, or I enjoyed that, or, you know, whatever the case might be. Also, a lot of people are probably just gonna vote and say, love, you know, loved Endwalker, even if they haven't played it, because it's fucking Endwalker. To get it completed before fun time. Councilor Mike, this is how fast I usually do this. What do you want from me? I mean, this isn't hard work. It's just tedious work. And I wanted to have it finished before the stream started, but the camera interfered. So I can't get it done before the stream starts. So now I'm rushing it, so that we can start watching the no clip. Although there's no real rush, because we wouldn't have started watching the no clip anyways this quickly. We'll only watch the no clip. Okay, by the way, there's another ad coming in. Don't freak out. You're not missing anything, or make yourself coffee if you get an ad. It's just to make sure that you're not going to get ads later. Wow, YouTube already placing the ads. I like it. I like it. The fucking algorithm is learning. I liked, comment, and voted, but my vote is pointless because there was a none of the above option. Yeah, I couldn't add a none of the above. You only have that many choices, sadly, on YouTube. I wanted to do none of the above, but there's only like those many choices. There aren't extra choices that I could slot in there. Otherwise, I would have given you a none of the above button. But none of the above is usually commented. But I do appreciate the fact that you liked the poll and that you voted. Thanks, Apocalypse. Really appreciate that, bro. All right, so fuck it, guys. I am busy working, doing shit that you guys don't have to deal with. What are you guys doing besides sitting here watching me try to get my work done? And obviously waiting for me to watch no clip. Apocalypse, I know you're just chilling. You've been here for 3 of those questions. No one else seems to answer, by the way. I ask, and then Apocalypse goes, just chilling, and then chat goes, ah, fuck this fat guy. Why should we answer him? Crying over the end of Shadowbringers? Shit, am I gonna cry over Shadowbringers' end as well? Because people said Endwalker's end is sad. So which end is sad now? Are both sad? Or is Endwalker not really that sad? Because people said it's kind of sad. Did you just deal with it? Just deal with it. I promise. You're not missing anything. I'm just working. Depends on your attachment. You will love and hate everything. I don't mind that. A little bit of a let's play here. Let's see. Oof, that's a bit much, YouTube. That is a bit much, if I do say so my fucking self. Let's not overdo the ads, YouTube. How about you fucking chill out with all them ads? No, Moogle will go down, but not today. Not today, sadly. How the fuck did I miss that? Okay. Could have sworn I did hit this. How did I miss it? I love when YouTube places the ads already. Meggy, how you doing, bro? I want to do Great King Moogle. It's on my list of extremes that I want to do. It's on the list. There's a way to deal with ads. What ads? The ads in Extreme Great King Moogle. Well, I don't think you have to say extreme when you say Great King Moogle, because it's Good King Moogle, and then the extreme version of that is Great King Moogle. Oh, the ads I played. Yeah, I think if you reload the stream, you actually just get one ad. Some shit like that. General content's still fun. I mean, that fight, the 2 times I tried it with just normal groups that I got from Party Chat or from Party Finder, I had tons of fun in it. Yeah, or you could sub. You cheap bastard. Ad over. New Kid Timon, how you doing, bro? Happy to have you here. How you doing? Alright, let's do that. And then this goes live. Fuck me. This goes live at 4. Schedule. Now, do I have any videos here that is necessary quickly? What day is it today? It's Wednesday. This has to go live on Friday. So schedule this one for Friday at 4 o'clock, because Fridays right now is Final Fantasy content. So we'll do that one on Friday. Then this one we will do for next Monday at 4. And then this one we shall do for... Let's throw it on the 28th. Although videos in this slot almost never does well. Because people are on home, people are doing their own shit. No one really cares about watching videos. But we'll do it just for the funsies. Fuck, I can't remember. What was the last one I made public? 28th. Alright, so 28th. We want to do 29th. Let's do 29th at 4 p.m. Boom. 4 p.m. Then this one we will do on the 30th at 4 p.m. And then this one... Fuck, we'll probably have a Final Fantasy one for next Friday. So we'll skip next Friday. And we'll go to the 1st of January. 1st of January, 4 p.m. And then 2nd of January. Actually, let's go for the 3rd of January on that one, 4 p.m. And then that's it. That's it. I'm done. Fuck yeah. Everything's scheduled. Everything's working as intended, chat. As intended. What a mess. Oh, I don't care. What do you mean? What options? For Final Fantasy? Alright. I am now with all of you. And Heavenssward and Beyond raids are a step up from ARR content in terms of enjoyability and complexity. I mean, I'm not sure if that is what they planned, right? I'm not sure if that is what they planned, but I can tell you, I don't think that's inherently a bad thing. It's good to ease people into it, and then sort of, as things go on and as things progress, to make things harder and harder. Sun really is blooming today, huh? I don't know how to stop it. If you guys tell me how to stop it, I would love to fucking stop it. But I don't know how. But I can't, since I've only played ARR. King Julian, then vote for ARR. How do you want me to block out the sun right now? Like, I have no idea how to block it out as we speak, right this second. Trying to think if there is a way. I have nothing to block it out with Apocalypse. I'm not closing the blinds because then it's clack, 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 clack. The fucking blinds will be speaking the whole fucking time. Stormblood is my personal favorite. I love the content. And Eureka that came with it. Oh, so there is someone who actually prefers Stormblood. I like the fact that it was a slow start. The way I described my first experiences in ARR is similar to real life. In that, if we imagine that Final Fantasy was real life, yeah, what we would have is similar, at least in some ways, right? Where you'd start slow, you wouldn't be very powerful, you'd have to learn new spells, new abilities, whatever the fuck, right? Imagine that real life and Final Fantasy merged. You wouldn't just start as the hero. It would be a slow build. So I really like the fact that that is what Final Fantasy did. They literally just went, you know what? I don't give any fucks. We don't care if people want action, action, action. They went for the slow burn. Pablo, how you doing, bro? Being from the UK, it's nice to see some sunshine. Yeah, but it's a lot of sunshine. You know, it is too much sunshine, I think. I also really like SB, but then again, I just love Final Fantasy as a whole. I'm right there with you. Right now, I can't really comment on any of the other expansions because I've only really played ARR and I'm only just starting with Heavenssward, but I am having the time of my life. You Arthur, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But yeah, I think what I like most in terms of Final Fantasy, you see this with movies and series so often these days as well. You no longer really get these truly psychological thrillers, right? Which start slow. There's no action in the first half an hour of the movie because it's building towards something. It's sort of trudging along, and it's building the world. It's establishing the characters. It's establishing the story. Almost all things these days is action, 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 action from the first moment, because they want to grip you in, and then they want to take you on the sort of weird, silly ride of just dopamine highs. What I like about Final Fantasy is the fact that they said, no, we'll build up to our highs, but we are not rushing it. So what that ultimately allows for, when you think in terms of just general storytelling. So if you're thinking about storytelling, what that ultimately allows for in terms of storytelling is the ability to, for the big moments in your story, to truly deserve their moments. If that makes any sense. So let me see if I can explain this better. So in most movies and cinema and gaming today, the idea is you want to create as many dopamine highs as humanly possible, right? To keep the audience invested in the story. That's what you want to do. So that's why with most movies that you watch these days, within the first minute, there's a car chase or a battle scene or a, hand-to-hand combat scene. Something that immediately grips the audience in. They're like, oh my God, let's go. This is it. And then what the movie does is it just sort of rides that wave, right? Every once in a while, there's a car chase. Every once in a while, there's a combat scene, because it has to keep those highs. Now, what very often happens with those stories is that towards the end, and this is why so many of those stories sort of fall flat at the end. Like the ending is kind of, who cares? right? The movie was good. It was a kind of fun movie, but you don't really care that much about the ending of the movie. Think about every James Bond film that you've ever seen, right? Or Mission Impossible film that you've ever seen. You don't really watch them for the story. You watch them for the action scenes because the story is predictable. The story plays second fiddle because it's all about those dopamine spikes. It's all about making it look cool. Now, what Final Fantasy does, and this is my biggest praise of Final Fantasy, is it literally goes by the sort of old cinema style of saying this is a slow burn. So we are going to take our time to establish our characters. We're going to take our time to establish our world. We're going to take our time to establish future plots, which these days in movies is very rare, right? Unless it's a brilliantly written movie, future plots are almost never really established because it's too fast. Those would be boring moments in a film, and they don't want to put too many of those moments in there. Final Fantasy is actually very bold in this because even movies that do establish future plots will oftentimes rush the plot, right? So they'll just give you a sort of quick overview of whatever to expect in the future. Final Fantasy says, no, we'll take our time with a future plot. We'll run you through an entire plot, an entire dungeon, an entire raid that has nothing to do with the current story. The story is not important for the actual current story that we're dealing with. But we need to set it up because 3 expansions from now, that will be a story that we deal with. And we want to make sure that we already planted the seeds of that story now so that we can build on it and we can... Now, what that achieves is twofold. On the bad side of that, on sort of the downside of that, a lot of people, what's the common saying by the Final Fantasy crowd? You either quit an ARR or you play long enough to become a walking, talking advert for the game. Why do you think that is? Because the vast majority of people today live for dopamine spikes. They've been trained to seek out the dopamine spike. So if something doesn't have those constant dopamine spikes, they get bored because their brain just wants the dopamine. It doesn't really care. But those who do fix out, so those who do stick it out and make it to Heavenssward, what ends up happening there is as Final Fantasy then brings about those climax moments, those big moments that's been set up already, say weeks or months or years ago, those moments truly deserve their moment. And I think most of you that's been playing for a while now, I already saw this even in ARR. You know, the ending of ARR with everything that happened in Ul'dah, with the potato people and the syndicate and the monetarists. That entire story was already kind of set up within the first few levels of ARR. But that story deserved the moment that it got because it was already set up in the first few levels of ARR. You already knew from the beginning that Ul'dah struggles with political strife. There's a lot of political hands and movements and people causing shit and all manner of things going on. And the fact that you knew about that and dealt with that multiple times throughout the ARR story means that now you're watching that climax moment and you're going, wow. All right. That is good. It's a different approach to storytelling, but I think in the long run, it is the most successful approach to storytelling. Is exactly that. Take your time, burn it slowly, prepare the audience for the big moments, but more importantly, prepare the big moments for the big moments. Make sure that when you reach those, and this is, by the way, a shortcoming of World of Warcraft that's been levied so often by myself and other lore fanatics within the World of Warcraft universe, is exactly that. World of Warcraft believes that their big moments deserve to be big moments simply because they say to you, this is a big moment. They make a huge cinematic out of it, and that cinematic is now a big moment. And it used to work. In BFA, it worked perfectly. For those of you that's never played WoW or haven't played WoW in a long time, in BFA, the cinematics that we got worked perfectly because it actually did deal with story moments that was very old. The Sao Fang story moment, for example, dates back to pre-Wrath of the Lich King era, and really picked up in Wrath of the Lich King with Sao Fang losing his own son to the Lich King, right? And to basically the Wars of Azeroth. So it was a moment that really built and deserved its moment in the spotlight. Then we get to Shadowlands, and now they're sort of pushing those same moments. They really want those moments. And what happens with the player base is, because this has not been established, the player base doesn't experience these massive cinematics that they want to push as anything massive, because they don't deserve their time in the spotlight. It didn't work. Based on everything that I'm seeing in Final Fantasy right now, based on how the story is playing out, I can already tell you, I've identified just whilst playing ARR, multiple big story moments and massive story moments that is yet to play out. I even love the fact that they were, before Heavenssward even came out, in ARR already, they were already sort of preparing you for Heavenssward. You already started dealing with the dragons and dealing with the Guardians and dealing with their fight with the dragons. And this is literally preparation for the next expansion, which I found that incredibly well done, and just really a fun experience to play a game that they seem to think before they do things. They really seem to put a lot of effort into the story to make sure that the story actually plays out perfectly. So yeah, that would be my answer. The reflection of Broxigar wanting an honorable death in War of the Ancients. Reflection, yes, but also the fact that Rakona, thanks for the follow, really appreciate that. The fact that for orcs, an honorable death is everything. Right? So it's more, in my opinion, a reflection on the literal culture of the orcish horde. For orcs, dying in battle is everything. This is why every single one of their sayings is victory or death, blood and honor. Right? This is what the orcs are all about. And Sao Fang have fought so many battles, and yet he's been denied his death every single time. Alterus, thanks for the follow, really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Really happy to have all of you here. In WoW, we get a cutscene at the end of the last raid at base preparing for the next expansion. If we're lucky, we get a pre-patch with a Legion invasion or something. The pre-patches aren't that great either, just to be fair. Dorito, true. But I would say that both of those is an extension of the Horde. But I mean, it could be either way. I'm not really arguing with you, by the way. I just have sort of a different viewpoint of what I think they were trying to tell. But your viewpoint is still quite interesting. Sort of actually tying it back to Broxigar rather than saying that this is just an orcish thing. The patches in FF are the best of the cake. So far, yeah. What I find very interesting is the Final Fantasy's approach to questing is extremely interesting to me. Ishbello, thanks for the follow, really appreciate that. So, most MMOs, and I find this baffling. Most importantly, I find it baffling because how does it even work? Most MMOs have a very straightforward, simple, everyone knows how it works questing system. You get a quest to kill 10 of something, you kill the 10 of something, you come back, you hand in the quest, and then either a story unfolds or you get another quest to kill 10 of another thing. This is sort of standard. This is the bog standard way of questing. If you told me before I played Final Fantasy that there is a game that approaches their quests very differently, and when I say very differently, I mean they have so many, shall we say, let's call them fetch quests, even though they're not fetch quests, or we could call them diplomatic quests. So quests that literally send you from one area to the next just to go talk to another NPC for the story to unfold a little bit more. If you told me that there's a game that's going to try that, I would have told you, even 7 months ago, I would have told you you're crazy. It can't work. MMO players wouldn't rotate towards games like that. It wouldn't work. Because MMO players like what they like. They like that sort of, they know how the quest works, they understand how the questing system works, and they're gonna do it. It's gonna be mindless, it's gonna be its own sort of little bit of fun, if you will. Final Fantasy, Yoshi P goes and says, screw that. I don't want to tell stories like that. Krasnovian, thank you so much for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very happy to have everyone here that's brand new, all the follows, and everyone, thank you so much. It does it. Thanks for the follow, bro. Really appreciate that. It does it. And then it works. And the only reason it works is because the story is next level. If you ever wanted proof of the quality of Final Fantasy story, look at the amount of people that complete the game, that go all the way to max level with the game. Because from a pure quest design perspective, Final Fantasy does everything that MMOs are not supposed to do. Back in the day, 2 years ago, I made videos sort of discussing some of the potential WoW killers. This was before I even paid attention to Final Fantasy. I was just discussing the potential WoW killers that could be out there. And I said, the perfect WoW killer will be a game that doesn't reinvent the wheel. It'll be a game that basically copies World of Warcraft in every single way, shape, and form, but doesn't copy the mistakes. So it improves upon the places that World of Warcraft is weakest at, and yet builds on the places that World of Warcraft is strongest at. That will be the game that kills World of Warcraft. And now I stand corrected. World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy does almost nothing that WoW does. And before people go, wow, it's just a WoW clone, it really isn't. Yes, it borrowed raiding from World of Warcraft, but changed it fundamentally. It made a fundamental change in terms of how raiding works, how partying works. It takes social interaction to a whole new level. It actually banks on the casual player to carry the game, which is risky. Vast majority of MMOs don't do that. They either go full hardcore or they go hybrid. But Final Fantasy, and I'm not saying that Final Fantasy doesn't cater to their hardcore audience, quite the contrary. They do cater to their entire audience. But I mean, compare the things that they put in the game for the casual player versus the things that they put in the game for the extreme ultimate sort of top of the food chain player. And there's no comparison. There's far more casual content. What's interesting is they managed to convince the hardcore player to also partake in the casual content without forcing them in any way, shape, or form. How the fuck do you do that? Most games struggle to do that. Most games do not get to do that. They don't get the hardcore player to take time out of their busy raiding day to go fuck about in the Golden Saucer. Yoshi P just for some reason understood the fundamental truth about MMOs, and that is if you build it, they will come. Like, that to me is the fundamental truth. If you build it and you build enough of it, they will come. And that's it. You just need to have it there. People will find their place. As it turns out, it's not true. that hardcore players only want hardcore content. Final Fantasy stands as blinding truth to that fact. I've met quite a few hardcore raiders, so people who raid extreme stuff, who in their downtime do housing or glamming or golden sorcering. They just do other things because the game is fun and the game offers them so many options that after they've done their extreme raids or trials, now it's time to go do the more fun stuff because there's a shit ton of things to do there before the next raid will open up that you can then go play again. It truly is the complete MMO. If you think about it, if you really compare Final Fantasy to every other MMO, Final Fantasy appears to be the complete MMO. It appears to have very few weaknesses from what I can tell. There are weaknesses like PvP being pretty bad is a clear weakness. And I think if Squeenix actually put a lot of effort into PvP, they would stand a real chance of taking down every other MMO. Because right now, that's sort of the only thing I see in the realm of the MMO space where the vast majority of people sort of kick against Final Fantasy. It is the PvP stuff. They don't like it. Now, my problem, and I know that they're reworking PvP in 6.1, but my problem with that is the way that Final Fantasy plays, I don't know if it necessarily lends itself to being a PvP game. I don't know. I might be wrong, right? It is possible that it turns into an incredible PvP game with the rework. We'd have to wait and see. Also, could it be that Squeenix finally got their hands on people who actually hardcore PvP? Because that might be another problem. It might just be the fact that the vast majority of devs at Squeenix don't really play PvP games, and therefore it's always been sort of hard for them to figure out how to do PvP correctly, because if you don't do that type of content, you're obviously not going to like it, right? You're not going to be able to really make it that good. So we'll have to wait and see. But overall, I think if you compare Final Fantasy pound for pound to every other game on the market, it is the more well-rounded MMO. Like, it's the best well-rounded MMO out there. And Rokona, 100% agree with you. The fact that just listening to players and their descriptions of all the things that you can do in endgame makes me think, how could you ever run out of fucking anything? Like, there's always going to be something for you to do. Right? No matter what, there's always going to be something that you look forward to doing when you log into Final Fantasy 14. Always. Which, I'll be honest, a part of me is scared as well, because I've only heard it, I've not really experienced it. But there is a part of me that's scared. Right now I'm having the time of my life questing through Final Fantasy. But what happens if I get to endgame and I don't find an endgame that I'm actually excited about or actually like? Now, part of that fears have been subverted slightly because I weaved a couple of weeks ago, like more than a couple, let's say 4 weeks ago, a month ago, but over a month ago maybe. I was doing weaving, and for the first time in my life, I enjoyed a profession. I actually enjoyed it. I ended up weaving on Discord. I was literally on Discord, sitting there chatting to viewers on Discord. And I think I ended up weaving for close to 6 hours. Just weaving. Trying to figure out what the hell this is. So maybe that's what I'll do at the end game if I can't find anything else that I like. Who knows? As a player, I still take breaks from the game. Breaks will always be necessary. Always. And that is actually one of the things I love most about Yoshi P's approach to the game is the fact that he wants players to be able to take breaks. It's one of the reasons I was watching an interview with him where he actually said this. I think this was with Asmongold and Rich, where he had this interview and he said, which by the way is another amazing thing about Yoshi P, he actually does interviews with people, no preparation whatsoever, which is unheard of with WoW. If you want to do an interview with any World of Warcraft developer, you have to contact PR, right? You contact Blizzard PR, and then you have to send all of your questions into Blizzard PR. They then come back to you and say which questions you're allowed to ask, which questions they're not going to touch. Right? So they basically tell you you're allowed to do these things, you're not allowed to do these things. And then when you get into the interview, there's also no arguing, which is a lot of the time what PR will tell you. You don't argue. You can ask the question, the developer will answer the question, and you move on to the next question. There's no, oh wait, but you just said that. Just to build on that, can I just quickly ask, what about this, this, and this? Not at all. That's not allowed. And the only reason I can think of why that isn't allowed with Blizzard is because it's so compartmentalized. Even when you're talking to Ian, they don't allow you to speak about just anything. There's a very set, specific set of questions that you may or may not ask. And the only reason I can think why that might be the case, Arthur, by the way, thanks for the first time chat, dude, really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel officially now. You're one of us. One of us, one of us, one of us. Happy to have you, bro. But the only reason I can think why this is the case is because Ian doesn't know everything. So if you accidentally asked Ian a question that he wasn't prepared for about something in the game that he doesn't actually know about, he would look like a mumbling idiot, incapable of answering the question. Because he doesn't actually know what's going on. Then you listen to Yoshi P during those interviews, every question they ask him, he has the answer. Just, he knows. He knows. Yeah. This is what we're looking into doing. This is what we're looking into doing. And you just think, how in the fuck? How? Budding up. Thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Twisted, it oftentimes feels that way, yeah. Arcanox, I watched that one as well. Mr. Dilly One, I like that as well. Yoshi P Sunako, too bored, I would die having the opportunity to speak to Yoshi P. Because I was watching all of the interviews with Yoshi P, and none of them asked the questions that I wanted answered. But most of you would probably find an interview with Yoshi P that I did boring. Like, most of you would probably find it boring because my questions wouldn't be related to necessarily the game as it stands currently, but it would be more in line with story questions. Questions about how do you pre-plan your how far in advance do you pre-plan your stories? When you come up with stories, do you keep in mind that this story has to carry for the next couple of years or for however long? How do you do that? How do you keep track of those things? Those would be the kind of stories, questions that I would want answered. I'd want to ask him, when you sat down and decided on the combat for Final Fantasy XIV, did you know that it was a risky move? Did you realize that it was risky? Going almost the opposite route of World of Warcraft, where World of Warcraft goes with extremely fluid combat. You went with a more almost, I don't want to say turn-based because I know it's not turn-based, but turn-based is sort of the closest that you can argue Final Fantasy combat would be when you consider World of Warcraft as the most flowing combat. With Final Fantasy, I almost get this idea that everything is very methodically planned out. When you use certain spells, you have to plan your spells. You have to make sure that you stick to the plan, right? Whereas with WoW, it's more just a case of fucking click, right? Just get him out. Just make sure that those buttons are pressed. Like, it's a risky move, right? Because you are rewriting the playbook. Did you know that it would pay off in the long run? And then my final question to Yoshi P 100% would be, how do you feel after so many years of building your game, of at one point having an extremely loyal but very niche audience and player base? So Tassika, thank you much for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How do you feel now that it's paying off? Now that so many millions of new players are experiencing the brilliance of your storytelling, are experiencing what you've created here, how does that make you feel? Because I would love to know, did he always know that it will eventually pay off? Did he know that this was the secret to success? Just keep going, keep making it? Or were there times where he was worried that Final Fantasy was never going to be a major MMO? That it was, because it wasn't. I know I'm speaking to a lot of Final Fantasy players here, and you guys want to know that your game is the best, and it is the best. But it wasn't always. There was a time where us WoW folk made fun of you. I'll be honest, we made fun of you. We thought that you were not really playing the right game. I feel stupid now believing that, because I would have liked Final Fantasy 7 years ago as much as I like it now. But I used to be one of those people who said that people who play Final Fantasy just haven't played good games yet. That's it. They just haven't played good games yet. If they played WoW, they would realize just how shit Final Fantasy is. That was my stance. How does he stay so humble? My head would be so high up in the clouds. Same. Final Fantasy 14 version 1 was a dumpster fire. True, but since then it wasn't. That weeb meme was strong and now it's kind of dying. It is. It is dying. Because it's not a weeb game. And before people get their panties in a fucking twist, when I say weeb, I don't mean anything insulting or racist in it. For me, weeb means anyone that likes anime. Even if you only like anime a little bit, you're a weeb. And that's what it is. It's not meant to insult you. You shouldn't take it as an insult. You should be proud of the fact that you're a fucking weeb, right? Just live with it. Just go with it. That's who you are, right? But yeah, Final Fantasy is most definitely not that. And if it is that, then I would say weebery is a lot darker than what I thought it would be. I had no idea what the hell was going on. That is the problem, lady. Even if you did play the game not boosting, you'd still probably not have a clue what's going on. Bunny Boy Weeb, I'm proud. You should be proud of that. Look, what does it matter if someone calls you a weeb? It really is, like, offense really is taken. It's not given. You can take offense at the fact that someone calls you a weeb, but that's your problem. You're just making life hard for yourself. Just go, yeah, sure, I am. I like anime. Fuck off. And then move on with your life. End of discussion, right? They don't matter. No one else matters. No one else can say anything about your life that hurts you unless you let it. So just fucking move on. It's alright. It's cool. Just live your life. You're a true weeb when you go anime, because in-game, dude, you have dub all the time. Bro, just check out the glamour. The armors all look so good. Fucking crazy. Literally all armors are insanely cool and detailed. Yeah, I don't do glamour. I don't do glamour. I don't do transmog. My rule in life is I wear whatever the game gives me. King Julian, that's the attitude to have. That's the attitude to have. If other people want to be close-minded, and I admit, I am extremely close-minded when it comes to anime. I will not watch it. I will not watch it. I watched an anime once for about 10 minutes. I thought this was shit and I moved on. I'm well aware that there are a ton of animes out there and that maybe I didn't like that one, but there could be another one that I would fall in love with. I'm well aware of that. But because I didn't like those 10 minutes, I decided I don't like it and I don't want to watch it. But that's my own close-mindedness. You shouldn't have to suffer because I'm close-minded. All you do is, all right, cool, and then you go watch your Attack on Titan or whatever the fuck you want to watch. That's it, right? That is legitimately it. My stance should have no influence on your life whatsoever. And if you allow other people's stances to have an influence on your life, you're literally opening yourself up for needless suffering. You're just making your own life harder because now you have to worry not only about what you think of yourself, which is already a full-time job. Anyone who has ever looked in a mirror knows what I'm talking about. But you now also worry about what other people think of you. That's like, oh my god, dude, don't even fucking go there. Don't even fucking go there. Diving to anime is like trying to find a single fish in the ocean that will let you grab it. Yeah, every guy that is single knows exactly what you're talking about, lady. Everybody all at some point, just as with 14. I'm joking, don't take me serious. No, I don't care, I don't mind. You can say whatever the fuck. Look, chat is allowed to attack me. Chat is allowed to attack me. You're safe here. We live in a simulation anyways. Truth. I was just not programmed to watch anime. Lead game designer King Julian, I absolutely agree with you, by the way. Absolutely agree with you. Machendo, how you doing, bro? No, I don't care. If you don't want to attack me, I think you're in the wrong chat. So how it works in this stream specifically, me and chat have sort of a tumultuous relationship, shall we say. Sometimes we get along. It's really more like a toxic relationship if you think about it. Like, sometimes we get along, but mostly we abuse each other. It works better when that's the way that chat functions. It works better, we find. It's opinionated, that is all. I am very opinionated, true. You programmed yourself to not watch anime? It doesn't work like that, dude. No, it was the anime, AI overlords that programmed me to not watch anime. Birding, thanks for the first time chat, by the way. But no, it was, I asked them, they said, yeah. I phoned Elon, and I was like, hey, Elon, I don't like anime, why is that? And he said, oh, the overlords programmed you that way. Nothing I can do about it. What was it? I don't even know. Arcanox, I don't even know. It was some anime movie that my friends, my brother's friends put up. Like, they put it on, and it was just 10 minutes straight of fighting and fucking people going, ah, and then light coming out of them and shit. And I was like, oh my Jesus, I can't, this is bullshit. I'm not watching this anymore. Fuck this. I'm just streaming chat. Such good content today. Mr. Dilly One, happy you're enjoying it, bro. I was just immediately like, yeah, fuck that. I can't watch this crap. This is too much fighting. There was no story for 10 minutes. Not a single word was spoken. It's just people going, ah, light coming out of them and fucking punch. And it keeps going dark as well. Like, the screen goes dark and then you just see this fist going, bam. And it's like, what the fuck? Just show the fight, bro. Why all this shit? I just moved on. 10 minutes, I went to my room and I played some WoW. I was done. Video games, they're all different. I did like Arcane. So if there's another anime that is similar to Arcane, I might watch that. Because I loved Arcane. Arcane is like one of the best things I've watched this entire year. It can't be the best because Witcher Season 2 is the best. But it was one of the best. What did I like about Arcane? Fuck, it's an easier answer. What didn't I like? The answer is there's nothing I didn't like about Arcane. The character development was insane. The animation was absolutely next level. The use of graphics, and specifically what I absolutely adored about it. Amber, thanks so much for the follow. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. What I absolutely adored about the animation is the fact that it was completely stylized. It was its own thing. It didn't try to be like anything else. Very similar to League of Legends. It only wanted to do its own thing, and I really enjoyed that. The story was fantastic from start to finish, and also because I love Riot's story. I've always been a huge fan of the lore of League of Legends, and so seeing those characters actually play out in real time was phenomenal. It was absolutely phenomenal. Solevsia, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. Striker, first time chat. Really appreciate it, bro. How you doing? Arcane is what I want for a while. Oh. I have to admit, if World of Warcraft ever came out with an Arcane-like TV show, I would watch it. Because I may not like the game anymore, but the story is still next level. I should rephrase that. The story prior to BFA is still next level. I would want to see the story. Time Lurker, I'm in Oz and don't get to see you live often. Striker, I'm happy to have you here, bro. How's Australia? It's stupidly hot in South Africa. My favorite anime and the one I enjoy the most is Dragon Ball, but if people call me a weeb or say I have poor taste in a show, I don't care. It's what I like. Whoa, Olaf! Thanks for the 5 community subs, dude. Really appreciate that. Can we get some love in chat for Olaf? Let's go. Let's show Olaf some love. Thank you so much, dude. Really appreciate that. Thanks for making me rich. It's what I like. I'm going to spend that money on useless shit, if that's okay with you. I'm just going to buy crap that I'm probably going to use once and then never use again. Only if that's okay with you, of course. Buy a Stormount. Yeah, I'll buy a World of Warcraft Stormount. Why not? Fuck that. Spend it on Death Note manga. I don't know where the fuck I would get Death Note manga. Do we have manga in South Africa? Oh, that's worth a Google, I think. Let's see. Do we have manga in South Africa? Manga in South Africa. I'm checking. AFK. Thanks for the sub, dude. Really appreciate that. Whoa. Wait, did we have AFK? You sub just now. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Ricona, you sub just now. Thank you so much. What the fuck's happening? Something's weird. I don't follow. I'm not following. Chat's doing weird shit. Anyways, thanks for the subs. Really appreciate that. Twisted, thanks for the 3 months in a row, bro. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Sylvestia, how you doing? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate it. Recognize you from YouTube. Can't wait for you to experience the FF expansions. We are going to jump into Heavenssward today. I promise. We are going to watch... we are going to jump into that, but I did promise that we'll watch... What's it called again? Oh, that's from Olaf. Then welcome to the channel. Really happy to have you guys here. No Clip. We're supposed to watch No Clip first. All right, so manga I could get at the Comic Warehouse in South Africa, or I could get it here at what is called the Reader's Den Comic Shop, which is in Cape Town, which is how far from me? Let's quickly see. All right, so I don't know if you guys will be able to see this, but I live here, right here, where my mouse is now. This is where I live. And then it is over here, the Reader's Den comic shop. So I would need to go into Cape Town for that. which is kind of fucking sucky. Shit, I don't like Cape Town. Very busy, very busy. It's what, Hako? I mean, you can't see my house. Don't worry, I don't have my house up here. King Julian, but I did see what you tried to say. I know you don't care at all, and I know that you won't stop watching the show, and I told you from the beginning that's absolutely how you should be. I'll give Death Note a try. I will give Death Note a try. But okay, so I'd have to drive from here to here. Well, hereabouts to here. That means I'm going to take the N2. Yeah, I'm going to have to take the N2. Oh, it's close to the N2 off-ramp. Oh, that's not bad. I take the N2 literally to here. And there I just jump off and boom. Right here. I'm assuming this is a mall of some kind. Yeah, this will be a mall. CNA, Hudson's, the burger joint, Postnet, Virgin Active, Palmyra Junction, Cash Converters, BMW, Engine. I don't know what mall this is. Tiger's Milk? No, this is a mall, but I can't see what mall it is. But it does seem to be inside some kind of shopping center. Some note, whatever the fuck, I don't know. But it does seem to be that. Started in anime and only got the manga later. That's where I live. Death Note is a solid anime manga. Death Note is brilliant. The Weeb's Breaking Bad. Alright, I'll give it a go. Well, I would have said I'm nothing if not open-minded, but that would be a lie. That would be a lie. Danmo, how you doing, brother? Although I should say I'm open-minded in many ways. But then in some ways I'm very fucking close-minded. Like, there are ways in which I'm just like, nope. Like food, for example. There are some foods that I just will not fucking eat. It doesn't matter how you try, it doesn't matter what you tell me, I just will not eat it. I refuse to. Cowboy Bebop, Hunter x Hunter, FMA Brotherhood, Berserk, all God tier. What you hitting on your vape? By the way, Mr. X, thank you very much for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'll try Death Note. I'll give it a try, and I'll let you guys know what I think. Don't have high hopes, though. Don't have high hopes. I'm very quick to put something off, or to switch it off if I don't like it. Nari, how you doing? Being close-minded regarding an OnlyFans. Look. No one wants an OnlyFans from me. No one. You guys think you do, but you really don't. You really don't. I'm doing you a favor by not giving you an OnlyFans. Final Fantasy 14. All right, here we go. No clip. Wow, this is long. It's part 2, part 3. Huh. This is a good 2 hours, almost. No, this won't. I don't think this is spoilers. Striker! Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Really do appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'll have to leave it. I'll have to leave if there's spoilers. Magendo, there's no spoilers. This is a documentary about the rise and fall of Final Fantasy. People asked me for a long time to fucking watch the No Clip documentary for Final Fantasy, even though most of you fuckers have already seen it. How many of you in chat have already seen this documentary? And yet you still want me to react to it. You still want me to watch it. That is interesting as fuck to me. That is interesting to me. to do with Asmund, Pyro, etc. Well, all right. I'm gonna watch it, and we'll see. We'll see. We'll see what this entire 1.0 is about. Browser, I think, is where this will come through. For reaching like 5 times, despite being 2 hours. Well, I don't know exactly what to expect. Like I've seen snippets of the no clip one. So I've seen from other people reacting to it, like short little snippets, 2 minutes, 3 minutes at a time, but definitely not 2 hours worth of snippets. But I have seen snippets of it. So we'll watch it. I'm very interested to know, because I think this is going to answer a lot of questions around what exactly Yoshi P did and why exactly he did what he did. So let's get into it. Are there supposed to be no sound here? Yeah. Okay, never mind. There is sound.
Square is buried deep into the culture of Japan. Originally a spin-off from Masafumi Miyamoto's father's Powerline construction firm, for over 30 years its games have helped power the rise of Japanese games development. There are no shortage of games that live under the Square Enix banner, but none as big as Final Fantasy. From our Western perspective, there's an air of mythos around the company. The accepted truth behind the series' title is that it was named Final Fantasy as it was Square's make-or-break game to avoid impending bankruptcy. And even if the real answer has more to do with creating an acronym that could be pronounced by both Eastern and Western audiences, it's that first story that gets told. That's the legacy of this series. Stories about adventures that get passed from generation to generation, as nearby as the arcades of Akihabara and as far as the playgrounds of Europe. As the Final Fantasy series has moved from numeral to numeral, there have been high points and low. But
I think what's interesting for me is how Final Fantasy was really the first sort of Eastern game to make giant inroads into the Western audience. I mean, there's countless Eastern games out there. In fact, Eastern companies bring out more games than Western companies. And yet, Final Fantasy really was the first to penetrate the entire market. And I would argue probably even bigger than a lot of Western games.
But with each new game comes the promise of a new story, a new myth. The story of what happened with Final Fantasy XIV is one such myth. What we know about it comes from old reviews, archived message board threads, and through conversations with those who were there. The reason for this is that the original version of Final Fantasy XIV doesn't exist anymore. Unlike the vast majority of other old games, there is no way of playing it. It was redacted, painted over. Where once stood a game...
I have a question. If Squeenix announced tomorrow that they're bringing out a legacy Final Fantasy 1.0 server, would any of you actually play Final Fantasy 1.0 on the legacy server? You wouldn't even try it. Like, you wouldn't even give it a go. I would actually try it just to see. I would like to see what it was about. All right. I won't judge too early, but I would like to see what it's about. Just gonna say that.
that threatened to sink the Final Fantasy brand forever now stands the second most popular subscription MMO in the world. And as the years pass us, the myth of that original version and its incredible redemption story are at risk of disappearing. How did it all happen? How did the same studio that shipped a broken mess turn it all around in 2 years? Why did they make the decision to keep the old version still alive while secretly working on a brand new game? And how did they manage to make all of this, the redesign and rebirth, part of the game's lore? We knew this was a story.
That is actually, like, that is perfect. The fact that what I like about it is that it's referred back to as the Calamity, right? Which really shows that they actually have the ability to make fun of themselves. Like, they're making fun of themselves. That was a giant mess. It was a huge cock-up. So they refer back to it as, like, The Calamity. We shouldn't talk about it. We're just going to name it The Calamity and move the fuck on. Which I kind of like. I like the fact that it's referenced in the remake, shall we say.
Worth telling, not only for those who were there to see it all go down, but for the millions of you who have never heard about this, who never knew the extraordinary lengths the development team went to save this game.
So we did just that. Pack your bags, friends. NoClip is heading to Tokyo.
Wait, he actually went to go speak to Yoshi P? Kevlar Kitten, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. All right. A lot of music. There's a lot of music. Just want to put a little quieter. It's very, very loud. I still want to go to Japan. I really still want to fucking go to Japan one day. It looks like an interesting place to visit. The cinematic still does things to me, dude. I don't know if I can skip, when I can skip, because I don't know when it all starts again, so I'll just keep watching. Minutes of music, Jesus.
Hello and welcome to Shinjuku, Tokyo, home of Godzilla, restaurants full of dancing robots, and Square Enix, one of the most prolific video game companies in the world.
For the past few months, I've been playing catch-up with this story, playing the latest version of the game, talking to players, and watching community retrospective series like the Speakers Network's fantastic Fall and Rise of Final Fantasy XIV. My goal, to make sure we asked the right questions when we sat down with the team. During our time here in Shinjuku, we're going to talk to everyone from the engineers who worked on the original game, to localization leads, community managers, and even the CEO of the company, all to allow them the opportunity to tell their side of this fascinating story.
The Fall and Rise of Final Fantasy XIV happened in real time in front of millions of people around the world. But we wanted to know about this story from an entirely new perspective, from inside the corporate machine that made it happen, that led to its terrible launch and ultimately its incredible rebirth.
They are gonna cover, like, I should probably just watch, because I have a couple of questions as to the failure. If it was a developer failure or if it was actually a corporate failure. But I'm sure they will, like the game, fucking describe that and explain that to me. So I'll just watch.
My name is Michael Christopher Koji Fonks. I am the English localization lead for Final Fantasy XIV. My middle name being Koji, it's not something I gave myself, it's a name my father gave me. My father was stationed in Japan for 2 years in the Navy when he was young. Went back to the States. My mom,
Rashak, how you doing?
Me, they wanted to give me a Japanese name. The family was having none of that, so they kind of snuck it in the middle name, but then they always called me Koji. And so I guess the joke was on the rest of the family. You know, my dad being in the Navy didn't really learn a lot about Japan other than he really liked Japan, but didn't learn any of the language. So I always knew that my name was Japanese, but beyond that, I really didn't know anything about Japan. But there was always that little seed in there. And then when I got into high school, there's a Japanese class, and I like games. Oh, they make games in Japan. Hey, let me study Japanese. If I study Japanese, I can play all those cool Japanese games that never come out over in America. And it kind of just snowballed from there. when I graduated from high school, I took a trip to Japan for 3 weeks, homestay type of thing, and I fell in love with it. And during that period, I got to visit a lot of schools and a lot of English classes in those schools. And I thought, wow, I could probably do, I know English, I could do this, this would be easy.
All right.
It wasn't as easy as I thought it was going to be, but I studied a couple years at a university in America, then transferred over to Japan, started over 4 years at a university in Japan.
Wow.
Got my teaching license, and yeah.
It's hard work being a teacher.
Wow.
Yes, I mean, I loved it, but I mean, it was very draining, and that's why pretty much after you'd go to school, 6 in the morning for morning basketball practice, because I was the basketball coach, because as my principal said, hey, you're tall, you're the basketball coach. Then you'd get into classes.
All right, cool.
I'd have my homeroom class, then I'd have, 6 or 7 other classes teaching, then you'd have after school, all of a sudden it's, oh, there's after school basketball, and then you'd get home and you'd correct. So I was really, always at school every day.
Wait, Japanese kids go to school till 7 in the evenings? That is a long-ass fucking school day.
It was very draining, and I would go home and I would play FF11. It was how I was able to relax, and being able to go into my little room and turn off the lights and put on my headphones and, get into that world of Vana'diel was something that helped.
Is it worth playing Final Fantasy XI? Have anyone here played Final Fantasy XI? Now, obviously, I'll play 14 first. I'm not fucking saying let me leave 14 and go play 11. I'm just asking, is it worth playing? If you like grinding.
From the stress. And then it just happened to be, one day I was online, checking for 11 related information, and I saw that Square Enix was hiring, looking for a translator, and it just kind of, wow, that would be really cool.
All right.
Koji wasn't alone. Final Fantasy XIV was launched in 2010, but the story of this game starts 8 years earlier with the launch of Final Fantasy XI, Square's first MMO, the early days of online. Many of the team who worked on 14 started on 11.
One of those was Kasuga-san, who joined the company in 1999 to build a network infrastructure for this fledgling MMO.
自分はネットワークとサーバー担当で入っていて、なので一番最初にやっていたのが、当時プレイステーション2で初めて、厳密にはドリームキャストがその前にあるんですけれども、プレイステーションプラットフォームとしてはオンライン要素が入った初めての時期だったので、プレイステーション2でネットワークを作るために、TCP/IP のドライバーを作ったりとか、まだ当時モデム通信の時代だったんで。
Holy shit.
PPP 通信とか
I forgot about the modem days.
ADSL がちょうど普及し始めた時期だったんで、ADSL の認証として使われた PPP とかっていうその本当にネットワークの下の部分、今だとあんまし誰も書かないようなところを書くっていう担当で入社してました。
11に関して言うとね、スクエアエニックスって言いますか、スクエアが初めて、オンラインのあれだけの規模の、MMORPG 日本でやるってのはもう本当初めてだったんで、いやもう正直いろんなことがありましたよ当時ね。こんな言っちゃっていいのかな？言っちゃっていいの
？Looks at PR. What the fuck? Okay.
まずね、どういうことがあったかというと、
PR has too much power, dude. Like way too much fucking power. Like you have the CEO sitting there saying more. Am I allowed to say more? And the PR guy goes, yeah, that you can say that. Say that. Say no more. Fucking that. It's like, what the fuck? This guy's the CEO? Surely he should be able to say whatever the hell he wants.
あの時はMMO とかね、海外で例えばウルティマとかそういった先行事例あるんだけど、基本的に PC ですよね。で俺らがだからコンシューマー機でやるなんてもう無謀の極みだとかってね、もうたくさんそういうふうに言われました。ソニーさんがPS2 のハードディスク BB キットなんかもですね、もう何台出すんだとか安堵がそういうのを吸ったもんだしていろんなことがありましたんで、ほとんど不可能だとかでよく言われてましたよ、実際には。成功なんて。
11 was my first MMO. I hadn't played one before. I remember purchasing the PlayStation 2 broadband unit because they were all sold out. I ended up paying double on like some Yahoo auction or something like that. Ridiculous, but I had to play it. we got a new internet connection. We were on a regular modem at that time, but because we needed a new modem, we had to upgrade to ISDN 128.
Oh shit!
But yeah, it was definitely worth it.
So an interesting little side note: South Africa basically skipped ISDN completely. We were so far behind the rest of the world. We were on dial-up, and the rest of the world was already on ADSL. Moving forward, and by the time they were sort of ready to start rolling out ISDN, they just skipped that and went to fucking ADSL. Like, just straight up went to ADSL because there's no point in the upgraded version of an old technology. So, yeah, we never actually... There was a couple of places that had ISDN, but the vast majority of places just switched from dial-up straight to ADSL.
It was something that was completely new to me, but fascinating. And ever since then, I've been into MMOs. That was the gateway drug for me. Going in from FF11 and then trying some of the Western MMOs as well. Getting into World of Warcraft, seeing the differences between the two.
Personally, I think it's very different. I mean, here in Japan from the Western market because, yeah, it is for everyone in the globe. I mean, it's very first MMORPG on the console, PlayStation 2. And also, I mean, it was the first ever cross-platform MMO between PlayStation 2 and Xbox 360. The obvious one is the most Japanese people don't very like to chat in public.
Right.
So, I mean, in the world, there's a lot of characters, but it's very quiet because people are using a tell instead of the say or shout. And then, but if you go to the Western world, game world, I mean, every single one is shouting around it. So yeah, that's a huge difference.
Wait, that is very, very interesting. Japanese people don't talk in public. Not everyone's allowed to hear what I have to say. I'll just say it to my friend here, and then no one else can know. But yeah, the Western audience just fucking screams because everyone has to hear how clever you are.
While in the West, you have your EverQuests and you had your Ultima Onlines. In Japan, there was none of that. And then, so Final Fantasy XI was really one of the first MMOs in Japan. And so getting to work with basically the pioneers of the Japanese MMO was really exciting. On the other hand, I mean, you could also say that it was possibly kind of a curse in the sense that they were all, doing their own thing. They had their vision of what an MMO should be and what a Japanese MMO should be. And then me, again, not having played an MMO before, getting on this team and thinking, okay, this is an MMO, and translating away and working in that project, I kind of, started thinking, okay, this is what an MMO is, this is what an MMO is. And then that one day I start playing WoW and it's like, oh, seeing the differences between the two and saying like, okay, what I thought was the norm in Final Fantasy XI, the grinding for 20 hours to go up one level and then only to have your level drop when you, pull too many crabs and it kills you and you've lost 5 hours work. I thought that was normal.
Yeah,
like, that's not normal, is it? The Japanese base game, Final Fantasy XI, had already released, and they were working on the first expansion pack, Rise of the Zalart. I was part of the team that was working to get the base game and Rise of Zalart all translated before the Japanese Rise of Zalart was finished, so we could all release at the same time.
Right. Did you get it on time?
I got it on time. I haven't missed a deadline yet. That's one thing I'm proud of.
Final Fantasy XI was a huge success for Square Enix. It established a concurrent user base of around 250,000 players for years. It was the most profitable Final Fantasy game ever, and at one stage was the 6th most popular game on all of Xbox Live. More than that, it established the Japanese style of MMO. And when the decision was made in 2005 to start work on a sequel, the new MMO was built around things that made 11 successful.
I feel like a lot of Asian MMOs still follow that old style of MMO. Like, they still do the incredible grinds, and even though Final Fantasy proves itself extremely successful, I would like to ask if anyone in chat knows, is Final Fantasy XIV as successful in the Eastern markets as it is in the Western markets? Or are there more successful MMOs in the Eastern markets? Is it more just a Western phenomena, Final Fantasy 14, or is it sort of across the board successful? Like it carries the same way. It's way more successful in East than West. In Japan, probably more successful. That's hard to say. It's very popular in the East. All right, so it is very popular, which would sort of beg the question, why do more Eastern MMOs not follow Final Fantasy XIV's lead? But then again, we could probably argue, why do more Western MMOs not follow Final Fantasy XIV's lead? Leave the grinding at the door. No one fucking likes grinding. People want to play a game. They want to have fun. No one has any fucking interest in grinding away for levels. Most of the modern day Eastern MMOs still do that thing where if you die, you lose XP or it slows down because they're still catching up to new standard. Yeah, but it shouldn't take that long, should it? You know that this is successful. You know that players like this. It should not take this long. Data center compared to EU and NA, it is like double the size. Fuck. So it really is very successful.
Focusing, like most Final Fantasy games do, on beautiful graphics and an interesting battle system. This new game was to be directed and produced by the same duo that shipped 11,
series veteran Hiromichi Tanaka and Nobuaki Komodo.
Final Fantasy XIV was announced for Windows and PlayStation 3 in 2009, but behind the scenes the development team was struggling to put the pieces of its new world together.
ファイナルファンタジー14のその最初のバージョンの、自分が見た時の一番大きな問題点、最終的にそれが問題だったと考えているものっていうのは、その最初のコンセプトとしてそのプランナーがスクリプトを書くことによってゲームを作っていこうで、利点としては、プランナーが考えて自分たちで実装するんで高速な開発ができる。要はそうじゃないと基本的にはプランナーさんものを考えて開発者にエンジニアに相談してどう実装するかを決めて、でゲームデザインをする人はそのどういうパラメータをいじりたいかとかを相談しながらエンジニアと話をしてものを作っていかなきゃいけないんですけれども、そこの部分に関してスクリプトを導入すると自分で考えて自分で実現することができるようになるっていう発想で、ゲーム実装の大半がスクリプトで組まれてたんですね。でそのスクリプト UI の問題もそうなんですけれども、ゲームも UI も基本的にはスクリプトで書かれていて、
Okay, I see why this is such a fuck up.
がかなり負荷が高いというか CPU をたくさん使わないと動かない状態になっているんで、ちょっとした何かをするだけでもゲーム内で少し何かをするだけでも
Look at those frames, bro.
非常に CPU リソースを使うことになっていて、すぐにサーバーが回るサイクルが遅くなっていくっていうことが問題として発生していました。で結果としてそのサーバーでできることはあとゲームとしてサーバーで実現できるところは少ないですし。
There is a reason why you have game developers, and then every game development company, or almost all of them, have engineers. There is a reason why you have a fucking engineer and you don't just have game developers, because I mean, those frames, just looking at those frames, you can see your poor PC is getting fucked. Like your poor CPU is just trying to carry this fucking game, running a million scripts to do one thing, because everyone was writing scripts. No one was doing any sort of fucking cleaning up of the work. Oh my god.
何かしようとすると負荷が上がっちゃうんで、じゃあそれを回避するためにどうしようとかっていうことで、結果的にそのゲーム内容としてリッチなものが実現できなくなっているっていうことが起きてましたね。で UI もスクリプトで組まれていたので、なんかちょっと処理するだけでもすごい時間がかかるっていうような問題が発生していました。
Like I mentioned before, again, localization being in a position where we get to see all the parts come together first. We were some of the first to realize that, Houston.
Rushak, thanks for the tier 1 sub, did really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Just scripts everywhere. So, Levzia, you say as a computer science student, this process is killing you? I can imagine as someone that does this and knows what this is about, it is just like, oh my shit. Mama Mayhem, how you doing? Houston, we have a problem.
And we have a problem. That type of situation. I mean, you know, you had the battle team. They're like, yes, we have this great battle system, you know, with stamina and these things that you can do. And then you had the story team. Like, yes, we have this story. Oh, hey, we have these guild leads and all of these parts. And everyone was really, really proud of their parts. You know, look at this grass. It's so beautiful. Look at this barrel. It's the, you know, the most beautiful barrel ever to be, you know, represented in graphical form.
It's got as many polygons as the character.
Yes, and all of those parts, you know, all of these teams, again, very, very proud of their work. I mean, you have, the team was, you know, put together with some of the best minds in Square Enix. You had people that were, you know, leads that could probably even, you know, lead their own projects, were all come together, and it became a lot of just tiny little groups making something that was really great. But once you put it together, it was kind of a mess.
So I'll say, I'll say that this is actually one of the reasons I think WoW is in the situation that it is in currently. The same thing. Now, WoW obviously already have all the infrastructure and engineering that it needs, so it won't run their entire game on script. But I also think that when it comes to World of Warcraft, they have so many departments that sort of each implement their own thing, and there's no one that oversees that process and sort of goes, okay, but how does all of this fit in together? So then at the end, they just tie everything together with some kind of fucking resource, and then it makes everything just a grind fest. So I actually believe that's the same thing. That's why World of Warcraft is struggling. The teams have no communication between them, figuring out, 100% lack of leadership. 100% lack of leadership. Because no one is saying, hey, we could speak to one another. It is okay for the lead quest designer to go to one of the lead artists and have a discussion about some of the cool things that the artist maybe want to put into the game, and how can we incorporate that with a quest design? Is there things that we can incorporate together? No one seems to do that at Blizzard Entertainment. And then you just have this mess of a game that really drives people insane because things are slotted in where they don't belong. You know, you have things like Torghast that you somehow try to force hardcore raiders and hardcore PvPers to do a piece of content that is clearly, so clearly casual driven in its design. You just end up with this sort of weird thing that makes no fucking sense to anyone. And I think it's because of this. It's because they've basically tried to compartmentalize to boost efficiency. Because that, I genuinely believe, if you spoke to the original guys behind Final Fantasy XIV and you asked them what their main mindset was, it was efficiency. If every team does their best, the game can only be good, right? But we all know that's not always how it works. Because if those teams do their best but do not keep in mind what everyone else is doing, you could end up with a game that can't fucking run on higher than 10 FPS because, you know, everyone tried to do their best and no one went to one engineer and said, hey, can the game actually run everything that we're trying to do here?
And no one really knew that, except for localization and probably QA as well. And we're like, okay, we need to do something. But by then it was one of those, it's kind of too late to do anything.
Yeah.
But for us, we would be looking at the text, and some of it, you know, it wouldn't make sense, or it would just be very bland, and thinking, if there's any way to make this game better, what can we do? It's like, well, I can take this text and maybe add some more stuff into it, add some more flavor to it, and, you know, maybe that will distract people from the fact that the battle is not that fun.
At a fundamental level, the piecemeal design of the game was causing problems. Graphics were inconsistent. While many elements of the world were copy and pasted ad nauseum, some environmental objects had as many polygons and shaders as a character model. The battle system was just confusing. The game didn't have elements fundamental to most modern MMOs, things like jumping, auto-attack, and the ability to interact with the map using a mouse. It had a system that nerfed hardcore players to make sure they didn't level up too fast. The UI was confusing, crafting was incredibly complex and took forever, and simply there just wasn't enough content. The closed beta wasn't going well. They needed more time to fix these problems, so the open beta was pushed back to within a month before launch. The team knew there were problems, and they were getting frustrated.
今まで話していた 仕事っていうのは大体その2010年の1月から、
Heavenssward, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate
1
that.
月ぐらいまでの間にやっていたことで、で、ゲームが本当に良くないっていうのがこう、みんなに認識されて自覚されていくっていうのは結局ベータが始まって製品版が始まってっていう。
Philip, how you doing, brother? Thanks for the first time chat.
8月、9月、10月ぐらいまでの期間に起きたことなんですね。で、実際にはこうチーム内の意識としてもリリース
That must be a
ベー
horrible
タが始
thing,
まる
dude.
前から本当にこれをリリー
Horrible.
スしていいものかどうかっていう議論はある程度そのチーム全体でオフィシャルであったわけではないですけれども、開発者の中ではやはりその世に出していいクオリティかどうかっていうところは。
Based on just what I've heard now, and I'm no expert, right? I'm no expert, but based on just what I've heard now, that must be one of the worst feelings in the world. Your game is in beta, it's about to launch, right? And you realize this is a fuck up. This is not working. And based on how you develop the game, it can't be fixed. Like, you cannot fix this. It is done. This is it. If you try to fix this, you have to start from scratch. How the fuck do you fix that?
議論がありました。
When 1.0 was getting made, was the mentality that, oh, we're not like, that's like their thing and we have our very own successful thing over here, we're going to just make another one of those?
Right, and that's really what it felt like, is that we're going to continue doing what we did because it succeeded before. Why wouldn't it succeed again? And seeing that direction, them taking that direction, and knowing that, having worked on 11, that yes, they were very successful, seeing the success that they had with Final Fantasy XI, seeing these great creators, creating something that was, revolutionary. But then on the other hand, knowing that what they were doing was, yeah, but maybe that worked 6 or 7 years ago, but a lot of things have changed since then. And I think there was even one guy on the localization team that got to that point where he just got so frustrated that he just wrote this scathing mail and sent it out to the whole team before telling anyone else on localization he was going to write it. And then we all get it at the same time, the devs team. We're reading, it's like, wow, this is really terrible. I hope he doesn't. Oh, he sent it to the whole team.
Oh, shit.
Because he just got really frustrated because he could, to him, they were being very stubborn. They weren't, they hadn't moved on. Whereas the rest of the world had moved on and adapted, with the release of WoW and what they had done. Whereas, the team here was like, no, we're going to stick with what we know, and that's good enough.
Another, man, fucking hell, it's hard as someone who used to play WoW for so very long to watch this and not identify everything that they're saying here. And looking at modern day World of Warcraft and just going, Ian should watch this. It's the same problem. It is that mindset of, well, we've always done it this way. This is our vision and we want to put our vision into the players' hands. And no matter how hard the players reject the vision of Ian and his team, they just keep going, no, they'll accept it if we keep doing it long enough. We just have to keep badgering with them with it. They'll accept that this is the vision that we're going for. To see that, it's really sad. Some of you might not be WoW players and you might not know the emotions that's going through me right now, but it is peak level sadness.
Then start feeling more concerning the situation. This is not fixed. You announced the launch date, but it's not fixed. So, but still, some major portion of people are still thinking, believing, no, it's better, still better. Last phase, but still better. So it could be, fixed or changed at the launch timing.
Kind of went from thinking, okay, this project's going to be great, to, there might be some problems. Can we fix them? Can we fix them? Okay, we can't fix them. Is there anything we can do? I don't know. It was a very taxing experience.
The team crossed their fingers and hoped that the game's beta problems were simply that, the same issues that most MMOs have, ones that could be fixed with patches once the game entered live operations. And so Final Fantasy XIV Online launched on September 30th, 2010. It sold well its first week, and after a month had over 600,000 players swarming into its world.
Wow.
But it didn't take long for the cracks to appear. The problems in the beta were echoed by new players. The game was sluggish, the servers crashed, and Eorzeans quickly ran out of things to do. Quests were limited, and the fatigue system even made grinding for XP next to impossible. Critics ate it alive too.
Let's get right down to it. Unless you've got the patience of Job or some kind of masochist, you shouldn't play Final Fantasy XIV. Its problems...
Okay, Final Fantasy made one big mistake here. Biggest mistake that any gaming company could do. If you want your game to do well, you pay the critics. GameSpot, IGN, all of them are open to taking money because they keep voting games that are atrocious very high. I have seen literal reviews of Battlefield, 9 out of 10, 8 out of 10. For Battlefield. Battlefield's a mess. And they voted 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10. So if they didn't give them enough money, that's literally the only problem. IGN, GameSpot, give them enough money, they'll vote you. They'll give your game a 9, even if it's a fucking 1. They'll give it a 9. You don't have to worry about it. So shame on you, Squeenix, for not paying the main. Pay them.
are so vast that I could spend hours talking about them. The awful interface, the recycled content, the stringent limits on questing, the useless maps, the stupid market ward, these issues and dozens more constantly have you asking that age-old question, what were they thinking?
So, what was it like seeing public reaction?
Yeah, it was very, very disheartening. Because, you know, you'd want to look at those and you'd want to say, no, they don't understand. They don't know, what's going on here, or but deep down, you'd know they were right. And that was what kind of, that dagger in your heart and it's twisting, because, you want to defend what you worked on. I mean, the people that I worked with are the greatest people. I still, work with a lot of them. I had worked with them before in FF11. I consider them not only coworkers, but friends. But, and then you see people online, bashing the work they did, and I know how hard they worked. I know how many hours they put in. I know that, like, in the last 3 or 4 months, people were basically living at work.
Fuck, that crunch.
Putting their 100% into this game that was, destined to kind of crash and burn. And then to have people online just say, oh, that sucks, this person is a piece of shit, or their work is terrible.
That's me. I do that.
Hurts, but it hurts more because if I was not here and was a user and had played that game, I probably would have said the same thing.
そうですね。当時はね、私CFO やってたんで見てたんですけれども、ローンチのタイミングやっぱ一番大きく違ったのは11の時のいろいろごたごたねと9の14の時のごたごた一番違うっていうのは。11の時はいろいろごたごたあったけど、ゲームに関して言うとさすがに相当程度受け入れファン相当のやっぱり評価されたんですよね。でオペレーション上のねトラブルとかっていろいろ多分あるっていうこれはある程度つきもので大変だったんですけれども、それはあったんですけど、ゲーム内容に関して言うと非常に評価されたというふうに理解してますけれども、前作の場合の一番やっぱ私はちょっとまずいなこれって思ったのはやっぱりゲーム自体の評価が非常に厳しいものだったということですね。これはちょっとやっぱり相当大丈夫かなというのをローンチした後ね、やっぱりそこはね非常にリアルに感じましたね。それはそうですね。ローンチしてしばらく経ってそんなに長い期間じゃないですね。そうしばらくなんでやっぱり相当なこのままで大丈夫なのかっていう。
I mean, the first few months was just an endless stream of translating apology mails from producers and directors and finding out, trying to figure out different ways of saying we're sorry, because the more you say it, the less weight it has. But Japan being a country where people apologize a lot. That's part of the culture. But then trying to translate that, it's like, okay, this is the 10th time I've.
Just learn from World of Warcraft. Don't say sorry. Don't admit that you made mistakes, and just fucking keep going. That would have been the approach. I can tell you guys right now, if Blizzard released Final Fantasy 1.0, you'd still be playing Final Fantasy 1.0. And Ian would still pretend like it's the greatest game that's ever been made. Only Savant, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you.
Said sorry in this one post, and then from the American myself, like, yeah, people are going to look at that as insincere. The more you apologize, the more and then trying to explain that to the team. It's like, no, we have to apologize. Like, yes, you have to apologize, but and it just became, we weren't talking about the game anymore. We were talking about how to translate apologies, and it seemed like that lasted for a couple months.
Actually, we see a huge drop. I mean, right after the launch timing, we got some good number of the subscribers. Again, that fall. I mean, as you can imagine. So I mean, it was failure, and we announced a failure. So we see lots of decline.
さっきも話した通り、実際にはその開発内でも今リリースすべきかっていうか、リリースできるクオリティにあるかっていうのはベータ直前とかベータが始まってもそうなんですけど、常に疑問はあったので、リリースして実際にただそれまでにチーム内にあった空気はやはり出したら意外と受け入れられる可能性があるんじゃないかっていう漠然とした出せばどうにかなるのかも自分たちが思っているほど悪くない。
Like, that's always the best. Like, you have these developers that just go, well, it kind of blows when there's almost no people playing it, but I'm sure the servers will be fine when there's millions of people playing it. It'll just fix itself. It's one of those reverse problems. When there's more people on the servers are just going to run smooth as fuck. You just need more people thrown at the problem, and it will solve it.
ないのかもっていう何の根拠もない希望的なものがあったんですよね。で出た結果結局そんな魔法は起きなくて、やはり自分たちが感じている通りにまだ世に出すには早いというか、世に出せるクオリティに達していない商品を出してしまったっていう気持ちはみんなにあったので、実際に改善しなきゃっていうか、根本的に対応しなきゃいけないっていうところはチーム内に割とすぐ広がったと思ってます。なので特にすごいそんなことはないっていう意見がすごく強くあって、誰かを説得しなきゃいけないみたいなことは特になかったですね。
Enter Yoshi P.
Today, Square Enix is based across multiple floors in a modern office complex in Shinjuku, Tokyo. It's a company that is often designing multiple projects at once. And while Final Fantasy XIV was being developed, in another part of the building a different game was being made. Produced by a Final Fantasy fan, his name, Naoki Yoshida.
Well, he was working on a
最初はファミリーコンピューターUS だとエンターテインメントシステムかのマリオブラザーズが一番最初にプレイしたゲームです。とにかくテレビの中、テレビっていうのは見るものだと思っていた子供の時にところがマリオブラザーズで初めてコントローラーを握ってゲームをプレイした時に、まずそもそもテレビのものを自分が自由に動かせるっていうことがものすごいショックで、友達の家でプレイさせてもらったんだけど、ものすごい興奮したのを覚えてますね。ドラゴンクエストっていう日本で RPG を大きく広めたタイトルを初めて触った時に、アクションではないゲーム、数字のやり取りでこんなにまたさらにゲームは面白くなるんだっていうのを、特にストーリーラインがあってっていう、また次のカルチャーショックを受けて、
Let's get some hearts in chat for Yoshi B
ちゃんにものすごくフォーカスしていくことになったかなとは思います。当然翌年に出たファイナルファンタジーにも映画的な演出、ファンタジーをより強く打ち出したっていうところにもすごい衝撃を受けてたので、やっぱり僕の中でドラゴンクエストとファイナルファンタジーっていうのはすごい大きかった。
This is really cool. Fucking hell.
Like most Japanese players at the time, Yoshida-san played all the early Final Fantasy games. He holds them in high regard, though he still holds the bitter memory of not being able to save before the last dungeon in Final Fantasy III. But when he was 11 years old, a brand new type of gaming experience arrived at home. His uncle gave him a PC. On this PC, the young gamer learned how to program BASIC. His first video game centered around trying to break into a bank vault. But this PC also exposed him to a spectrum of gaming that eluded most Japanese players. Western role-playing games. He fell in love with games like Diablo and was stunned when he first went online and played with other players.
でその翌年にウルティマオンラインをベータからプレイし、先輩にとにかくすげえゲームあるって言われて、ウルティマオンラインをベータから始めたのが初めて MMO をプレイした作品で、やっぱり同じようなその3回目の衝撃、3000人が同時に一つの世界で遊ぶっていうのがもうとてつもないまた衝撃でしたね。まあウルティマは本当に自由度のウルティマオンラインは特にとにかく初期は自由度がめちゃくちゃ高いゲームだったので、そのいわゆるロードの称号をつけたそのなんて言ったらいいんだろうな、すごく紳士的なというかコミュニティリーダー的プレイをするキャラクターと完全に悪のプレイヤーキラーをやるキャラクターを2つ作ってどっちもものすごい遊んでたし、やっぱりその MMORPG っていうゲームがどう作られているのか、どういったエンジニアリングが必要なのかっていうのもものすごいそこで勉強させてもらったと思います。もうその頃からはコンソールと同じぐらいの比重で PC でゲームをかなり遊ぶようになってたので、自分で PC パーツ買ってきて組み立てたりしてたし、でやっぱりそのあたりで FPS もかなりプレイし始めてたし、特に 3DMMO のスタートであるエヴァクエスト、その後プレイをし始めて、当時エヴァクエストのパッケージを日本で手に入れるのが本当に大変で、出張で東京に来た時に秋葉原をね時間を作ってゾンビのように店をこううろうろして、エヴァクエストってゲームないですか、エヴァクエストってないですかって。
Yoshida-san would embark on a career in games that would eventually see him joining Square Enix to work on the Dragon Quest series. Though he wasn't working on the Final Fantasy team, he was part of the umbrella group that was allocating programmers to various projects. He didn't have granular visibility on FF14, but he knew the team was struggling. I asked from his perspective as a producer where he thought the game's problems were coming from.
Okay. わかんない、これ広報にカットされるのかもしれないけど、クリスタルツールズって呼ばれるミドルウェアを全社でその作ろうとしていたので、腕のいいプログラマーが全部そのチームに各なんだろうゲームラインから招集されて、そのメインプログラマーがみんないないっていう状態になってしまったので、どのプロジェクトもものすごい大変な時期だった。
Okay.
まあオリジナルの14がああなってしまった理由の一つでもあるかなとは思いますけど、さらに2つ大きな問題がそこに絡まっていて、スクエア・エニックスその全体にプレイステーション2のジェネレーションで本当に世界一クオリティ、グラフィックスのクオリティが高い、そしてゲームエクスペリエンスがものすごく詰まったゲームっていうのをたくさんリリースしたので、本当にこうなんていうんだろう、ある意味自信過剰にもうなっていた時期で、自分たちが世界一だし、自分たちのグラフィックスこそが世界一だし、その作り方は、その自分たちにしかできない。だからなんだろう、でも超巨大な成功体験ってやっぱり足かせと。
See, that is one of the biggest problems with anything in life. It's okay to be proud of the things that you achieve and the things that you do, but as soon as that pride sets into arrogance, you're usually fucked. Because from what he's describing here, it sort of feels like this mindset of, well, we've always been the leaders, and therefore we must remain the leaders. So what then happens is you try to improve for improvement's sake, which is what they described earlier with some of the shit around the world literally having the same amount of polygons and fucking shaders as characters, because you're now trying to push the envelope, even when the envelope doesn't necessarily require pushing. Your graphics is still fine, and specifically when you're thinking MMOs, That's a big world that has to be rendered. You often sacrifice quality, but because of your own arrogance, we will not sacrifice quality, right? We will push the envelope even in a world that doesn't require it.
というかにもなる例だと思うんですけど、ものすごくおごってた、まあ、悪い言い方をすればおごってた時期だったと思うんですね。まず例えると、その刀を作る刀匠のような職人たちが本当にたくさんいて、彼らが一つずつを手作りで作って世界一のクオリティを作り上げていたんだけど、実は世界は、まあ、特にその北米を中心にテクノロジーでそれをカバーするっていうところをずっと追求してきた時期で、プレイステーション3の世代になった瞬間にテクノロジーの方がそれを上回るっていう時期が来たせいで、作り方を変えようとはしないし、だけどテクノロジーも追いつけないっていうことから、さらにそれを知ってるはずのプログラマーたちはミドルウェアの制作に行ってるっていう状態で、でもグラフィックス作ってるそのアーティストたちは自分たちの作り方こそが世界一だと思ってるので、古い作り方で引き続きものすごく負荷のかかるやり方でアセットを作ってたので、もうそれらが絡まってっていうのが、まあもう一つの大きな、さっき2つあるって言った問題の1つ目がそれですね。もう一つはプライドはいついかなる時でもとても大切なものだとは思うんですけど、そこにやっぱり超巨大な成功体験をしたっていうこと自体が乗っかってきちゃうと、その
So I've told this story before, but I'll recap it here for you guys. I've spent time speaking to quite a few developers over at Blizzard. People who work at Blizzard. They've been there for a long time. And I've literally been told this word for word from a developer's mouth. We can't really look at other games because there's no other games in our league. That was literally what I was told. There's no other games in our league, so we're standing alone on this hill. We kind of have to innovate and come up with new things all by ourselves because there's no one else coming up with anything new and no one is challenging us. And you hear what he says there. They became so hubris, so filled with hubris and so arrogant that they had that mindset. Why would we look at what World of Warcraft is doing? We are better. And so there's no need for us to go look at other games because we're just the best. If you're gonna make video games, you have to be a student of video games. And that doesn't mean you used to be a student of video games. It means that you are always a student of video games. This is what you do.
自分たちの作るゲームこそがベストであって、他をあんまり見る必要がないっていう時期でもあったんじゃないかなと思っていて、例えば当時世界多分 MMORPG を知ってる人に世界最大の MMORPG は何ですかって言ったら、100人に聞いたら100人がワールド・オブ・ウォークラフトって言ったはずなのに、誰もプレイしてない開発チームが。これはワールド・オブ・ウォークラフトを知ってるか知ってないかっていう話だけの話をしてるんじゃなくて、その自分たちが世の中に対して新しいそのビデオゲームをリリースしようとするときにライバルになるタイトルは何だろうとか、ユーザーは今プレイヤーはどこにそのゲームエクスペリエンスの最新の状態をプレイしてるんだろうっていうのを知らないっていうのが、その感覚として僕には結構信じられない。なんでもっとみんなゲームプレイしないの？だって自分たちが今どの辺りにいるか分かんなくなっちゃうよっていうのがまあ言いたい。で特に14の場合に関してはもちろんファイナルファンタジー11の超巨大な成功体験っていうのが邪魔をしたっていうのもあるとは思うんだけど、あの当時はエヴァークエストを徹底的にプレイをして、だからこそ11を作ったはずなのに、新しいレストランをオープンするときに隣にあるレストランがどんなメニューを出していてどんなサービスをしているかを知らずにレストラン開店させる人はいないんじゃないって
So just at the launch stage then of 1.0, what was the feeling within Square Enix? The beta was quite close to launch. Were people anticipating that there would be negative feedback, or were they less aware that that was going to happen, I guess?
僕は他のチームにいてすごくベータの評判が悪いっていうのはネットでニュースは見てましたね。ただ多かれ少なかれ MMORPG のローンチは絶対にまあ荒れやすい、サーバーがすぐ落ちるとか、まあ、ストレステストをやってるけどプレイヤーの方は遊びたいからやっぱりサーバーが落ちるとやっぱりすごく文句を言って当然だと思いますし、だから僕もやっぱり11を作ったチームだからまあそうは言っても11のやっぱり完成度が高いのでそこと比較をしてあの機能がないこの機能がないっていう話をしてるのかなっていうふうに思ってた。僕は僕自身の開発が忙しかったのもあってただそれも少しずつ収まっていくんだろうなっていうふうに僕は当時は見てた。ただ別の角度今度はそのオリジナルの14チームの中のその視点としてはこのままだと本当にまずいもっと時間をかけて品質を上げないと、っていうもちろん声を上げる人たちもいたけれど会社ってまあ全体の判断としてはファイナルファンタジー11のスタートもそうだったと。機能たくさんなかったしものすごくネガティブなフィードバックもたくさん来たけどパッチでどんどん直していって11は完成したんだから14も大丈夫だと最初は絶対こうなんだっていうふうに判断したので
I'm so sick and tired of company bullshit, dude. Every gaming company these days do exactly that. You know, exactly that. Yeah, we'll fix it in patch. We'll fix it in patch. Don't worry about it. We'll bring out a patch and we'll fix it. Now, wait a second. Do we do that with anything else? Like, chat, genuine question. If you went to a car dealership, you went to BMW, and you bought a brand new BMW, the next day, the BMW arrives at your house, and the doors won't open, the car won't actually start, and the fucking wheels are falling off. And they tell you, hey, don't worry, we're going to send people in the next week or two to fix the doors, and then a couple of weeks later, we'll send people to fix the wheels, and then we'll send another team to figure out why it's not starting in 2 or 3 months. How would you feel? What would be going through your mind? Would you keep the car? Or would that be the point where you go, you know what, take your fucking car and shove it. I want a new car. I don't want this. This is bullshit. All while paying the monthly fee. Yeah. You have to pay. You already bought the car. The bank still wants their money. You'd be livid. You'd be absolutely livid. We would not stand for this anywhere else. And yet when it comes to software companies, now I'm not talking about general problems. Obviously, you can't really compare software to hardware because you could test a BMW and make sure that the wheels aren't falling off. And if the wheels aren't falling off on one model, it's probably not going to fall off on other cars within that model. Likely. It's highly unlikely that it would. If it's made exactly the same with machines and you can sort of control the processing process, which we do. Now, with software, there is always going to be that thing of you don't exactly know how many people can find fucking issues. Once you have millions of people using the thing, and then you realize, whoa, all right, this is a fucking problem, right? But the level of problems that we have in video games today that require major patches just to get the game to be playable, I feel like that should be unacceptable. That should be absolutely unacceptable.
ベタを終わらせてリリースへ踏み切ったっていうのが当時のジャッジだったって僕はチームに入ってからインタビューをしてそれを確認したのでチームの中ではやっぱり議論はあったそうです。あのままじゃダメまずいっていう話は。ただ最終的なジャッジは今お話しした通り11の時もそうだった。でも11だってずっとパッチを続けてああなったじゃないかと。
Eventually, corporate realized that this wasn't usual launch problems, so they called on a few select members of the team to create a task force. This task force would research what changes the game needed and the resources the development environment would require to do the work. Members of that team would talk to Yoshida-san about their worries after hours. His thoughts were that the current organizational structure would need to be modified if the team was going to make the changes required. In October of 2010, Yoshida-san talked to the then Square Enix president Yoichi Wada and suggested they initiate a company-wide emergency to get the team the resources they needed. Wada-san spent a few days talking to the 14 development team about their concerns, and while a lot of the team had suggested that the current task force was in fact up to the task, some members of the 14 team had pleaded to have Yoshida-san join the project to help. And so it transpired that in late November, corporate took the decision to remove Hiromichi Tanaka from the team and move Nobuaki Komodo from director to lead designer. Both of their vacant positions would be filled by Yoshida-san. At that time, he was leading a team that was working on an original IP for Square Enix. He was disappointed to leave that team, but excited for the opportunity to work on one of the company's crown jewels, a numbered Final Fantasy game. So, he got right to work.
Easy
やらな
life.
きゃいけないことが当時3つあると思ってて、順番にやってったんですけど、まずそのチームに、オリジナルのチームにトップが変わります。で、あとそのタスクフォースメンバーもそのまま開発コアとしてリードに入りますっていう当然話をしなきゃいけない全チームに。ただ僕はドラゴンクエスト側のゲームを開発することが多かったので、そのほとんどのスタッフを知らないというか、顔と名前ぐらいは知ってるスタッフはいたけど、その一緒に仕事したことがある人がほとんどいなかったので、まず「Say hello」っていうところからで、一度もみんな仕事したことがないからどんな仕事をする人間なのかを見てくれればいいよってまずで、こいつダメだと思ったらチーム抜けて構わないからっていう話を最初にして、一緒に仕事してみよう。でも1回はいいよねって。でそれでダメだと思ったら本当すぐ抜けて構わないから3ヶ月ぐらいまず一緒にやろうよっていう話を僕スピーチでした記憶があります。で
I like the fact that he, by the way, Rio, thanks for the tier 1 sub, really appreciate 7 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I like the fact that he went into it very disrespectful, at least as far as he's explaining here. You know, sort of going, you know, you're welcome to leave if you want to leave, but give me a couple of months at least and let's see how this goes. It really speaks to his character, right? Not wanting to force anyone into anything, not wanting to, if people felt like this was an insult, then they would be free to leave, and he wouldn't hold it against them. But he asked them. That speaks genuinely books about this guy's character. There are a lot of testing principles that can be applied to software too. It just depends on how much work you actually put into it. An MMO in particular, however, has an extraordinarily large amount of moving parts. So to say than a car, a lot more things could go wrong. Sylvie, exactly what I said there, right? It's not... So I don't have a problem if an MMO launches with bugs. And, you know, the bugs are an issue and you sort of get disconnected every once in a while, you know, and your character might get stuck somewhere that, you know, no one could foresee, or, you know, those are things that you can't help. You have, like you said, a game that really, we see a game, right? On your screen, you see a world with a character that runs and a bunch of things in the world. On the back end of that, there's so many different things that's communicating with one another to ensure that you see this picture with your character running and your character doing things and things out in the world for you to do. Now, all of those things have to work together, and if one thing breaks, it's going to break a bunch of other things, and it's probably going to kick you out of the game. I'm okay with those things. Those are growing pains. It will happen. There's nothing you can do about it. But there are things like with Final Fantasy XIV 1.0, like you clearly just saw here. Most of the developers knew that something was up and something was wrong and something wasn't going to go well. They knew that this was just a sort of, this wasn't just, you know, would be fixed later. Ben Raging, how you doing, brother? They knew that this was going to be a problem in the long run, and yet it was still forced out, and they still thought that they could patch it. And at no point, from what I can tell at least, did the CEO of Square Enix or the management of Square Enix go to actual developers and say, hey, do you think we can fix this post-launch? Because I'm sure if you spoke to a couple of the developers, they would have told you, no, we don't think we can fix this post-launch. The problems we have are problems that is literally innate to the game. They explained at the beginning there. They made the game using a bunch of scripts. Almost everything in the game is just a bunch of scripts. Now, I don't even know much about programming. I know a little bit because I have friends. My brothers are all programmers. So I know a little bit. And I can tell you right now that if you built your game with scripts, that's inherent to the fucking game. You can't patch that later. You'd have to, because what are you going to patch? You'd have to remove the script and actually get the infrastructure to run that in the back end, which then would probably require you to remove a bunch of other scripts and write the infrastructure for them, because that infrastructure isn't necessarily immediately going to communicate with the script. It's going to create more problems than it solves. So no matter how you cut it, it would require a full rewrite of the game if you're going to try and make it. Keepo Paper, yes, absolutely. It is the publisher just wanting the big bucks, right? And they don't care about the long run. They just want the big bucks. That's it.
もう一回チャレンジするよ。まあ当然その時申請するなんて話はまだ経過がなかったので、とにかく立て直しをやるよと、ギブアップはしないよっていう話をした時に、僕を知ってる何人かは
Let's do this. I got this. I got this.
人たちと、もう無理だよっていう人たちと、なんだよこの急な体制変更って言って怒ってる雰囲気の人たちとっていうのが大体のその時の雰囲気でしたね。まあそんな中で今も14のサウンドディレクターやってるソケンが、その話をしてた時と大きなホールだったんですけど、2階のサウンドブースで僕のマイクの調整とかやってくれてて、そのソケンがあいつだけですよやり直すぞっていうか、リベンジするぞって言ったらガッツポーズしてたのはあいつだけです。今でも覚えてますよ。2階席でおっしゃーってやってた。
I saw both reactions. I saw the, oh my God, we just went through a year of hell and now he's asking us to go through a year and a half of hell to this point that might, be another failure because, no one had taken a game and rebuilt it in this manner before. So basically saying like, yeah, you just have to trust me, and yeah, you could, waste another year and a half of your life and it could be a failure, and, but you're gonna have to believe me on this one. And so, yeah, a lot of people are like,
that dude, absolute Chad energy from Yoshi P. You're walking into a hall filled with tired developers. They've just crunched like fucking nuts. And you're going, I can fix this. I can fix this. Trust in me, I'll fix it. And you just believe in yourself. I mean, that is fucking Chad energy right there. You just believe I can do this. If you guys give me the chance, I will fucking do this. No problemo.
I can't do this anymore. I don't know. And I can understand that because, again, it was a gamble. But then on the other hand, there were, a lot of us, myself included, but a lot of people on the team that were like, no, we worked so hard on this and we did our jobs the best that we could, but for a lot of, reasons, some circumstances that were out of our control, decisions made by higher ups, decisions made by other teams that, affected our work, and nothing that we could do about it. But we had put our all into it and we were invested in the project. We still believed in the project. To have someone from the outside come in and not just come in to say, okay, forget it, we're just going to do it my way or the highway. He's like, he asked our opinions. He laid out a roadmap. He gave us a vision and a hope. And even though it seemed like it would be difficult to achieve, it didn't seem inconceivable.
Yoshi P knew there was no time to wait. He worked with corporate to make sure the team had time off, both for them to relax, but also to give him time to build his new vision, to do research playing other MMOs, and to help draft his plan,
to deliver the vision and how the team was going to do it. They had very little time to fix this game, so once they started, the specifications document would have to be watertight, and as captain of the ship, he needed to be able to answer every question the team may have, quickly.
Yoshida-san was now at the helm of his first Final Fantasy, and as an avid MMO fan, he was looking forward to getting in there and fixing it. What he couldn't have known at this stage was the scale of the job ahead of him, that no matter how much they patched Final Fantasy XIV Online, they couldn't ever fix it. What they have to do was something that no developer had ever done, to rebuild an entire MMO while the original version was still running.
Fuck!
I don't think that they realized immediately that it was something that couldn't be solved via patches. I think they still believe that, you know, if we patch it, it'll be fine. And it wasn't until they reevaluated and then brought in, you know, the new blood. Yoshida-san came in and told them, okay, yeah, this is not something that can be patched. If we want to fix this, we're going to have to take a drastic step.
Yoshida spent 7 weeks researching and returned with 2 options for corporate. It was then he realized that it would be impossible to convert the current game into an MMO that could last the test of time. Ultimately though, this was a decision that corporate had to make. So he returned with not 1, but 2 plans. Plan A and Plan B. During this meeting, he explained that Plan A would be to patch the game and make it more playable, but that ultimately the game would never really satisfy players, and though Square Enix may make their money back, the damage to the online brand would be catastrophic. And then there was Plan B.
今のファイナルファンタジー4、当時のオリジナルのファイナルファンタジー14をパッチを当てて、そのできる限りポジティブに遊べるものにしながら、裏で全く新しいそのファイナルファンタジー14をもう一度作り直すっていうのがプラン B、でまあその話だけを聞くと、まあ、そんなバカなってなるので、当然どうやってそれを達成するか、チームを2つに分けて、でどういったそのマネジメントスタイルでそれをやるのかで、大体発売時期はプレイステーション3版をリリースするっていうのがプレイヤーとの約束だったので、プレイステーション3の寿命が来る前にリリースしなきゃいけないので、2012年年末から2013年中には絶対リリースできるこの計画であればっていうプレゼンテーションをして、リスクは高い、ただ当然そんなことをしたことはないし、ゲーム業界でしかも同じタイトルで作り直してるから、成功うまくいったとしても成功するかどうかは分からない。ただ少なくともやっぱりファイナルファンタジーってクレイジーだねとか、すごいことするねとか、少なくとも自分たちがミスしたことを認めて信頼を取り戻そうとしたっていう努力は、見てくれてる人は多分見てくれるだろう。だからどっちをチョイスするかは会社に任せる。ただどっちであっても全力でやるよっていう話をプレゼンテーションして、まあ、結果的にはね、プラン B でって言ってくれたんで、今こうなってますけど。
Yeah, imagine the amount of work that they went through. That rewriting that entire thing, imagine.
Final Fantasy XIV 1.0 was in a state of disarray. Square Enix had decided to suspend subscriptions to help ease the negativity around the game, while the PS3 version was indefinitely postponed. For the next 2 years, Yoshida-san and his team would work tirelessly on not 1, but 2 MMOs, patching the original 1.0 to fans' expectations, while secretly working on a brand new version of Final Fantasy XIV. In our next episode, we focus on that 2-year period and tell the incredible story of the falling moon of Dalamud, the death of 1.0, and the birth of a new Eorzea.
Wow. He did, actually. Oversman, that is the incredible thing about this. He did. Yeah, we're gonna watch part 2 as well now. I'm completely on board with this fucking cinematic right now, or this documentary right now. But he bet everything on it. Not just his career, but also the franchise of Final Fantasy. If Final Fantasy 2.0 launched, if IRR launched, and it was also a complete mess, that was it. There would never be another online Final Fantasy. Players would never trust it again. So Yoshi P that is what I would consider self-confidence beyond belief. That confidence to look at a problem that most of us would run away from. Most of us would go, no, fuck that. I'm not dealing with this shit. And this guy goes, no, I'll make it work. I can do this. If you guys give me time, if you put your trust in me, I will do this. I can promise you now, if it didn't work, he would have lost his job probably at Square Enix. Because he would have cost the company another couple of $1 million, right? With no way of actually making that money back. Because I can tell you now, option 2 or plan B would have cost a hell of a lot more than plan A. And plan A would have at least helped the company make their money back. And he just went, I'll bet my job, I'll bet my livelihood on the fact that I can fix this. I know I can. That is Chad level energy, bro. That is just next level shit. It makes me even more proud to play Final Fantasy watching this. All right, let's get into part 2. Here we go, part 2.
So what did you think from your perspective as CFO to fix this problem? It's going to cost a lot of money. It's going to involve creating a new game. It's going to involve keeping the other game still running. Did you think at that time that that was a solid investment?
Jamie Man, thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. And Mercury, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Sort of interested to hear what the suit has to say about this.
That's what Square Enix should be doing, or did you think that it was a risky venture?
単純にそこだけ見るとね、すごくリスクの高い話に多分一般的には多分なるというふうに思うんですけれども、さすがに当社はね、ナンバリングタイトルでフラッグシップのタイトルで MMO これだけのタイトルなわけですから。それがこのままサービスが頓挫してしまうというのはこれは非常に将来的にまずいと。これはやっぱり経営上これは非常に大きな。
Asher, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel.
ということで再度作り直しと並行してやるということの投資に関してはこれははっきり言ってやっぱりやるべきっていうかやらざるを得ないというふうな判断でしたね。ものすごい財務的なリスクがものすごい大きかったですけどね。
So even the suits knew we have to save this. Because in many ways, Final Fantasy is Square Enix. It's one of their biggest franchise, if not the biggest franchise they have. Definitely one of their biggest franchises.
Hello and welcome back to our series on the fall and rise of Final Fantasy XIV Online. We rejoin Yoshida-san and the team at Square Enix at the start of a long adventure, and with players leaving en masse and the clock ticking, it was time for them to formulate a plan. How exactly do you rebuild an MMO while people are still playing it?
Yoshida-san set his eyes on a 2013 launch date for the new version of 14 as he wanted to have the game out for fans within the PlayStation 3's lifecycle. But to do this while still patching 1.0, he would have to create an entirely new MMO in less than half the time of most conservative estimates. So before we get into specifics of what exactly was changed, I wanted to know how he did it. So for a moment, we step away from game design and dive into a critically important aspect of video games development that we rarely talk about: project management.
Designing an MMO must, I just imagine the timeline for something like this is at least 5 years for anything. And you're being asked to do it in less than half of that probably. When you're designing games, when we talk to people, so much of it is iterative that you create something and then you refine it and you brush it and then you look at it again. But you didn't have that luxury. You had to make sure that the version of A Realm Reborn that was coming out at that date was the final package. So did that change the way that
Aaron's so true.
you had to set up the team and the way your workflow kind of went?
MMORPG の開発に5年が普通だっていうのはもうちょっと強く言っといてくださいまずそのスケジュールトラブルを起こさないためのそのマネジメントの工夫としてはなんだろうな言い方がちょっと難しいんですけど、ものすごく腕のいい特に100人に1人ぐらいしかいないようなプログラマーがたくさんやっぱりいるわけではないのでかつものすごい短い期間で大量のコンテンツやアセットを作らなければいけないので人がたくさんどうしても並行作業が多くなるとかかってしまう能力のこの差をある意味高いレベルに合わせるんじゃなくて低いレベルに合わせるというか言い方が難しいな平均的なところに合わせるっていうそのマネージメントをすることでリスクをなくすってことをしましたこの後ちょっともうちょっと詳しく話しますで何をしたかというととにかく一つのタスク例えばドラグーンというそのジョブを作るっていう時に今言ったドラグーンっていうジョブを作るっていうタイトルって1タスクに見えるけどそうじゃない実際には何個のドラグーンにはアクションが必要でそのアクション一つプログラミングするのにどれだけかかるかもちろんそのドラグーンの特定のアクションを作るために仕様書も必要だし仕様書を作った後は実際にその仕様書に例えば2時間かかるなら、それを例えば僕に確認依頼が飛んで僕がチェックするのに例えば15分かかるそのぐらい一つのタスクに見えるものを徹底的にもう細かく分解させるっていうちょっと究極のそのミニマムな管理方法を引いたので、スタッフは結構ストレスだっただろうなと思いますでそのさらにシングルタスクに対して最もこのタスクが自分で早く終わると予測される時間この時間でこのタスクが完了したら自分を褒めてもいい逆にこのタスクがこの時間以上かかってしまったら給料をもらう資格がないっていうぐらいその最悪のペースっていうそのミニマムで終わる時間とマックスかかってもこれだけだろうっていう時間を両方申告させてその平均値で基本的にはスケジュールを管理するっていう本当にミニマムマイクロマネージメントマイクロすぎるぐらいのマイクロマネージメントをしてましたそれを最初はウィークでみんなそのやり方に慣れてもらうために毎週1週間でそのマネージメントを回してで1週間経つと結果が出るのでさらにそこに個人パラメータ例えば吉田はやたらとミニマムをこう短い時間で申告するけど結局タスクが終わってみるとマックスに寄りがちだなってなった場合は 50% で見積もるんじゃなくてもうその係数をかけて吉田はマックス側に寄るからきっと次の週のスプリントはもうちょっとマックス側に寄るだろうみたいなのをどんどんこうで個人特性までそうやって管理してたので1日の稼働時間は8時間ではありますけど、トイレに行ったりっていう時間も必要だしあと必ずミーティングやその会議室でのミーティングじゃなかったとしてもスタッフと仕様の打ち合わせを絶対にそのデスクトゥデスクでフェイストゥフェイスでやることもあると思うので1日の稼働は6時間で計算してましたねその時は全員6時間8時間では見ないで大体慣れてきたらそれを2週間スプリントに変えてあとは毎朝必ずスタンドアップミーティングをしてそれぞれのセクションで自分のタスクが今どうなってるのか誰かのタスクが遅れてるせいで自分のタスクに取り掛かれないとかいうのは毎朝スタンドアップミーティングをして ではこのタスクを入れ替えてこっちを先にやってくれないとこの人が止まってしまうからっていうのをもう全部毎朝やってましたね。だからスクラムっていうそのマネジメント手法の
Yeah, basically got everyone involved in it.
ただ最後に言っときますけど、このマイクロマネジメント普通じゃないのでおすすめしないですよ。まあ、2年弱で MMORPG を作る、逆に言うとスタッフにも2年かからず終わるから、このマネジメントだから今は我慢してって言ってやってもらったものなので、一般的には絶対お勧めしないです。
White Ball, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate
I mean,
this.
anyone can come in and say, "Oh yeah, we're gonna rebuild the game. Follow me." But he came in with, this huge Excel that had all of these lists of everything on it. What we're gonna do here, what we're gonna do here. This is when we're gonna do them by, and this is what we're gonna do here. And to see that, it's like, okay, this isn't just a stopgap type of thing where a president's like, okay, crazy here, let's just change the leader and hopefully things will, get better. It was an actual, okay, this guy really wants to do this. He has this plan.
Yoshida had them running like a well-oiled machine, so it was time to get to work. First things first, they had to start the rollout of patches for 1.0, but a critical part of the failure of the first game was the poor communications the development team had with their community. So to keep diehard fans on board during this protracted period of redevelopment, they had to be a lot more transparent.
What we explained to players very first is it was failure. Failure. So we need to restart the game. But we at that timing we didn't announce the. Realm Reborn is not announced, but we are going to fix this game. We need more communication. So just list all the changes, plan changes. So some, upper management people doesn't like this because if you show this to the players, player knows what we will do. So after that, you did this, but you didn't do this, you didn't this. Everyone can check that. So,
oh my god, it must be hell to be a developer in the internet age. White Bull, so far I am absolutely adoring this cinematic or this documentary. It must be hell in the modern age because he's right. Everything is forever. And if you post that, oh, we're gonna fix all of this shit, we all know. You see the YouTube videos, oh, but you didn't do this, you forgot this. 10 things that this X game didn't implement in their game, but promised to implement in their game. We've all seen those videos. So as a developer, you are sort of, I think, scared to announce that you're going to do something because you don't know if you're going to be able to do it. And then more importantly, if you don't do it, there's going to be players that hold your feet to the fire, wanting to know what the fuck are you doing? Now, what's interesting is I actually err on the side of you must tell the player because the player has to keep your feet to the fire. If you promise something, specifically in a game that has a base cost as well as a subscription cost, you owe your players the things that you promised them. You can't then move away and say, well, we couldn't do this, we didn't really have the time. Fuck you. You promised this. And yes, Alex is correct there. Naum, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Welcome back, I should say. Alex is correct. In Blizzard's defense, Blizzard has never actually promised us anything. They never actually admit that the game is bad. Andy, how you doing, bro? And they never actually apologized for shit. So we can't actually expect them to do better. Aaron, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Blizzard is doing exactly what they should do, which is nothing, because they've admitted nothing. The game isn't bad, the developers haven't admitted it yet.
Some people doesn't really like that way, but when Yoshida-san and myself are discussing how we deal with the community, but what we need to do is to establish the trust.
確かに、今の14のそのユーザーベースから見れば当時のユーザーベースはものすごい小さかったと思う、今と比較すれば。ただ、メディアの皆さんからもそのプレイヤーからも、そのファイナルファンタジー14はもうダメだ、むしろなんであんなダメなゲーム遊んでるの君たち、どうかしてるんじゃないのって言われながらも、いやファイナルファンタジーシリーズだから絶対何とかしてくれるはずだ、いやこれはこれで僕らは楽しんでるからほっといてくれっ その11だって最初の頃はいろいろあったけどきっと良くなるはずって言って数はもちろん今と比較したらすごく小さい。
You want to talk max copium? Because remember, none of those players at that time had any idea that these things were happening in the background. The original players of Final Fantasy XIV 1.0 were at max level copium. Max level copium. Just going, they'll fix this. I know they'll fix this. No problems. This will work. They'll make it work. It's Final Fantasy. It has to work. And everyone else was just going, bro, give it up. The game is done. It's over. Just fucking move on. And they're like, no, I've got this. They will fix this. Oh my god, the hopium was real.
そのコミュニティだったかもしれないけど、誰よりもスクエアエニックスやファイナルファンタジーのことを応援してくれている人たちだったので、この人たちを無視するんだと多分この先もうファイナルファンタジーはダメだろうと思ってたので、むしろ何よりも大切にしなきゃいけない部分だったっていうのが最も大きい理由。それは何億円使おうが回収できない後でコストだと思うので、信頼ってそういうことなのかなっていうふうに会社にもプレゼンテーションしましたし、僕もそう思ってたからまあ続けましたけど。
I absolutely agree with him. I just want to say to chat, because I see a lot of people in chat going, well, isn't that sort of what today's WoW players are doing? There's one major difference between what today's WoW players are doing versus what the Final Fantasy XIV 1.0 players were doing. They were saying they will fix this to a company that publicly admitted they had fucked up, they had made mistakes, they are fixing it. The WoW players today are coping with the shit that is happening within World of Warcraft with not a single fucking developer at Blizzard ever admitting we have fucked up, we've made mistakes, we'll fix it. There has never been an admittance of that level at Blizzard Entertainment ever. In the history of the game, no matter how many times expansions have been completely fucked up, no matter how many times we've had a Warlord of Draenor that had no content, there has never been a moment where Blizzard stepped up and said, hey, we're sorry. And I actually said this yesterday. You want to know how I forgive Blizzard Entertainment and actually give them another shot? Ian steps up and says, I'm sorry. I am sorry for the mistakes that we've made. Here are the mistakes that we have made. And this is what we're doing to fix it. And we will fix it. Instantly, I will forgive them. Because I don't believe that companies should just always do what I want and they should never try to do something and never make mistakes. Everyone's going to make mistakes. There's nothing you can do about it. In the future of Final Fantasy, there is going to be bound to be one or two expansions that doesn't really hit the mark with the player base. It's going to happen. The longer the game goes on, there's going to be expansions where things just don't quite work. Maybe because they didn't make it right. Maybe because they rushed it. Maybe because they thought that this would really work, but it really didn't. But the law of averages suggests that there's going to be a poorer expansion at some point within the life cycle of Final Fantasy. But this is where you hope that the developers aren't arrogant enough to turn around and go, well, fuck you, this is fine. The player base goes, this is burning. And the developers are going, no, it's all good, don't worry about it. So that's the major difference between World of Warcraft players and Final Fantasy players from 1.0.
あともう一つやっぱり大きなポイントは本当にファイナルファンタジー14がリバンプしてその大逆転するためには絶対に彼らの力が必要だっていうことももう一つ重要な意味を持っていると考えてました。
Next, Yoshida split his team in half, some working on the new version of 14 and others working on the updates to 1.0, what he called the guts version of the game. But with so much of the game requiring fixing, where do you even start?
まず一番最初にやらなきゃいけないと思ったのはインターフェースをとにかく
The interface to be playable.
なんて言うんだろうな、最低限
I have to say that just cracks me up. I wanted the interface to be playable. It's like, yeah, Kinda. That is sort of. I mean, in any game, I would say that is the most important thing. It just tells you how shit 1.0 really was. Not even the interface was working. Oh, that is fucking. That is brilliant.
遊べるように正直本当申し訳ない話なんですけど僕最初にやっぱりオリジナルの14触った時にインターフェースがあまりにもなんだろうひどすぎて話にならないだって PC バージョンしか出てないのにゲームパッドがないとまともに遊べない聞いたことがないそんな PC ゲームマウスキーボードでまともに遊べないゲームなんか見たことがなかったのでいくらそのコンテンツを作ろうがジョブを作ろうが
I didn't even
イン
know
ターフェー
that.
スがダメだったらコンテンツの面白さに到達する前に人はゲームをやめてしまうのでとにかくインターフェースを直さないとゲームにならないっていうふうに考えたので一番最初にすごい丁寧に取り掛かったのはやっぱりインターフェースの改修っていうところですね。僕最初にプレイした時5分ぐらいでやめちゃいましたもん。でもね笑い話でクイットの仕方が分からなくてウィンドウの右上にある×ボタンを押そうとしたんですよ。で押したらこのままゲームを終了するとデータがセーブされない可能性があります。それでもよろしいですかってダイアログが出るのね。
What the fuck?
いやいやよくないでしょって。いや僕はエンジニアだからサーバーに常に書き込んでるからそんなわけないじゃんって思ってるんですけど万が一のことがあるから多分出てるんですよそのダイアログ。でも意味がわからない。でそうなるともう怖くて押せないですよね。なんだこれでノーって押すとまたゲームに
I can just imagine some of those gamers being in the game for like fucking years. It's like, oh, for fuck, I can never quit because there's no save button to ensure that my shit gets saved. And so every time I want to quit, it says that your progress aren't going to be saved. Oh my god. Oh my Jesus. Can you imagine playing an MMO where you actually have to press the save button?
いるわけでしょ。X 押すダイアログでしょ。どうやってクイットするんだよこのゲーム。
Interface isn't sexy, it's not something you tend to hear a lot about in video games coverage, because really, when it's done correctly, you're not supposed to notice it.
True.
So when the early patches for the game concentrated on interface and quality of life updates, much of the community began to get frustrated.
That is actually how, whenever I do a review for a game, it's how I judge the interface portion of the video, because you kind of have to talk about interface. If I didn't notice the interface once during my playthrough of the game, the interface was great. Like, then I give the interface a 10 out of 10, because I didn't notice it. Like, it was just there, I was just doing my things, no worry. As soon as I notice the interface, that's when you know something's wrong. Like, something is just not working the way that it should. I'm assuming this is a version 1 map. And I can already tell you I hate this map. I can already tell you I hate this map. It just doesn't seem to give much information, first and foremost, on really anything. And it just looks fucking bland as shit.
If you want more details on the gameplay side of stuff, watch Fall and Rise of Heavenssward by the Speakers Network.
Yeah, I'll definitely watch that. Probably not today because I still want to play some games as well, but I definitely will watch that.
The team needed to fix it quickly, so Yoshida employed the help of a Square veteran, one of the developers, on that original 1.0 task force.
Oh wow.
皆川博と申します。ファイナルファンタジー14ではユーザーインターフェースの、設計デザインとあとアート的なビジュアルの方も担当しています。よろしくお願いします。今47歳なんですけれども、25の時に入社したのでもう22年経ちますね。当時はまだスクエアエニックスがスクエアという会社だったので、ですね、ファイナルファンタジータクティクスの、アートディレクターを担当していました。なので普段は少ない情報、なるべく少ない情報やシンプルな表示を心がけているんですけれども、今回はカスタマイズ性というかよりツール的な考え方でいろんなプレイヤーがそれぞれ 自分の好きなカスタマイズができるようにっていうことを普段よりも強く意識してます。
That was a bad emote system there.
やはりバトルがテンポのスピーディーなテンポのゲームなので、カーソルフォーカスを十字キーで動かしながら決定するっていう、そういう操作性ではちょっとゲームにならないだろうというところがあったので、かなり最初の頃にクロスホットバーというアクションを選択するインターフェースを考えたんですけれども、ただこのインターフェース自体は割と昔から
I still can't believe that you could only play with a controller.
使ったりしていたものだったので、絶対それでいけるだろうなという思いはありました。なので実はそこはあまり苦労していなかったりします。例えば表現方法が変わると必ず僕はこっちの方が良かったっていう話は来るんですね。例えばインベントリーは以前はテキストで表示されていたんですけれども、アイコンになると当然なんか似ていてよくわからないとか、なので両方欲しいっていう話は受けて、両方作るのは大変なんだよなっていうそういうところはありました。今でも ARR のリリースから積み残しの仕事リストみたいなのがあるんですけれども、2年以上経って今入るみたいな機能もたまにあったりします。
でもう一つはバトルシステムをとにかく変更しないとコンテンツが作れない。つまりあまり良くないバトルシステムをベースにして、コンテンツを作ったとしてもコンテンツが面白くならない。だから順番としてはインターフェースを修正しながらバトルシステムを変更して、
I wonder what the battle system was like.
を作るっていうのが、順番としては僕は真っ当だと思った。当時のバトルシステムも当時は15人でパーティーが組めてあって、しかもマジックポイント MP の管理っていうものがほぼなかったので、当時のファイナルファンタジー14の中で最強の回復魔法だったケアルガーっていうスペルをずっと連打してても MP がゼロにならない。永遠ケアルガーして OK で、他の魔法いらないよね。じゃあとにかく当時は15人で一つのモンスターを殴りまくって回復しまくってっていうすごい大雑把なゲームだったので、これを戦略的なバトルシステム計算式に変えていかないとコンテンツが面白くならない。だから UI を直しながらバトルシステムを変更して、でそれらの準備をしながら最も重要だと思ってたのはファイナルファンタジーエレメントっていうものをとにかく入れていくことっていうのが次のというか最も大きな課題だっていうふうに思ってました。なぜなら当時ジョブもなかった、ナイトもいない、ブラックメイジもいない、ホワイトメイジもいない。これはファイナルファンタジーなのか。
Can ride chocobos. Yeah!
チョコボに乗れるわけでもないし。
Chocobo racing. Already back then, they knew.
一体何なんだこのゲーム。だから僕らがコンテンツとして入れていかなきゃいけなかったのはやっぱりイフリートやガルーダ、いわゆる召喚獣って一般的に呼ばれているものとのボスバトルを入れていかなきゃいけないと思ったし、チョコボに乗れないなんて MMO なのに話にならないからチョコボにちゃんと乗れるようにしなきゃいけないし、何よりジョブがないのも FF じゃない。少なくとも僕は FF だと思わないので、だったらジョブをちゃんと入れていこうっていうところが、でもそれもやっぱりさっき言ったようにインターフェースとバトルシステムが治ってなければいいものにはならないので、だから回収をやりながらきちんと仕様を作ってそれを一つずつクリアしていくっていうのを中盤以降は続けて、そこからやっぱりグッドゲームの評判はやっぱり Q14 も良くなっていってプレイヤーもずっと増え続けていったので少しずつですけど、あれは僕らもすごい励まされましたね。やっぱりちゃんと面白いものを作っていけばみんなプレイをしてくれるっていうのも数字の上からもよく見えたので、当時の7つ一気にリリースされた7つのジョブ、パッチナンバー忘れちゃったけど7つのジョブがいっぺんに実装されたんですけど、たった一人のゲームデザイナーが作ったんで
One fucking
The team
guy?
had their sights set on what needed to be changed and how they were going to do it. For the first time in years, they were feeling hopeful, and even better, players were finally starting to respond with positivity. But right as they were settling into this new reality and finding their rhythm, disaster struck.
Oh.
For 6 minutes, Japan shook. A 9.0 earthquake had struck 200 miles northeast of Tokyo, and a resulting tsunami devastated coastal regions. What followed was a humanitarian and infrastructural disaster that can be barely comprehended. While the country rallied to help those affected, Tokyo suffered aftershocks and frequent electrical blackouts. I asked Yoshida-san if he'd like to share how this had affected the team.
まあ東京もそうは言ってもすごい揺れたので、やっぱりまあ当日はね、会社に泊まった方が安全だって言って、帰らないでずっとニュースを見てるっていう人たちもいたし、やっぱり東北に家族とかね、親戚とかいるスタッフも当然いたので、まあもう正直言うともう開発どころではなかったのは確かにそうですね。で開発なんか優先すべきじゃないと思うので、やっぱりみんな開発者の前に人なので、まあ日本中電力が足りなくなっていたので、まあ本当に些細なのかもしれないけど、サーバーを全部落とそう、
Fucking hell.
まあ少しでも協力できることがあればっていうことで、プレイヤーの皆さんにも申し訳ないんですけど、サーバーを一定期間止めますっていう話をして、そんな時期でしたね。ただサーバーの稼働を再開してからプレイヤーの方からまあお手紙をいただいたりしたんですけど、エオルゼアの中で遠くにいる友達の無事が確認できた、エオルゼアがあったから電話も通じない、連絡の手段がなかったところ、エオルゼアの中にログインしてきてくれたことで無事だったっていうのが分かった。逆にその周りの人たちの情報っていうのも分かったっていうお話をいくつかいただいて、まあ電力が足りなければね、当然そのサーバーなんて落とせばいいかなと思うんですけど、そうじゃない限りは続けるっていうことも、エオルゼアを維持しておくっていうことも一つのなんか
I don't own a Switch, but I'm thinking about it because I want Chocobo Racing.
だから続けてくれてありがとうって言われたんですよ、ファイナルファンタジー14を。開発で、まああとは最も大きかったのは、実はイフリートの次に戦う僕はリバイアさんの予定で、リバイアさんをかなりの速度で作ってたんですけど、とてもじゃないけどリリースなんかできないっていう話で、だからイフリートの後モーグリが実装されているのはそれが理由ですね。急いでモーグリを作り直したというか企画 し直したので、いやそんなことはなかったですよ。みんなやっぱりそれぞれのあの時期まあ、会社に来れない人たちもまあ何日か会社も休みにしてるんで、ただどっちかっていうと自分たちにできることをやろうっていうみんな感じだった。じゃあ全員で福島に行って何か僕らが活動すること。
Kenyo, thanks for the sub, dude. Really appreciate that. 2 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The way they see things are different than the way we see them. I wouldn't say it's different, because I would see things exactly the same way. I think that is the human response. The problem comes in when you have these corporations that have nothing but greed at the center of what they do. In other words, there's no love for the games that they make. There's no interest in gaming as a whole. They are simply there because they want to make as much money as possible. That's where these sort of things start to happen. You could hear from Yoshida right here. Being developers, they're humans first. How many people at Blizzard like higher ups, do you think look at their own developers as that? As human beings first, before their developers? I can guarantee you right now, very few. The vast majority of them see them purely as developers. They're just there to make the video games and get the money in. That's it. So I would say that this is the human response. When you have an earthquake, when there's stuff that's happening that you're worried about, and you're worried about your country. Erafiti, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. This is how you'd respond. This is how any normal human being would respond. The problem that we have in today's world is that most of these video game companies, specifically in the West, have become money farms. That's all they care about is money. And most of the developers that go into these companies also just care about the money. They're not in there. I can tell you this firsthand. There is, Trickstar, you're wrong about capitalism, but let's leave it there. Because this has nothing to do with capitalism. This is a corporatism problem, which is not the same as capitalism. But anyways, the main issue that you have in today's world, even with developers, and I've spoken to some of those developers, I've seen what those developers tweet. They leave their jobs at gaming companies to go work for financial firms. And then they call those jobs that they're leaving for the opportunity of a lifetime. And then you just think to yourself, wait a second, if you truly had a passion for video game design, you would see any other job that takes you out of the video game industry as a step back, not a step forward. You'd be taking, it's not just Jessica, there's actually a couple of others as well that left, not from Blizzard. There's a couple of Ubisoft developers that left that also tweeted out that they're going to banks and financial institutions and stuff. And you just immediately think to yourself, okay, well, clearly you were never supposed to be in the gaming industry to begin with. Like, the fact that you're in the gaming industry is a fucking problem. Because you don't want to be there. You just want the paycheck at the end of the month. And that sort of, like, that clouds your judgment. It clouds who you are as a person, because your focus isn't on the industry that you're in. Your focus is simply on what you can make out of that industry, rather than what you can put into that industry. I would say, Aaron, my biggest problem with companies these days and why corporatism exists the way that it exists is actually, it's a mixture of government and corporations getting in bed together. That's what causes the problem. Corporations were meant to answer to their consumers, because the consumer is the thing that keeps it afloat. Nowadays, the vast majority of these massive corporations get bailouts if something goes wrong. So if they do go bankrupt, the government will bail them out. It's not that no one's regulating them. It's literally because they're regulated to fuck that they can act the way that they act. Because they know nothing's going to happen to them if they do anything bad. They'll get saved. They'll get bailed out. So why would they care? It's easy money. Same with banks. They don't have to care because they know at the end of the day they're going to get bailed out if something goes wrong.
って意味があるのか、あれだけたくさんの人たちが押しかけてる中で。
And I don't want to talk about
僕ら
politics.
はそのなんだろう、彼らが落ち着いた時にゲームを楽しく遊べるように、僕らは結局ゲーム作るしか脳がないので、まあゲームを作り続けるのが結局何よりなのかもっていう、こういう話はしなかったですけど、みんなそういう感じで復帰してきてましたよ、仕事に。
I'll say this to you. Why do you think people who used to be part of the Bush administration is now working at Activision? There's people who used to be part of the Obama administration working at EA. Why do you think that? What do you think those people are doing there? Do you think George W. Bush was a massive gamer in his off time? Like, were they gaming buddies and that's why he was on the team? He's there because that guy understands how Washington works. He's got friends in Washington. So when Blizzard needs a couple of things to be sorted out, that's the guy that goes and sorts it out. Make sure that the government passes the laws that helps them. Make sure that they don't have to listen to you or I, because why would they give a fuck? So that's the problem. And I don't necessarily think Japanese companies have that luxury. I don't know how it goes in Japan, but maybe they don't have that luxury. So actually the people that end up in those things are actually the only people that give a fuck. They care about the games that they make. It's a pro gamer. Lol.
Over the coming months, the team would release patch after patch for 1.0.
WWE Today. The king that is decaying due to the absence of other games in town, with Vince McMahon being Kotick, and Bruce Pritchard being Ion.
True. Mighty Random, true. Thanks for the 20, dude.
1.17 introduced 8-player parties and more stable network infrastructure. 1.18 dropped in June 2011 and was a huge patch that made the game much more playable. Level caps lowered for story quests. It added grand companies, class adjustments, instance dungeons, and auto attack. Yes, would you believe this game still didn't have auto attack? It featured a more user-friendly map interface and also scrapped the controversial fatigue system.
And so,
what was the fatigue system?
Take this concept that Yoshida-san has created, make it fit with the current world, write stories around it, make the transition seem seamless, and then in the new world, make it so that there's still some connection with that old world that will be understood by those core players, but won't alienate new players. It won't be something like, oh, you didn't play that old, the stuff in 1.0, so you're going to be completely lost, because we don't want to do that either. We want to get new players to come that didn't play the original one, and we don't want to have them have to play the original to understand this one. And so trying to work the story that way was, it was challenging, but it was a lot of fun. We got to try a lot of things. We had a lot of freedom, then especially on the 1.x stuff, because in a sense, it would only be released, seen for a few months, and then it would be gone forever. And so, on one hand, that's really exciting because we can do whatever we want. We can create these crazy stories.
Fall and Rise will explain it with more detail. But the fatigue system is basically this. The more you find XP, the less you receive, until you receive 0, and you have to wait for the fatigue to reset.
What a stupid fucking system. What a stupid system. I guess a way to make sure that people aren't playing as much.
Have these crazy characters, all of these crazy, in all these crazy situations, and go, balls to the wall. But on the other hand, we're working day and night on something that only a few thousand people are going to see and will be gone in 6 months.
Yeah.
I really think, I look back at it now, I think we did a lot of our best work during that one point. And it's sad that no one is ever going to see that. Maybe, there's some videos up on YouTube where people can still go back and check them out. But a lot of, some of the best stories, some of the most crazy stuff went on during that 1.x period because it was pretty much no holds barred. Anything can happen. We had crazy cults, and you had people from the Garlean Empire. There was propaganda, giant dragons and machines, and
that sounds pretty cool, actually.
Anything goes in type of situation there, and it was just really a lot of fun.
1.19 signified the 1-year anniversary. Players finally got personal chocobos, and in the distance, one light in the night sky burnt slightly brighter, a sign of things to come.
At the very first time, it was just some rumor between players. Oh, is it getting bigger? No, I don't think so.
This was also when Square Enix announced that an entirely new version of the game had been in development since January, and that current players would receive copies of it for free. They also announced that players' character data and progress would be transferred to this new version, what they were then calling version 2.0. A roadmap for patches was outlined, and it was announced that monthly fees would be reinstated as of January 2012. As an incentive for players to keep playing while the fees were introduced, they announced Legacy Campaign, which rewarded players who paid for at least 3 months of service with permanently reduced monthly fees. Those players would also get an exclusive Chocobo mount, while as a thank you for their support during the redevelopment, their names would be featured in the credits of the new game.
で、2011年10月14日にそのレルムリボーンという 14を全く新しい
Fuck, that must have
ゲー
been
ムをしてますっていう発
scary
表を
time.
同時にすることでどうなこのままアップデートしていくんじゃないの一体どうなるのこの先楽しかったですよ
1.2 was the final patch of 2011.
I imagine that's the moment where you as a developer just sit back and watch players sort of ask questions, right? Because as a player, you're now very concerned. Is my game changing fundamentally? Am I still going to be able to play? What's happening? What's this new game going to be? Because you're announcing a complete rework of the game effectively. What's going on? And as a developer, you're just sitting there and going, they have no idea what we're working on. No idea.
It saw all the servers renamed, while the moon Dalamud now seemed larger in the sky. 1.21 came in March 2012, introducing a new job system and 2 new dungeons. 1.22 followed in April. Dalamud grew closer, and now some players are beginning to have nightmares. Ominous dreams greet players who log into the game while at an inn. The community all the while trying to figure this out. Is the moon going to destroy the world? Then how will player data be saved in 2.0? They wouldn't have to wait long for answers. That summer, a trailer revealed that 2.0 would be titled A Realm Reborn.
They actually let players have dreams? What the... Dude, that is some next level storytelling right there. Getting your players to have dreams and sort of building that hype for this big reveal.
And Yoshida-san conducted numerous interviews explaining the future of the game and the features players can expect. On September 12, 2012, the final patch for 1.0 was released. The game updates to 1.23b, and with it comes an enormous Dalamud, its mechanical outer shell now in full view. Players now realizing that this world didn't have long left.
Shit.
On November 1st, 2012, a final in-game battle began. Square Enix made entry free for the final week of the game, while a haunting song can be heard playing on the wind across the entire realm. While the server struggled to deal with the load, players got together with their friends one last time, as the development team in Japan spammed enemies outside capital cities. One group of players outside of Golda has become legendary, attempting to protect the city with what we now call the Great Gobu Wall.
What the fuck?
Right before Dalamud hit Elzir,
oh my God.
we had to do some chaotic situation to the existing world. So what we decided to do is to spawn the strong enemies at the, near the main cities. Even when I popped the very strong, Manticore or the mobile or the giant monsters, players kill instantly.
Right.
Yeah, instantly. Yeah, just snap. So, oh Jesus. So you killed my monster again. So what we can do is just keep spawning the lots of monsters. And then in very late night, when I was doing, keep spawning the monsters, the one programmer just, I've never talked to him before, but just coming down to my desk and then just give me a bit of paper with some numbers, which numbers I can understand. This is the number of the certain monster. Okay, I can type in so that I can spawn a very new, stronger monsters. Right. Oh, thank you very much.
Wow.
So that was a very fun moment.
You were like playing God.
At first, I felt like God. Hey, players, can you beat my monsters? But no. I was very weak God. They were God. Yeah, they were God.
So it was then, on Sunday, November 11th, 2012, just over a year after Final Fantasy XIV was originally launched, with Dalamud hanging in the sky, that the servers were finally turned off. And as they did, a trailer dropped, showing players what was to become of their old home.
Fuck.
Well, it's pretty simple. You had something that not a lot of people liked, and everyone wanted to forget about it. So rather than, just taking that and doing it over, and just reimagining it, why not destroy that and start over? If we leave too much of that original core there, then it will just linger on as that kind of cancer that, you know, will always bring us back to that failure. Why not just clean the slate? But on the other hand, and this is where, you know, things kind of got complicated, is that, you know, no matter how bad the reviews were and how many people bought the game but then left the game, there was still this core of players in both Japan and, you know, Europe, North America.
Me too.
Were passionate about the game. In the state that it was, they were passionate about the game. They were passionate about the series and their characters that they had created and were now living in this MMO. And so, you know, it would have been easy to just say, okay, bye guys, you know. But if you do that, then you've basically alienated the only group that stuck with you, you know, for all of those years, when everyone else is slamming the game and talking about how bad it is. I mean, those guys were troopers. They would go on the forums. They were defending, you know, the development team when you know, a lot of times we didn't deserve defending. So that idea to wipe the slate clean, but not make it something completely new, make it something that was connected in some way to that, to, you know, the old game. The decision made by Yoshida-san to, okay, let's, you know, bring down Dalamud, destroy the planet, destroy the realm, but then bring it back. Figuring out a way to make that happen within the current story. Make it feel natural. Make it feel like that was always the plan. Was the biggest challenge, I think.
It's easy. You should go ask Steve Denuser. He knows how to do that. He just did that with Evolve. We just got that bad guy, and he was always the plan. You should literally have just gone and asked Steve. Steve knows how to build a new enemy and make it seem like that was always the plan.
Square Enix had worked themselves to the bone, not only recreating Final Fantasy XIV in A Realm Reborn, but also by dedicating time and money to ensuring that 1.0 players felt part of that story. The moon, Dalamud, had crashed into the world of Eorzea. That world was gone forever. And only one question remained. What was going to rise out of its ashes?
I have to say, it is mind-blowing. I mean, I have no idea what those players went through, and more specifically, why they would have stuck with the game, because I probably wouldn't have. There's a very good chance that I would have been one of those people that just went, fuck this game. And yet they stuck with it. They kept going. They never asked questions. They never doubted. And you can see why. You can see why. These developers knew that they had something to prove. They knew that if we don't put up, the players are going to make us shut up. And to see, I mean, I got actual... I got an actual throat, like frog in my throat moment when I first saw those Final Fantasy credits coming up and all these random names, and I asked chat, who the fuck is this? And chat went, those are the original players. Those are the people who played in 1.0. And I just thought to myself, Jesus, to be immortalized like that forever... That again shows an incredible respect from the developers towards those players. And if World of Warcraft ever decides to do a rework, a fix, I do hope that they do something similar to that. I do hope that they do something similar to that, where they at least remember the people who just never gave up on their game. But now we have part 3, which is 26 minutes. So in my viewing hours, we're looking at about 50 minutes or an hour or so. I don't even know what part 3 is about, but I am so enthralled in this documentary, dude. It's not even funny. Want to see Ass Clapper in the credits? Why not? Gadge, I have no idea.
Hello and welcome to the final part of our fantastical tale. We sit on the eve of the rebirth of Square Enix's new world. Almost exactly 3 years after the original catastrophic launch, Eorzea was going to be getting a second chance. But this time, everybody knew it wasn't going to be getting a third.
Yep. You usually only have a limited number of times to get your players back, which is what I said from the beginning with World of Warcraft and the shit show that is Shadowlands, following the shit show that is BFA. BFA very close to the shit show that was World of Draenor. There is a point where your player base decides that's it, and we're just never coming back. You know, we gave you your shot, we wanted you to fucking fix it, and you just proved to us that you have no intention of doing so. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see how this works for Blizzard Entertainment and World of Warcraft.
Once Dalamud had struck, Yoshida-san moved the 1.x patch team into the main team working on A Realm Reborn, taking lessons from contemporary MMOs, feedback from players over the 1.x phase, and elements that...
I have to ask a question. When the servers came down for 1.0, how long were they down before the servers came up for A Realm Reborn? Trickstar, yeah, 1.5 years? The people couldn't play at all. Fuck. All right.
That work from the original version,
Risky.
They crafted a modern Final Fantasy XIV set in a vibrant world that reflected the energy of the franchise. And for Yoshida-san and some other members of the team, this was going to be a very public thing, as they took the short train ride from the office in Shinjuku to Shibuya to take part in a very special launch event.
その渋谷のイベントへ向かうために朝電車に乗ってた。で少しリハーサルを当然やらなきゃいけないので、まあ、少し早めに家を出て、ああいよいよ発売日かって思いながらその電車に乗っていたら、ちょうどそのドアの近くに立ってたんですよ。そしたらそのドアの僕は右側に立ってたんだけど、左側に立っていた男の子、多分大学生ぐらいだと思うんだけど、緑の綺麗な男の子がすっと僕のところに寄ってきて、小声で「吉田さんですよね」本当に発売おめでとうございますってプレイヤーですって言われたんですよ。
That must have been a very emotional moment for him.
そんな状況でまあそのイベントを始めて、でまあみんなでそのまあここまで来る話をまあステージでしていて、最後まあマイクが当たってきて話をしようとしたら、その朝そう言われたことをちょっと思い出しちゃって、いやいろいろあったなって思ったら、言葉に詰まっちゃった瞬間にその来てたプレイヤーたち、お客さんたちがこう頑張れって言われちゃって、もう昨日もちょっと話したように MMO って発売してもそれがゴールじゃないスタートなので、なんかあんまり感傷に浸ってる暇なんて本来ないんだけど、思わずこうプレイヤーにこう頑張れって言われたせいで泣けてきちゃって、恥ずかしかったですね。
運営を続けていこうと思います。本当にありがとうございます。そしてこれからもどうぞよろしくお願いします。
Fuck. Yeah, so just over a year, Kyber. The feels are fucking real. Whoa. Square Enix was really hoping that this game would work. Holy fuck. What made them lose so much money?
Final Fantasy XIV: A Realm Reborn is a great MMORPG experience on both PC and PlayStation 3. Grounded in tradition and learning from the lessons of the games that preceded it, it thrives on the strengths of its excitingly varied and flexible class system and highly mobile combat.
The game's rough launch is mostly over, but you still might have to contend with login errors. But this is, by and large, a very good, massively multiplayer game, filled with lots of stuff to do, gorgeous vistas to behold, and lots of adorable narrative touches.
The challenge ahead for Square is to achieve the delicate balance of questing, dungeons, and fates for the second half of the leveling process, as well as it has the first. But considering the stunning reversal of fortune that Square has achieved here, it seems like anything is possible.
So what was it like then on your end after, you know, years of working on this game,
Jesus,
having the launch, basically being required to work on two separate games at the same time, patching one and then building an entirely new one, almost in secret for a large part of it, to then see, like, what was it like reading reviews and reading message boards when people were like, oh fuck, they did it?
It was, yeah, I mean, we were just as surprised. I mean, not as surprised because, again, it was definitely different. You know, in those months before releasing the original, I mean, I knew that the game wasn't in good shape, and so it's kind of, you're lying to yourself, trying to say, no, this is gonna be good, they're gonna like this part, they're gonna like this part, it's gonna be okay, it's gonna be okay. But with A Realm Reborn, playing it's like, this is a really good game. I mean, you're playing like enjoying it. You know, but there's still that little bit in the back of your mind that's like, you know, and it's what we were.
Oh my God, I can imagine.
Is that once the game has been reviewed, even if you try to rebuild it, everyone's going to remember the old. They're not going to look at the new. And Metacritic never forgets. When 14 came out, the original, and it was maybe people were like, okay, I think, you know, I'm a hardcore offline Final Fantasy guy, but I'll try out this new one. But then, okay, it's terrible. See, I knew it. It's terrible. They're not going to want to come back for a second time. It's like, no, I already played that. It was terrible. And so there was just this feeling that even if it's a really great game, no one's going to play it. They're just going to like brush it off because it's the bad Final Fantasy Online that I tried, you know, in beta and it sucked, so I'm not going to play it anymore. And so yeah, we were afraid of that. But then, wow, it was just, I mean, servers breaking on, not breaking, but like servers getting so packed with people in those first few days, and then seeing the reviews come in, and you know, they saved, and then they start saying things like, you know, you saved the franchise, and you know, you saved the series, and I don't know, remembering what it was like, you know, at their launch of 1.0, and then just being able to, because who gets to re-experience a bad launch? It's something you don't get in the game industry. And
especially in MMOs.
And we did, and it was a great experience to be able to say, it was just that vindication of like all of that extra work that we had put in. It was what Yoshida-san had promised us.
Gurkin, thanks for the follow, bro.
We did this right, that in a year and a half's time, you know, we can do this. And a lot of people didn't believe him, and you know, a normal person probably wouldn't believe him. But I mean, maybe that's why we were able to do it, because all of the abnormals remained and made something that was, you know, literally impossible happen.
やっぱりサーバーがあまりにもその混雑して
That must be a good feeling.
遊べない。せっかくパッケージをお金を出して買ってきたのに、ゲームが遊べないとは何事だ。まあオンラインゲームだから当然サーバーに繋がらないと遊べないので。なんか評価とか以前の問題でその買ってもらったのに遊べない状況を作ってること自体がその僕にとってはショック、まあ、あんなに来るとはもちろん思ってなかったっていうのも要因ですけど、だから評価云々の前にまずちゃんとゲームに接続して遊べるようにしなきゃっていうことばっかりが当時の1ヶ月半ぐらい出荷を停止したりとか販売を停止したりとか。
They did just now.
それしか全然覚えてないですね。
With most other genres, this would be the part of the story where we fade to black and roll credits, but such luxuries don't exist in the world of massively multiplayer online games. In fact, after the release of A Realm Reborn, or 2.0 as they call it internally, the team applied the same content-rich patching schedule they had undertaken with 1.0, releasing a significant 2.x patch to the game every 3 to 4 months. Over the next 2 years, these patches progressed the story of ARR, added in epic raids and new modes such as 72-player PvP battles. But just like before, while the team was working on these 2.x patches, they were concurrently building an updated version of the game, the first expansion pack, Heavenssward.
2014年の10月9月10月ぐらいかな、開発チームにも吉田さん申請したら楽になるって言ってませんでしたっけバカ MMO これだけ巨大な規模の MMO は最初のエクスパンションパック出すところまでがスタートダッシュなんだよっていう。
Oh my god, he just kept lying to them?
Well, I mean, it was... What was it?
He just kept telling them, no. It's only going to be this hard until we've released the next expansion. Like, you have to release your first expansion. But then it's going to get easier. And then once Heavenssward is done, they're like, you said this is going to be easier. And he's like, no, but it's only easier after the second expansion. Oh my god.
In our minds was, not having another letdown. Don't take for granted that the rebuild was a success. We can't just expect our users to say, oh, they're going to release expansion, so we can do whatever we want, and doesn't matter, they'll buy it, ha ha ha. There was none of that sense. One good thing that came out of the failed launch is that it's instilled into, the developers, all of the developers' minds that, we have to always strive to be better. We can't, let our guard down. It's in everyone's mind, and it's always lurking back there. We don't want to repeat that, and because of that, everyone is like always on the top of their game.
Is that still there even now? Because it's been 3.5 years.
Well, I mean, yeah, the old guard, yes, we all have that. But it's not all the old guard anymore. People have moved off onto other projects. Some people have left the company to go freelance, explore new opportunities. A lot of new people have come in. And so,
how does he deal with the new people?
A lot of people, don't remember, what happened in 1.0
Oh,
because they
you
weren't
summer
there.
children.
That's right, exactly. And us old timers can tell them, well, back in my day, and they'll be like, yeah, okay, whatever. And sometimes it does feel like that. There's always the chance that you can just get too full of yourself and not do 100%, not learn from your mistakes, and that the community was like, no, we're done. And we were lucky to be given a second chance. We were really lucky to have that second chance actually succeed. I don't know, third time, I don't know if I want to press my luck any further. It's not a fun situation to be in.
No.
The things that I've learned over these past 7-8 years working on 11, the original and the new and the expansions, is something that I'm going to carry with me to all future projects, as it will with, all of the other devs that have done that. A piece of that Final Fantasy XIV 1.0, a piece of that, ARR and the expansions will be with all of them, and hopefully they'll be able to use that in all their future projects.
Heavenssward was another win for the team. Critically praised and loved by the community, it helped push cumulative subscriptions for the game beyond 5 million. In fact, the amount of players in Eorzea has kept rising.
Nice.
当然上がり下がりはあります。上がり下がりをしながら少しずつ右へ上がっていくっていうのが、あんまり他の MMO ではない曲線なのかもしれないですけど、とにかくゲームデザインでずっとこのファイナルファンタジー14というゲームをプレイし続けていなければついていけなくなるとか、一度やめてしまったら戻れないっていうふうに絶対にならないようにっていうのが14のゲームデザインの根幹にある。
This mindset, dude. This is what Blizzard needs.
本当にみんな忙しい。 一つのゲームだけになんだろう毎日ログインし続けられるわけじゃない。それはもともと MMO が大好きな僕ですらそうなので、そう考えた時に遊びたい時に遊んで、メジャーアップデートが来たら一気に遊んで、少し落ち着いて他のゲームを遊んだり、家族サービスをしたりで、またメジャーが来たらそれでいいと思ってるし、これからの MMO はそうじゃないと多分やっていけない。
Yeah,
でやっぱ
I
り
agree.
大きくゲーム1本分の新しい体験が来た時、全員集合して最初。
I think that the time, specifically considering that the MMO audience have quite matured. If you think about the early days of World of Warcraft, right, and you think about even back in the day, you would have your EverQuests and your things. The vast majority of people that were playing those games were younger, considering that the gaming industry isn't that old to begin with. Vast majority of video gamers were young people. They were people who were still in school, maybe in college. And back then you had fucking 12, 16 hours a day that you could play if you really wanted to. Whereas nowadays, that audience have obviously matured quite a lot. Specifically with young people, you see that more young people pick up games like Fortnite, your battle royales, your first-person shooter games that can be played a couple of hours, you know, have your fun and then move on and go play something else. So the MMO industry is, as a general rule, I don't think as big under the young people as it would be, say, as it would have been 10, 15 years ago. And I think Yoshi P makes a very good point here in saying that the market must adapt. The old mindset of we just have to keep people in, so engagement is everything, which is sort of the mindset that Blizzard is in, right? Engagement. Engagement can't run anymore. It can't work anymore. Because you all know that. Like, how many of you in chat right now have a full-time job? Like, you have a full-time job. It's you only have a couple of hours a night to play. It's tiresome if you play a game that not only, like, it's not even that you always want to play every single day. It's that you must. The game is designed in such a way that you have to play. So you get home maybe. Philvindi, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Prinny, thank you so much for the first time chat. Really appreciate that, bro. But we all know, right, that you have things that you have to do. You come home from work. Maybe your wife is pestering you to go out. Your kids want some time from you. Your friends want to go out. If you're playing a game like World of Warcraft, every single time you're putting off playing the game and going out and doing something in real life, you're missing out. You're losing a part of the game. You're falling behind. Now you have to catch up. So I think Yoshi P is on to the secret here of saying, look, this game will always be there. You're not going to fall behind. We're not going to put stuff in your way that you must grind every single day. We're going to try as far as we can not to introduce FOMO mechanics into the game that sort of pushes you to maybe put off certain things that you actually care about, because you might miss out if you don't do those things. I think that's one of the reasons why so many people really enjoy Final Fantasy and why so many people keep playing it, because you're not forced to play it. And it's funny with human beings, as a general rule, as soon as you force a human to do something, we suddenly don't want to do it. Suddenly there's just this thing inside of us that goes, no, you will not force me. I'll choose it if you gave me the choice, but now that you want to force me, you can go fuck yourself. And that I think is really bad in terms of game development, and I think it's really not a system that can be maintained over long periods of time. And I think World of Warcraft is learning that. They're figuring out now that there's just people just will not keep playing if what you're doing is you're forcing them to fucking do something. Because I'm like that. Just 100%. I'm like that. Not everyone is like that. There are people that like the rules and they like the authority and they like someone to tell them what to do. I am the complete opposite. Like, even if the thing that you want me to do would actually be kind of good for me to do, as soon as you tell me I must do it, I'm like, fuck off. Then I won't. Then I'm just not going to do it because now you're forcing me. I don't like that you're forcing me, so you can go fuck yourself. And from there, you can tell me as many times as I want, do this thing. I'll be like, no. I will not be forced to do shit. I was like that as a child as well. Like, my parents realized very early on, as soon as you force me, I just shut the fuck down. I'm like, nope. No. This is not happening to me. You won't force me. You can ask, but you can't force.
のファイナルファンタジーをプレイしてもらいたい。だからそれが基本ベースにあるので、やっぱりそのパッチの間で上がり下がりはする。ただ評判を聞いてずっと増え続けていくっていうのが理想だと思ってるし、14はそれでやれてきてるので、ただもっともっと遊んでほしいたくさんの人に。
Of course you would, but we are here now, Yoshi.
まだまだ続けたいとは思ってます。
The latest expansion pack, Stormblood, comes hot on the heels of 2 years worth of 3.x patches, which have added fresh storylines and features to Heavenssward. With it comes increased level caps, new dungeons, jobs, raids, zones, and some changes to the battle system. Stormblood will also mark the end of the game's lifetime on the PlayStation 3, but of course in the intervening years, the team has since launched the game on the PlayStation 4. Final Fantasy XIV had been a financial disaster for Square Enix. Subscriptions were turned off for most of the 1.x era, and the company poured significant funds and trust into the team tasked with its rebirth. The importance of this franchise to the company is mirrored by its importance to its players and of course the development team. This is a group of people who have dedicated years into ensuring that this game came back from the dead. Yoshida-san says he only needs about 4 hours sleep a night. I asked him about his social life. He says he doesn't really remember anything except work. He speaks fondly of those players that stuck with the team, those warriors of light that were saved at the end of 1.0. His respect for fans of this game and all Final Fantasy fans is clear to see. The realm of Eorzea is totally different now. A bustling, vibrant place full of stories, quests and adventurers. A world expanded upon even more with the release of Stormblood. But the old world, the story of 1.0, the fall of Dalamud and the people who survived the cataclysm will always live on. Those who were there, be them player or developer, will forever be bound together by that experience.
Instead of a lot of games will create, these myths for their games, we have a myth that actually happened, but because it happened so long ago and only a few people saw it, most of the new players now, they look back and it's like, did it really happen? What is this battle with the White Raven and Riven Road? And it was just this grand battle, all different levels and this, dimensional rifts, and it sounds like an actual myth, but it's not just a story we made up for this, it's actually happened. And as the game progresses and new players come on, it's further and further back in history that this really cool thing happened. And so, that VisualWorks cutscene, I remember watching it and just like, goosebumps all over. I'm watching with all of these other, like the directors and producers and the director of the VisualWorks, and we're all sitting there and they're all watching, and I'm just watching them like I've got like tear in my eyes. Oh, yeah, it's dust, and it was that powerful because it kind of encompassed not only what the character went through, it was an image of what we as developers had done as well. At the beginning, we're all, let's do this. It's going to be an adventure. We're like that first cutscene where, with the party that goes out and they have their guild leave and they go out and they fight the Morble, and that's us at the beginning. And then the release hits you and you're down. Then you have that cutscene where it's just like everyone's working together to make something new, and then it fails, but no, it didn't fail, and you're just, and all of the memories of the past years, the good and the bad, kind of all come together, and just so overwhelming. And that's pretty much the reaction then when we finally release it to the public that we got. So many people, I just remember the forums, checking out the forums that day. People were just like, I've been in tears all day, I've watched it 10 times, and to see that, that everyone felt the same way. It wasn't just the development team, it's that you have this hardcore group of very, very loyal fans that they believed in the game, we believed in the game, we stuck together, we were able to build this new thing that's not just for us, but it's
Fuck, man,
up
this
the doors
is
for
this
a
is
whole
very
audience,
emotional.
But, you know, remember, we were there first. We're the ones that, you know, that stood by it, and we're the ones that did this. And, you know, to have the pride in that. Those players, those warriors of light that were, you know, the before Meteor guys. You know, Yoshida-san in interviews will always talk about, you know, those people that supported us and we couldn't have done it. I mean, it sounds so cliche. Oh, we couldn't have done it without your support. Literally, we could not have done it. Literally, we could not have done it. I mean, if there was, those people hadn't remained, we just would like, no, let's forget it. We're not going to do it. We wouldn't have put as much effort in. It would have just been, okay, yeah, whatever, let's just free to play, you know.
Back when, you know, 1.0 came out, and could you have imagined that 3-4 years later you'd be in a fan event with thousands of people in Germany?
No, I don't really imagine that. Yeah, I mean, one day, I mean, yeah, we were, I mean, always saying one day we want to run a big fun event. We were, I mean, actually dreaming to have a huge fun festival in the future at that time. But actually, yeah, we made it. So yeah, that was really great.
Some dreams come true.
Yes.
Fucking hell.
まあただ自分スクエア長いんですけれども、あんまり変な言い方ですけど、こう会社に対して帰属意識というか、なんかそこはあまりなくてですね、やっぱりゲーム作るって誰と一緒に作るかがすごく大切で、そこが一番重要だなと思っているんで、今回のプロジェクトは本当に組んでみたいというスタッフと組んですごく大きなことがやれて、すごい楽しかったし楽しいですねって感じではい。
まあ強調したいことがあるとすれば、その初日に 1.0 の話をしてましたけど、誰か一人もしくはデベロップメントチームがということではなくて、やっぱり今でも本当に会社自体の大きな過ちが全ての悪い部分がファイナルファンタジー14で出てしまったっていう、まあそれはリリースって意味のデータではなくて、それが全て爆発したのがファイナルファンタジー14のオリジナルバージョンだったんじゃないかって本当に強く思ってるので、でも今まあ14のリバンプを会社全体としてやって15がリリースできて、スクエニは少しずつ変わってきたと思ってるし。
He makes a good point there, because it's not actually the failure of WoW. Can you actually see how the failure of WoW is literally just a conduit? A visual conduit for the failures of Blizzard at large? It's not hard to see. If you look at every other game that Blizzard has, Overwatch 2 have been pushed back. Diablo 4 has been pushed back. The games just don't come out. They go to a fan event with PC players and console players, and they announce Diablo Immortal, a mobile game, at this convention. And you just realize that this is a company that's reeling from some kind of internal strife that I think most of us, and I don't even think it just has something to do with the actions of the developers during the lawsuit, you know, the things that led to the lawsuit. I think it's probably much deeper than that. It's a problem that you eventually you get to a point where it can't be solved, because the very people that would solve the problem is actually part of the problem. You've reached the point where the people who probably would have been able to solve the problem have already left. They're no longer part of this company. And so you just end up with this group of people that realizes something is wrong, but they don't understand how to fix it. They're throwing everything at the wall, hoping that something sticks, something works. And yet it never works. And they keep going, why doesn't it work? Why can't we fix this? Not knowing that your mindset is why you can't. You're working for a company that is fundamentally broken. At its core, this company no longer operates and functions. Yoshi P just says there, the failures of 1.0 wasn't the failure of a single person or even the failures of the developers. It was a company-wide failure. It was a mistake that the company themselves made. And it started to show. Like, it took that long. But 1.0 was when all of those mistakes finally became so grand that it just couldn't fix 14. They couldn't get another shoddy, sort of limping game out there. Someone told me once that Final Fantasy 13 wasn't that good. I don't know what the actual... I've never played any of the other Final Fantasy games, so I don't actually know. But someone told me once that... which one wasn't good? There was a couple of... like the latest Final Fantasies that weren't that great. Well, latest. None of them are really new, are they? But someone said that, I think it was 12 or something, that really wasn't that great. It really just didn't... people really didn't enjoy it. Like, some people would enjoy the story, but the overall game was pretty shit. The game wasn't great. And that is, generally speaking, a result of the company is starting to... those problems are starting to interfere with the game development, but they can still get a good game out. They still manage to piece together a rather goodish game. And then with 14, those problems had built to the point where they couldn't even push a good game out. This was the end of it. And yeah, I think that's what we're seeing with WoW right now. You already see the problems starting in Warlords of Draenor. Then they managed to piece together Legion, and it actually manages to do pretty well despite some of its flaws. You see it with BFA. You see that the company's problems are now really starting to affect the development of the game. And then in Shadowlands, it's finally this culmination of all problems are now bearing down on the game development cycle. And you could see the same thing with Diablo 3, with its launch and how Diablo 3 was received. And even now, Diablo 3 is not considered one of the best ARPGs that has ever been made. It's not considered even the best out of modern ARPGs that's been made. It's considered an apt ARPG. And I think all of that boils down to just, the company is no longer a place where you can work and bring out good games. There's just inherent cultural problems within the company that is just bearing down on the game development of anything that you try to make.
もっと変わらなきゃいけないと思ってる。もしかすると少し安心してる人たちも今いるのかもしれないけど、まだまだ変わらなきゃいけないと思ってるので、なんかそのあたりがうまく伝わってると。
FFXI is the one. A straight hallway, melodramatic characters, auto, battle, extremely rigid progression, 90% of the zones are inaccessible in endgame.
So it is Final Fantasy 13 that started to show the real problems of the game. But you could probably look at it earlier. Like you could look at some of the earlier releases of the Final Fantasy franchises and you can start to, probably if I knew the games and I actually played them, which I'm probably never going to do, but if I did play the games, you'd be able to identify the very first game where the mindset that was toxic within the company that would eventually bring down the company, where that mindset started making its way into the gaming industry or into the games that they were building. You've seen this with Call of Duty for a long time now. The mindset of just bring out, keep pushing more content, more games every year. Now you're starting to finally see the major players reacting to it. The people who have just always picked up the game and played it, going, maybe I'll skip this one, it doesn't look that good to me. But you can trace the problems for Call of Duty back years from today. And you can say, okay, wait a second, that's where the problems really fucking started for this company. That's where things really started to go wrong. Since then, they've just been riding the wave.
いいなとは思います。これは なんだろう、スクエアエニックスっていう会社が作るゲームに期待してもらってる人が世界中にたくさんいると思うんですけど、僕もそうだったから、でもまだまだスクエアエニックスってこのレベルじゃないじゃん、もっと上いけるじゃんって思ってくれてるはずなので、そのためにはもっと変わらなきゃいけないし、チャレンジもしなきゃいけないと思ってるので、そういった要素も今回のそのお話でうまく伝わってくれると嬉しいかなとは思います。僕らはそういうつもりでやってますっていうメッセージが少しでもね出ていけばいいなとは。プレイヤーの皆さんと会社が望めばそうなってると思いますし、プレイヤーの皆さんや会社が他のゲームを作れって望んでくれれば
Yoshi P should never leave Final Fantasy 14.
両方一緒に同時にやってるかもしれないし、僕は少なくともスクエアエニックスって今会社の、スタッフで自分の会社なわけではないので、やっぱプレイヤーの皆さん、ファンの皆さんがスクエアエニックスに何を期待するのかっていうのを会社がどう考えるかだと僕は思ってるんで、まあ、もちろん自分で作ってみたいゲームがないわけじゃもちろんないですけど、まあ、好きなものを作りたいならね、会社辞めて自分で会社作って作ればって思っちゃうんで、まあ望まれる限りは頑張ろうと思いますけど、ただそろそろねプロデューサーとディレクターのどっちかは誰かやってくんねえかなって思いますよね。
The tale of the death and rebirth of Final Fantasy XIV Online is a cautionary tale in corporate hubris. It's a story about the power of humility, respect, and unity. A fun story for those of us who knew nothing about it, cherished times for those who were fortunate enough to be there when it all happened, and a wonderful reminder of something we come across so often in life, the idea that reality can often be even more amazing than the fantasy.
His final words there, I have to say, fucking insane documentary. Very well done. Loved everything about this. And yeah, can we get some claps in chat for Yoshi P? The man deserves it. He is a fucking Chad. This dude is a legend. But the thing that for me, Suchi, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The thing for me that stood out was the final thing that he said there, like the final moments that he spoke about there. The downfall of every company is the moment you stop challenging yourself. The moment you stop forcing yourself. The moment you stop pushing yourself. That's where it all falls down. The moment you just start coaxing on your successes because that's what made you money. It's the same with YouTubers. It's the same with Twitch streamers. It's the same with anyone in any job. If you want to make sure that you become the most expendable person at a company, just keep coaxing. Never get better. Never really learn to do your job better. And you'll be expendable, right? You'll be replaceable. As a YouTuber, as a content creator, you have to constantly adapt. What is it that my community wants now? How do I serve my community better by being better, by doing better, by adding new content or different types of content? You can never, and you see it. How many older YouTubers do you see basically teetering? You know, they have millions of subscribers, but they barely get. A good example of this, and I'm not trying to throw shade at all here, but a good example of this is most of you should know who Boogie is, right? Is there anyone in chat that doesn't know who Boogie is? Boogie2998, I think, is his full name. I don't know what's happening to him right now. I don't know what is happening to the man right now. But Boogie is an old school content creator. He's been on the platform forever. Like, he's been on the platform for years and years and years. And he actually used to be a very big content creator, specifically in the gaming industry. He used to be a massive content creator within the gaming industry. he did all of those Francis videos, like these angry World of Warcraft gamer videos, where he'd play the character of Francis that would lose his mind about new expansions, not being able to play new expansions, and all sorts of stuff, right? That Boogie would do as just... It was just fun content. And the dude got millions of views on his videos. I saw some of his videos a few months back. He's barely getting 50,000 views. He's got 6 million subs or 5 million subs. He's barely getting 50,000 views in a video. Like, all of his videos. You go through every single one of his videos, and it's literally 50,000 views. Sometimes you'll have a breakout video that gets about 100,000 views. Most of the time, it remains around the 50,000 mark. And the reason for that is, if you go to his content from day one, and you go to his content now, it's basically the same shit. It's basically the same content. He's never changed his content. He found a niche that he thought was worth it, making it in that niche, and then he just stuck with it. And the problem is, his community started moving away from him. And then he made the mistake, and most of the fans or ex-fans of Boogie should remember this. He went the way of Blizzard. When his fame was starting to go away from him, he started doing questionable things, shall we say. He started claiming things that wasn't true. He started fights with people that was way bigger than him. And fights that he couldn't win. He was telling lies. He was doing all sorts of crap, trying to get the spotlight back on him. And it was just not coming back because he himself was just no longer really a content creator that his community wanted to follow. And I know because I used to watch Boogie. I used to be a big fan of Boogie. So, you know, it's interesting. It's interesting that Yoshi P understands these things. And then you wonder, if they were to make a documentary like this on World of Warcraft, would Ian grasp the same stuff? Just a general wondering I have. But this was fucking good. This was really good. I really enjoyed this. Really enjoyed this. So thank you to whoever suggested this. This was a good... This was a really, really time well spent, I'll say. Time well spent. Let's just change those and do this. All right, that should work. That should work. I need to go pee. Yeah, it's a 7. Well, I'm playing on an NA server during a time where most NA people are sleeping. What do you expect? But I do need to go pee first before I do anything else. So go grab yourselves a drink, guys. Go grab a coffee. We'll take a quick 5-minute break, and then I'll be right back with you guys. I'm back. All right, here we go. Here we go. Oh yeah, we were just about to start the real Heavenssward MSQ yesterday, weren't we? All right, is the sound good, or do you want me to turn the sound up a bit? Before we start with the questing. Sounds good. All right, cool stuff. Then we'll just go. All right, Alphino, what do you got for us? Before we set forth, we must needs inform Tataru of our plans. Then I shall await you at Saint Renette's Forum. Tell your friend we may be some time. The road you have chosen is neither short nor easy. Of that, I need no reminding. Come, Akalon. Let us head back to Fatom's Manor. Here we go. I'm not entirely sure. Where are we going now? Where the fuck? Okay, here we go. Fatom's Manor? Yeah, I know I'm going to Fatom's Manor. My question is... Oh, that's where I am now. I need to go to Fatom's Manor. My question is, like, where is the story taking us? New realms, or am I going to old realms that I've already seen? What up, bro? Let me in. But since they're all learnable, once you can consistently hit Enrage, you just work on keeping max uptime. Max uptime for what? Our course is set, Tataru. Oh my fuck. I should actually read the question. Well, just you be careful, right? Oh, and don't worry about me. I'll be busy listening out for news of our lost friends. If anyone can find them, it is you, Tataru. Farewell for now. Oh, before you go, you must put this on, Alphino. I made it specially. She can make clothes as well? I never knew that. I'm going to have to mute you from now on until I get to Heavenssward. Alright, King Julian. No, I couldn't possibly. Very well. Oh, the dude's dressed for winter, finally. He looks much better than his fucking sister, I'll say. Much better than his sister. Like, Alice still needs, like, new clothes. She needs to go see a glamour specialist soon. By the 12, it fits perfectly. And the quality is actually rather good. I'm glad you like it. I've been practicing my needlework while I listen to rumors and the like. A good receptionist is always learning new skills. My thanks, Tataru. Whatever else awaits me upon the road, I shall not fear the cold. 'Twas the least I could do. Now, I must be getting back to the tavern, or I'll never catch up with all the gossip. Best of luck on your journey. Went Path of the Crafter while we went all stabby. I remember helping her trying to be all stabby, and that did not go well. It's so good with the needle. She should try Red Mage. Oh shit. I don't know if we should let her anywhere near magic. Asmodean, thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate that. She's not been great. She's not been great with it from the get-go. She's been pretty shit at magic. So I think it might be a problem. The bar, drinking and throwing dice. Yeah, she's pretending to listen to gossip. Estinian. You have said your farewells then. Aye, we are ready to depart. I suggest we begin our search for Lady Iceheart without delay. Very well, but she will prove an elusive quarry. Where do you intend to start looking? In the absence of any fresh intelligence on your sailor's movements, I propose we pick up the trail where she was encountered last, the Coerthas Western Highlands. Let us speak with Sir Raitwald, was it? As the commander of Falcon's Nest, it is like that he will know of any heretic activity, if any heretic activity was reported in the area. but of many memes, but literally a kind-hearted main character that has done nothing but give her all to support you. I definitely don't mind Tataru. She's one of the few potato people I can stomach. Most of the potato people are evil as fuck, but she's alright. I can at least handle her. Error, where the dragons have showed up under Iceheart's control and are attacking Ishgard. That's still a bit, King Julian. You still have a bit to go, actually. Oh yeah, I don't... Fuck, I can't fly here yet. Let's say that. Say what, Prinny? They are evil as fuck, dude. If you see a potato, you know something's about to go wrong. Well, well, Master Lacronium. What business brings you back to Falcon's Nest? Judging by the company you keep, it can be no trifling matter. The Azure de Grune I know, of course, but I do not believe I have met this young gentleman. Alphino Levalier at your service. And you are not mistaken as to the gravity of our situation. Sir Redwald, as I am sure you are aware, the Observatorium has warned that the Dravanians gather for another assault. We believe there may yet be a way to avert the coming conflict, but only if we can find the elusive Lady Iceheart. Thus have we come to Falcon's Nest in the hope of acquiring the latest intelligence on the heretics' movements. I see. Then you would be best served by speaking directly to my men. A patrol is due to return from its sweep of the surrounding lands at any moment. You may also wish to question the knights assigned to pick over the remains of the heretics' refuge at Gorgane Moles. Asmodian, thanks for the prime sub, did really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Really appreciate that, bro. Might be worthwhile to turn off mount music now that you'll be visiting new areas, so you can listen to zone music. Okay. All right. I kind of like the mount music, but I'll do that for you guys. It is possible that they have unsaved information that could be of use to you. Master Lacronium knows well the place I speak of, for it was he who first discovered it. Let us divide our forces then. I will stay and await the return of the patrol, while the two of you visit this refuge. When I have completed my inquiries, I will join you there. A wise use of our time. Come, Accolon. I am eager to learn what Sir Redwald's men have found in the Heretic's lair. Hadwell, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alright, so where do I turn off this mount music? System, I suppose, and then sound. I want to activate that. It's so unsettling. Play music when mounted. This one, right? Alright. Alright. Okay, so that should give us music now. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I definitely don't mind this. But this is main city music. Or is the zone music different? Or is this the zone music that I'm listening to right now? Wait a second, I have a compass. Where's my first one? 94 yards. Ooh! Look at that. I'm gonna have flying now. I know I have to collect a couple of these, don't worry. I'm not that stupid. Does their location ever change? Or is the location the same no matter what? Wow, 900 northwest. Am I heading northwest now? I'm not entirely fucking sure even. This is north, west is this way. So it would be this way. Man, why couldn't they just have said left, right? That would be much better. What the hell, what, Digit? Man, with cardinals top right? Oh, it's right there. West, south. Okay, never mind. I never even saw this around the minimap. Got it. Got it. Fuck off. Don't attack me. Leave me alone. Or like 5 currents and 5 current via quests. Yeah, I want to collect all the currents first. And then I'll do the ones with the quest. Just feels like this would be an optimal way to... Oh, I can't jump down when I'm being attacked, can I? Like, I can die when I'm in combat. So I should probably not jump down until I'm not in combat anymore. Oof. Jesus, that took a lot of damage there. Lord, thank you for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 488 more. Jesus, this is a long run. The base is when you jump off, then get aggroed on the way down. You still die, even if you're already falling? Motus, thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Swear the hardest boss in this game is buying it. Truth, Motorola. I view it as basically Squeenix trying to make sure that only intelligent people can get into the game. So they're basically making sure that no dumb people can play their game. Because, yeah, getting into the game is a nightmare all in of itself. It's as if Square Enix really doesn't want you to give them money. Like, you're trying. I remember trying for about 2 hours to fucking get it to work. Because it kept telling me I don't have the right password. And I was like, what are you talking about? I just made this fucking account. How can it not be the right password? I'm like, no, this is not the right password. You need a new password. I was like, what? Fuck me, I can't. How? And then only did I realize, no, there's 2 different accounts. You need your Final Fantasy account. And then also you need a Square Enix account. So that was a nightmare. And I feel like buying it through Steam is actually worse. Oh my fuck. Just waste. How did I run even further? What? Oh my god, this makes no sense. Now I'm gonna get attacked by everything here. Yeah, but that was the same for me. Buying through Steam is a whole new level of fucked up. Yeah, I've got Steam as well. But I feel like it would have been easier if I didn't. This is a new monster. Ice Commander. Am I supposed to go up? How do I... Or just in? Watch me run in here, and then in is not the right way to go. South. Okay, now I just need to hit south. What's up, bro? Oh, he's friendly. Alright. Itchums, you had to make a new account? What? Oh my god, what? No, please, for the love of fuck, don't tell me it's on there. Okay, no, I can get out here. Once you buy it through Steam, you can do any of the Savage content? What do you mean? Like, can't you do any of the Savage content even if you buy it through the normal, like, on their store? With my Blue Mage from 1 to 17 in like 2 hours. People who complain about the speed of questing in this game really, I think, are laying it on a little bit thick. The only time questing in this game is slow is if you're actually focusing on the story. But if you just want to skip the story as much as possible and just, you know, get to max level, it really doesn't take that long to quest. Alright, now... Shall we go... southeast? Fucking hell. What? Are we just running back the same way we came? I feel like I'm just running literally the same way I just came. How could it not tell me that there was one closer? couldn't update it and ended up having to buy it again on Square's page directly, and then had to wait through the mod station stuff through 4 hours of my life I'll never get back. Yeah, dealing with mod station can absolutely not be worth. Well, at least I'm getting to discover all of this shit in the game. So I guess I'm getting to discover the map. So I guess I'm not too unhappy about this little expedition that we're on. I should be seeing it now at 100 yards, surely. 85 yards. Okay. Ether currents are a good system. Ether currents are a brilliant system. It makes you explore the map, and it also gives you sort of a nice feeling of unlocking it. Oh, there we go. Hey, unlocking your flying, you feel like you have more control over it because you're exploring the world on your mount and then also unlocking it as you go. So no, I think ether currents, I think of all the different ways in which flying is implemented in MMOs, this is one of my favorite ones. Like to do blue quests to unlock ether currents as well? Yeah. I've heard that. 0 pacing complaints in MSQ after going through it 3 times, to be honest. Was that for ARR, Aaron? Or do you mean for Endwalker? Sorry. I do believe that pacing in ARR was bad. The ARR pacing was definitely not great. But I also understand why ARR's pacing was so bad. And I don't fault them for it, because the story that pieced together... actually, I should change my answer there. It's not the pacing that I minded. It's the way the story... it's the quest that sort of strung together the story. I minded that, but that wasn't really a pacing problem as much as it was just too much story and too little actual stuff to play. A lot of your time was basically just being spent, you know, running from one place to the fucking other and picking up, talking. That's it. You were just running from Uldar to Gridania to speak to someone. And that got a little bit tedious after a while.
On Endwalker for past zones. Before it was 10 currents in the wild. Now it is 4 currents in the wild. Still 4 currents on blue quests, and 1 through the MSQ. You already have a blue quest in Falcon's Nest for currents.
10 currents in the wild. Now it is 4 currents in the wild. Still 4 currents on blue quests and 1 through the MSQ. So I have to go do a blue quest soon. Alright, I'll do that. Expedition Leader. Master Lacronium. Our findings, you say? Well, there is something of a tale there. No sooner had we chanced upon a promising-looking sheaf of letters than we were ambushed from the shadows by great white beasts. 'Twould seem the heretics foresaw our coming and left behind their pets to discourage further investigation. Several of our number were badly wounded. And you cannot carry out your duties until the creatures are slain. We have not the time to wait for reinforcements. Let us deal with these pests ourselves, Akalon. Oh, he's actually fighting now? Wow. Alphino grew himself a pair of balls? So, so there's bears. And I have to kill them. I got this. Let's go. Oof. This is not a small bear, though. Fuck me. Here we go. Wait, I'll do better if I Yep. Pop that. How the How did I kill them that fast? Is my chocobo much stronger than what I thought? Because they went down like a sack of potatoes. The quest is up or is it down? No, I'm assuming I have to go talk to Alphino. Okay, let's go do that. I'm just that strong. Yep, that's what black mages are for. No. What the fuck? Am I supposed to go even more down? Is there a way to go more down? There must be, if they want me. I can't go in there. What am I supposed to do? Oh, he did it as quickly as well. So, chat, am I blind? Outside? Am I not supposed to get the letters? Or do they already have the letters? Can't be outside. Is there anything outside? Oh, fucking hell, it is outside. Okay, never mind. Never mind. The beasts are slain, then? My thanks, Master Lacronium. We may return to our duty without fear of a mauling. You are most welcome, sir. Alright, where to next? You wish to track down Lady Iceheart? Is that not so? The records we discovered, ere those beasts mauled my comrades, appear to be some manner of correspondence. We had not the luxury of perusing their contents more closely, intent as we were on surviving an onslaught of fang and claw, but I'd wager those epistles contain more than friendly salutations betwixt lonely heretics. My interrogation of the patrol proved fruitless. Either we divine some clue from these letters, or we wander the snowfields and pray that the gods lead us right to Iceheart's door. 'Tis hardly a choice at all. I mean, it's not really about choice. If there's nothing in those letters, there's nothing in the fucking letters, are there? Now I go to fetch the letters, I'm assuming. I've got the letters. I've got it. I'm doing New Game Plus from the beginning of ARR now, all the way through to Endwalker. Aaron, why are you doing New Game Plus? Now wind up, Alphino. Haven't you done this story before, or are you just doing it for the fun of it? How the fuck am I missing? There's gonna be letters upstairs, aren't there? Yeah, there's letters upstairs. I'm fucking sure of it. Call out. Thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Yeah, because I don't see any other letters here. Okay, let's go check upstairs. Did I miss something? How? This was not here when I came up here first. I'm fucking certain of that. I checked as I was running. I think the game debated me. I had to run down the stairs before I could get the ones up top. This is a little bit shit, but okay. Have you recovered much of the Heretics correspondence? All of it. Splendid. Added to the contributions of Master Levalier and Sir Instinian, we now have more than a dozen letters. What have we here, then? Every one of these pages is a record of the dealings betwixt the Gorgain Moles heretics and their fellows in the Ak-Afar amphitheatre. There are requests for foodstuffs, clothing, and all manner of provisions. Iceheart's followers must yet inhabit the ruins we had fought abandoned. And I'll go crit. If you play Dragoon, you meet Estinian in the role quest. You experience that in New Game Plus if you didn't do before. You get flavor text if you play Heavenssward as a Dragoon. Ah, okay. So that's why people play New Game Plus, to get the flavor text and sort of see the story from a different perspective. The Ak-Afar Amphitheater. The very place where you witnessed the manifestation of the primal Shiva, was it not? If this is our destination, the journey will be long indeed. The amphitheater lies on the other side of a treacherous track of ice and snow that cannot swiftly be crossed. Then we must place our faith in the Ethernet. As you may recall, our dear friend Mumbrida succeeded in recreating the Ak-Afar beacon after it had been destroyed by Lady Iceheart. At the time, it was assumed that the resultant aetherite would only be temporarily viable, but given that the heretics of Gorgain Mills seems to have been in regular contact with their brethren at the amphitheater, I'll wager it still functions. I suggest we make for the aetherite within Snowcloak without delay. Motorson, thank you for the sub, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Very happy to have you here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Also, there's a lot of info, so things can be easy to forget, especially if it's been years since doing it. I imagine I will do New Game Plus myself as well, just to see if there's anything that I had missed, anything that I, probably skipped over. Because when you're streaming, you're sort of going between chat and whatever's going on, so there's a very good chance that I'll miss certain things. Correct me if I'm wrong, Estinian, but in the course of mapping the Snowcloak tunnel system, a passage was discovered leading out into the Western Highlands, was it not? Might it be possible for us to reach the aetherite from this side of the wall? It should. House Durandare posted soldiers to the Western Highlands entrance after the tunnels were cleared, but they will not deny us entry. Enjoying your YouTube videos a lot the last few weeks. You have a great grounded view of things. Budson, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. I'm very happy to have you here. Alright, so I have to go in this way. Yeah, also the destination lets you pick up on more details, like the journey, like rereading a book. I still want to buy the next Final Fantasy book. Oh, the whatever the first one was. What was the first one? Exploring Eorzea. Or what was the first? What is the Final Fantasy book called? Exploring Eorzea. Minion, how you doing? Encyclopedia Eorzea. All right. I'm definitely going to buy that. That should be a great read. Although, didn't someone tell me that you could actually get that in the game as well? Who told me that you can get it online or you can get it free? I still want to buy it because I want the book. I like having books. But I'm just sort of wondering, oh my fuck, now I'm being attacked by something, so I can't immediately jump down. Okay. A friend's name in game is viewing cutscene. Lol. Oh shit. Here we go. I love the fact that you can't die while jumping. Alright, what up? Trist, Jesus, that name, Trista Chamble. Ah, the guests of House Tom, accompanied by the Azure Dragon, no less. I cannot imagine what brought you out this far, but you are welcome to enter the tunnels if this is your will.
Eorzea, Volume 1, safe to read once you're in Stormblood. Volume 2, safe once you fish Shadowbringers. There's also short stories in the Lodestone website, for free.
Alright, so I shouldn't read the encyclopedia right now before I finish Stormblood. With Astral Era, with the first volume? Alright, if I'm learning about the Astral Eras, I'm absolutely reading that shit. Assuming the Ak-Afar beacon still functions, we must pray to the 12 it does. We shall arrive at our destination in mere moments. Though I do not expect to be greeted by the primal Shiva, we should nevertheless be prepared for a frosty reception. The heretics are not like to rejoice at the appearance of uninvited guests. particularly ones with our history. Superman, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Before you reach Stormblood. All right. Okay, so... Wait, does it only, in other words, cover ARR and Heavenssward? Oh, this was great. Here we go. An impressive structure. I wonder how many ages it has endured. Mayhap you should ask its occupants. They seem a friendly bunch. The sarcasm there is real. Dogs of Ishgard. It is not enough that you banish our beloved saint. Will you not be satisfied until the ice is slick with the last drops of our blood? Stay your weapons. We come under the flag of parley. We wish only to speak with your mistress, that we might broker a peace. Do you think us fools, boy? I will take more than honeyed words to earn our trust. You walk with the Dragon Slayer, and we know all too well what he is capable of. My reputation precedes me. They give us little choice. Come, brothers, may dragon wings bear us to victory. It's fighting time. Oh, of course, fuck me. What was I thinking? I am synced again, so I can't use my actual spells. Yeah, I have a feeling like this is not gonna work out. Like, Estinian seems like a guy that really doesn't want peace with the dragon heretics. I might be wrong. Maybe he doesn't care. But it just seems like he's the kind of guy that really doesn't want peace at all.
Your guard is down.
What do you mean my guard is down? Whose guard is down? Oh my god, there's new things to fight? Of course there is. Just doing dragoon things, hopping around like a madman. Oh yeah, I actually see him jumping around. Never mind. So was it him that said your god is down? Okay. Get this fucking conjurer and bastard. What the actual fuck is going on? Is there no aim to these things? Is there something I should kill specifically? I feel like it's not ending. Oh, here we go. Oh, there we go. I see the guy that I have to kill. Never mind, chat. I've got this. I see the fuck that needs to die. Oh, wait, he turned into a dragon? Can humans do that?
Focus. Release. Know your folly.
Estinian, do you not? You generate no fucking threat. Alright, I'll take down this big dude. What was in the quest text? Wow. Guardians and the I didn't see any of that in my quest text. Can someone explain that to me? I may have missed some fucking, some quest text. Taking Dragon Blood or something like that. Did I look in the battle? So it was pretty easy to miss. Oh, okay, never mind. Then I know why I didn't. I'm still not focused enough on, like, I don't know my character's abilities well enough to focus on the fucking screen and focus on the abilities. So I'm still kind of looking down every once in a while. They fight like demons. Tis death to remain. Fall back, brothers. Retreat to the cinders. MSQ will explain in detail. Don't worry, you'll find out everything in time. You guys know me. You've been here since yesterday. I'm gonna ask questions the whole fucking time because I keep wondering about stuff. Once you get to Churning Mist, MSQ, you find out how. I see no sign of Lady Iceheart. Would that we could have questioned one of them. What would you ask that we do not already know? They make for the cinders, and so must we. Even should an ambush await us, 'tis certain there will be more heretics to question. The cinders, you say? I confess the name is unknown to me. Mayhap you would be so good as to enlighten us, Sistinian. I suspect it is the heretic's way of referring to the Dreaming Dragon, an island of sorts found in the midst of the frozen lake of Ashpool. Axel Hertz, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Press enter, it opens the chat box, and you can read the text you missed there. Keep killing people for peace. It's what I do. You know, it's the best way to achieve peace, is just kill everyone that's your enemy. Some 500 years passed. 'Tis told that the Azure Dragon of the Age fought a dragon of titanic proportions. After a savage struggle, the mighty creature was weakened unto the point of death and forced into the magicked slumber by an entire chapter of the Holy Sea sorcerers. Ere long, a rain of ash and cinder did begin to fall upon the sleeping serpent's motionless form, covering the creature at length in the shroud of grey. Of course, a thick layer of ice has since formed on top of it, but you may be sure I speak true. Axel, thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate that. Is it really, shall you say, wise to have a massive fucking dragon be in an eternal state of sleep? That seems like a build up to another enemy. A fascinating tale. We should make haste to this Ashen Isle. Pseudo mismatch. Hadwell, for quests, I do read, like, when I'm streaming, I do read them out loud. The Dreaming Dragon lies far to the west. Before we approach the Frozen Beasts, however, there is another place I would visit first. I am told the Convictors have set up camp in Twin Pools. Their leader, Jantelot, may have information of use to us. But perhaps you are not familiar with that name either. The Convictors are dragon slayers, after a fashion, but I'm willing to wager that they encounter their fair share of heretics. If we are indeed walking into a trap, I would learn all there is to know of our foe. A sound suggestion. Let us speak to these Convictors then, and temper our haste with a measure of caution. I say we just go. Okay, so it's right here. You should kick through all the chat windows and then read them. Read when I'm nodding part of the... When I'm in a nodding part of the cutscene? How can you read them again? Do you just read them in chat, Hadwell? No, fuck that. I wouldn't click through anything. I mean, I prefer reading the quest text as it's happening, much like Aaron there. My immersion. That would break my immersion. I am on a quest to save Eorzea. If I'm just skipping shit, I'm not gonna know what I'm doing. I'll get to max level and maybe I befriend the bad guy because I didn't know that he was the bad guy. Plus, I like the fact you are skipping them technically because you're not listening to the guy speaking. In real life, you would not be allowed to scroll up on chat whenever you didn't hear what someone said. No, I like the way the story is done anyway, so it doesn't really bother me. Specifically when it comes to the quest text, it feels like you really feel like you're part of a conversation, which I absolutely adore. I know, but remember, Hadwell, what we're talking about here is immersiveness, right? So based on our reading of what you're doing, you are destroying the immersiveness of it. Like, they're not able to actually talk to you because you just sort of tell them to shush and move on. Jantalot, how you doing? Sitting by the fire. This looks nice. Well, well, what do we have here? Hoping to join the esteemed ranks of the convictors, are we? The hard-eyed lad looks promising, but you have a frail look about you, boy. I give you 3 days ere the wilds claim your corpse. Oh, shit. I beg your pardon? Wow, he just fired a lot of shots at Alphino. Fucking hell. Alphino was just getting shot down. Bang, bang. The only time I've ever skipped text is when it's the same B-Stripe quest for the 5th week in a row. I don't think they can do Guardians, unfortunately. Be not so quick to judge. I have seen this frail youth foul heretics with a flick of his wrist. And who are you to question my... By the Fury! That armor, that lance, the Azure Dragoon himself graces our camp. Pray forgive my disrespect, sir. I am Jantalot, leaders of the Convictors and fellow slayer of dragons. May I ask what winds, fair or foul, carry you into our humble camp? That's begins the bashing of Alfie. I like that Alfie is getting bashed a little. He needs to be brought back down to earth. Play Final Fantasy 14 from Garlean perspective. I agree. When I first started playing the game, I really wanted to be Garlean. I looked at the Garleans and I was just like, yeah, this would be the coolest fucking faction. Ah, Lady Iceheart, is it? I know her by reputation, but I'm afraid I've seen naught of her people, of her or her people. That said, my own men can be somewhat lax when it comes to making reports. You may wish to question them yourselves. Thank you, we shall. He relapses an SB, but Tataru rips him a new one. Oh. Accolon, Estinian. Let us make our way through the camp and see what information there is to be had. Sure, why not? Let's do that. So he becomes even more, shall we say, aggressive. I have blue quests here, which I know unlocks things. So what do you unlock? Let's tell you about experience. This is for Ether Current, so let's do that. I remember you. How could I forget? You're the lad who was in the Azure Dragoon's company. Since you are here anyways, perhaps you might like to try your hand at a spot of hunting before you depart. See for yourself what life is like for us convictors. Dravanian Horde is stronger than you might expect, unless you've seen it for years like I have. I think it prudent to start with something simple, and then work your way up to dragons. I suggest rooms. Slay 3 of those, then come back here, consider it a warm-up. And this one, what does this one give me? Also an ether current, okay. Cowards, all of you! Have you no shame at all? Oh, I beg you. Wait, are you not Master Lacronium, honored ward of House Fultons? Praise Helloni, surely you will consider my request. Know you the Dusk Vigil? Westernmost of the Citadel watchtowers built to warn of the Horde's approach? 'Twas lost following the calamity, another victim of the snows. Within the ruins lies a priceless treasure which must needs be reclaimed. I thought to enlist the services of these so-called dragon slayers, but it seems their courage is not as boundless as they would have you believe. But you, sir, you are not one to shy away from danger, am I right? Very good indeed. There is a sculpture of the Fury within the Dusk Vigil's chapel. An ice rondel is set in its helm. I would have you prize it free and deliver it to me. The Vigil is not difficult to find. Simply head north towards Banepool until you come to the gates. Knights may bar your passage, but should you explain who you are, they will grant you leave to enter. Is that a dungeon that I just opened up there? Surely one of these people will have encountered heretics while out hunting. Pray speak with as many as you can, Akon. 2 hours for a bit during Endwalker Drought to try out the new leveling content. Aaron, and what did you think? Nay, I know of no heretics. Do you honestly expect me to keep track of every Ragnarok, Vermont, and Bertinant that wanders in and out of camp? Well, you kinda need to go to center north of zone. Okay. Are there any heretics in the area? I have not the faintest idea. Why a heretic could pass under my nose and I should be none the wiser. I hunt dragons, my dear fellow. The big ones. Forever do I scan the skies for signs of my prey. Alright, so these guys are not helpful at all. A heretic could pass right under his eyes and he would be none the wiser. We're in good company here. Looking for heretics, you say? Why don't you go to and bother Pitaquet or someone? I've enough trouble keeping these preening fods fed and clothed as it is. 'Tis no business of mine what folk do with themselves out there in the wilds. Most of the fish guard are assholes, to be honest. Agreed. Now, who do I need to bother? Pitaquet. Was fun at the beginning. I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember much of it. Much of what? Oh, wow. Summit I can help you with, my lord? Heretics, is it? Well, I've never seen one myself, but that ain't to say I haven't heard a thing or two. We'd be grateful for any information you can share with us. The gods know we've gleaned precious little from talking to the rest of these people. If it please me, lord, I'm Piraquet, a soldier by trade, though not much of one, if I'm honest. It weren't for the love of stabbing folk that I took up spear, see? No, it was by order of Sir Jantelot's father. Still, as long as they keep paying me wages, I ain't fussy as to what they have me do. Not everyone's as patient as me, though. Plenty of lowborn lads who get pressed into service start grumbling before they've seen their second battle. And once they've got to thinking how unfair it all is, it don't take much for the heretics to turn their heads. From what I hear, the simple promise of freedom tends to do it. That may explain how Lady Iceheart was able to expand her following so swiftly. Sad to say, some mates of mine gobbled down the heretics' tripe and asked for seconds. Told me they were off to the Western Highlands to light a signal fire. That's how you let the heretics know you're serious about joining their ranks, apparently. Send up some purple smoke and the bastards come to you. Wow, he's very helpful. Is that so? Why then? I am minded to start a fire. This is the worst idea we've ever had in our lives. We are walking around with a ticking fucking time bomb. And we're gonna make peace with the dragons. A guy that literally has a dragon's heart or eye or something on him. How in the hell is this gonna work out? If we are to lure our foes into our position, then we must find a means of producing a signal of purple hue. And it so happens, I once heard the tale of a trapper who dropped the hide of a woolly yak onto his campfire. Aside from the terrible stench, the story also described in detail how the smoke from the smothered flames was tinged a deep violet. You are a monster hunter of some note, are you not, Aklon? It should prove a trifling task for you to procure a number of hides. We may need to burn more than one ere the heretics notice our beacon. Wish you ever had a system like Mythic Plus? Aaron, from my perspective, Mythic Plus gets boring really fast. Super fun, but just keeps throwing hurdles in the path to the dungeons. Just a way to modify the dungeons and the encounters in them. I mean, I can see how Mythic Plus could be done as a really good system, but my current belief is that Blizzard definitely doesn't do it well. Master Alphinobe, you and I shall gather wood for the fire. Aye, it will take the both of us to find enough dry fuel in this frozen wasteland. Let us meet again at the Dreaming Dragon with the fruits of our labor. Have to do daily or weekly quests to play with your friends? That I definitely agree with. Alright, and off we go. Let's go unlock the dungeon first. Yeah, we'll go unlock that dungeon first, and then... Wait, there's a woolly yak right here. I may as well just kill him. There we go. This is the mythic version. Oh shit, I think I moved too late. Nope, I moved just in time. Wait, I only need 3? Okay, that's simple enough. With multiple incentives to redo old content. I literally can't wait to get to max level so I can actually go back and do all of the extremes, which is literally my plan right now. Is to eventually do all of the extreme trials and stuff. Quirties TV, thank you so much for follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Does it step on me, mommy? Wait, what, lady? What? Stray, how you doing? Oh, I can't run in the water, can I? Deathhead, how you doing, bro? How did this become sexual? I want to know. Been a while, mates. I'm waiting in queue. How many of you are waiting in queue right now? By the way, Death Knight, thanks for the first time chat. There's a clip of Yoshi P asking a cosplayer to step on him. Oh. Oh, is that what this is about? What's this? A word of house for Toms? Okay, this doesn't matter that much. This is just the opening of a dungeon. Good job. We'll do these dungeons in a bit. First, want to see. Why do I feel like I have another? I do have another quest. Don't know exactly where that quest would be, though. Where the hell would that quest be? When I see you live, when I'm back from work. Death Knight, happy to have you here, bro. When you do that dungeon, there are notes throughout that are worth reading. No, not where I hand in the quest. Oh, there we are. There we are. Never mind. That was so small, I barely saw it. No, I have another quest here that I have to finish for the ability to fly in this year's zone. Man, so a lot of you are stuck inside inside the queue right now. No, no, no. You can do Party Finder and sometimes it makes things easier. I mean, I don't mind using Party Finder. I've used Party Finder a few times. You just sign up for a party and then you continue the main storyline. The only time Party Finder really fucking blows is if you don't have, if it's part of the MSQ, so you have no other way to do it. You just sort of have to deal with it. Interesting to see what Yoshi P's idea of harder 4-man content would end up being. Wait, he promised harder 4-man content? When did he promise that? Natalie Frost, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Oh, where's the last MSQ from the zone? Ooh. Well, okay, so I've unlocked... Am I gonna have to do the dungeon to get this last ether? I'm probably gonna have to undo the dungeon, aren't I? Do you also give me ether? She also gives me ether current. Fucking hell, how many ether currents do I have to do? I'll bring you. I've slain them, I've slain them. I've done your duty. Thank you. I also like the fact that as you collect more of these ether currents, you actually get faster. That is quite nice. You check your ether currents on the travel tab on the bottom right. Oh man, being a black mage is just so fucking cool. No! Motherfucker! I missed it. No. Bitch! With hunt marks? What the fuck is hunt marks? Is it this stuff that I'm doing right now, or is it something else? Alright, that's 2 out of 4. There's 2 more bears. I'm not gonna make it, am I? Nope. Ah, I didn't even know. Is the hunting log still updated even now? So every expansion has its own set of hunting log stuff. No, not logs. Marks or something else. Okay, then is chat lying to me again? Like, what the fuck, chat? Why are you trying to help me the wrong way? What did I do to you? I'm gonna have to do the dungeon if I wanna... Yeah, I'm gonna have to do the dungeon if I want that last ether current. For all the nights to come. Into the Dusk Vigil. Who wants to do a dungeon? Okay, food. Perception +6. Which one do I want? I'm on Gilgamesh. I think that's ether. Aaron. Can you bounty ticket every day? Not piety. Alright, so this one then. What does perception do? Speak of crystal. Piety feelers. Gathering. So this is a gathering one. So there's literally nothing for me to really... this one is basically the only one I can really use. Alright. Anyone that wants to join, you're welcome to come. I think I need a tank and a healer. If you want to join, of course. You don't have to. Dusk Vigil. Already good food. Elephant Crystal. Fuck. Okay, I need to do dungeon. Dusk Vigil. I think this is going to be a wait of some magnitude. We may as well wait, there's actually... I think there's a blue quest here that I still have to do for more ether currents. So let's go do that one. And if the quest haven't popped in, Pole Bows. Thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But yeah, if it hasn't popped after this, we can... we'll just continue with the MSQ until we can do that one. Shamanita, you're welcome. You're a healer, aren't you, Shamanita? This is, Asmodean, this is completely blind. Completely blind. I don't want any spoilers whatsoever. Why? Who spoiled your story, bro? Lady Nalia, you're more than welcome. Just give me a whisper in game. So Shamanita will heal for us. I'll take us out of the duty finder then and wait for you guys. I think I'm running the wrong fucking way. How do I go up? Here we go. So Shamanita can heal for us. Lady will tank for us. We'll get the Dusk Vigil done. Easy life. But I need to do this blue quest as well. Spoiled my story so far. I don't plan on spoiling it for anyone else. Even my FC is spoiler free, even on Discord. The lack of spoilers in the Final Fantasy XIV community is insane. Is there a limit? So let's say we wanted to do modern day extremes. So new extremes. Can I do that with people from other servers? Or is there same as WoW where you can't cross realm Mythic Plus until such time that, you know, like after a few months or something? Or can you cross server immediately? From other servers, as long as yeah, Yuki. Thank you very much for the first time chat, Yuki. How you doing? So from the beginning, you can just do it. For now, as long as it's in your data center. But soon it won't be. It will be actually wherever. All right. So the bridge has been fucked, I guess. Yeah. Let's go fix the bridge or bring it down. It says bring down the bridge. Bridge of frozen waters. Savi, how you doing? Thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. GBB81, thanks so much for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Jesus, everyone at the same time, just like that. She goes hardcore and not caring on the story. Bunch of lame skippers. Fuck. Yeah, I don't know how people can skip this story. That is a criminal offense. 2 people kicked this week from the FC for only mentioning the name of a zone? Whoa. That's harsh. I mean, mentioning a name of a zone is really... I wouldn't count that as a spoiler. That's true. Rules are rules. Rules do be rules. Why would skip the story? You miss so much. Truth. Fucking truth. I helped. I don't think I helped. Pyro is a strong spoiler rules. I genuinely like. It's not really in the rules, but if someone did spoil the story, I'd most likely ban them from chat. Like, that would be fair warning to all of you. If anyone were to spoil the story, they would most likely get banned. Send you a whisper. Shamanita, I'll give you an invite now. Fuck, I think it's drowned out. But I'm in a fight here. I'm fighting for my life. Ban and kick in the poop shoot. Oof. I don't know if it would kick anyone in the poop shoot. That could hurt. Surprises are the best thing if you can only enjoy it once for real. The thing is, as soon as you spoil the story, it's over, right? Like, there's no taking that back. And we're done. Leave them out. Leave them alone. We're done with our quest. Shamanita, whisper me again, please. Taxi Pump, how you doing, bro? Why would you? Half the fun is watching other people do the story. You get assholes. You do get assholes. I know. I've seen it in other people's chats. Not with Final Fantasy, but I was watching someone play The Witcher the other day for the first time. And, cannot locate a character with that name. Cat, I think you're on the wrong server. I mean, someone was playing The Witcher 3, and the guy literally in his title, he had first playthrough. And someone, at a very crucial moment, and I won't spoil it for people who haven't played Witcher 3 yet, but at a very crucial moment in Heart of Stone, this guy just blabbered everything, like just wall of text about everything that is about to happen and everything that has happened so far, and explaining all of it. And you could actually see the streamer's face just sort of dying. Obviously, you read it, and then you realize what you're reading, but you've already read it. And it's like, fuck. What am I supposed to do now? Man, I felt so sorry for that guy, because it was actually, it's a... If you've played Witcher 3, you know exactly the part that I'm talking about. It's the part just after the caves. You should know which part I'm talking about here. Alright, now we just have one more ether current that needs doing. And that's the one in the dungeon. So, as soon as Shamanita and Lady get here, we can do Dusk Vigil. Why an Endwalker? I avoided Twitch, YouTube, Facebook till MS was done at 90. I think there's a lot of people still that... Like, how many of you have stopped watching your favorite streamers because they're currently doing Endwalker stuff and you don't want to be spoiled? So you just stopped watching streamers so that you don't get spoiled. Oh, just to clarify on what Mike just said there. If I ask you questions, I'm asking questions for myself. I'm just asking questions. You don't have to answer them. Please don't fucking answer them. I'm asking them because I sort of, that's how I remember things. I'll be like, oh my god, that's interesting. Now, why would they do that? I don't want an answer. I'm sort of thinking out loud what is happening and what I want to know, don't answer it. And specifically when it comes to Endwalker stuff, for the love of fuck, don't answer. If I ask you anything about Endwalker, you just shut the fuck up. Pretend like I didn't just ask that. Yeah, just smile. Smile and wave. Or do what my chat have been doing up until now. They just spam he doesn't know. Where am I running? Fuck my life. Let's tackle on because you can't spoil anything for me. Yeah, I shouldn't be able. If I could spoil stuff for you guys, then you're even further behind than I am, and I don't think that's possible. Dinar, I always try. Like sometimes it's not possible because as a YouTuber, you run a very fine line, especially with new content. You want to maximize the amount of people that will click on your video, and spoilers will definitely maximize the amount of people that click on your video. But then you're trying, at least if you're considerate of other people, you're trying to add in a spoiler in such a way that it doesn't actually spoil the story. Now, I recognize there are some YouTubers that don't give a fuck. They'll put literally in the thumbnail, can't believe X died. Right? In the thumbnail, right there. It's like, wow. I did not know that. Oh my Jesus. But yeah, it is sometimes very difficult. You're constantly fighting this thing of, fuck, I need to get people to click on this video. But at the same time, I really don't want to spoil shit for them. Sometimes you get it right. I've had moments in time where I had to change titles. This has happened actually a few times where people will DM me and they'll be like, bro, that is a fucking spoiler. What is this title? And then I go look at the title and I'm like, okay, that's not really a spoiler. But if they're reading it as a spoiler, then I have to change the title. Then I have to go back and figure out how to do a new title that isn't a spoiler as far as they're concerned. Debut in Final Fantasy, blatantly showing them, will only piss off the core Final Fantasy community. True, but remember... So, here's the thing. A lot of people have very... By the way, Jackal, first and foremost, thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel, bro. A lot of people will genuinely only think short term. So they don't think about building a community or, you know, really give a fuck what their viewers think of them. They care only for that click and that ad view. That's all. It's literally the only thing that matters. So if they can get a video that gets 400,000 views, even if like 70% of the people who watched it are very angry because they watched it, they don't care. Because it's not about the community. It's not about making sure that the people actually like you and you like them and you build rapport. It's about those short-term views. It's about the money. Because 400,000 views is about $4,000, $4,500, if not more. So you can sort of understand why someone would want to make a video that gets 400,000 views, right? Shadow Grove, best joke of the year, what? Doctor Strange 2 trailer is what, Digit? Death Knight, I think the music in Final Fantasy is sublime. It's insane. What I love about the music is the way they use the music for combat, the way the music sets up the zones. I didn't like it in ARR. There were like a bunch of fucking zones in ARR that had no music, which was really ominous. Ulda comes to mind. It was really, really hard in Ulda to actually focus because it's quiet as shit. Because I don't play music in the background, as you can hear. It's just the game's music. but then I'm running and there's no music, and oh my god, this is hard. But they didn't have, let me put it this way, I think in ARR they didn't have continuous music. So the music wouldn't always play, which was really bad. But every single time there's been music, like the combat moments, it's insane. It's so cool. It really gets you in the mood. Like, different kinds of music, sometimes weird music that you wouldn't think is supposed to be music that fits, and somehow it sets things up, you know? Zabas, yes, I am PC Master Race 100%. I am not a console slave or peasant. Never will be. 100% PC, all the way. Mouse and keyboard as well. There's some G-Shade here. Just up, yes, some. A little bit just to kill some of the bloom. So I had to put that up because my windows being open at the back throws glare on my screen. And if I have the normal Final Fantasy bloom, there are parts of the game that I can't fucking see. So yeah, I have that just to put it down. I can't really queue, Lady Nalia, without you or Shamanita. Both of you are waiting in the world queue. So don't worry about it, I'll just keep going. It would seem that collecting firewood is a new experience for Master Alphino. His must have been a privileged upbringing. Have you the hides we need? Wow, they are roasting the fuck out of Alphino. I like it. He called me his fucking manservant once. So I really enjoy the fact that they're getting him for this.
Ah, I should have known it would be you.
Lady Iceheart. Ha ha. Wow, she does not give a shit.
Word reached me of a struggle with a small but well-armed band of trespassers. Forgive my comrades their hostility. Few come here uninvited, and fewer still with good intent.
Some were saying that it blogger because the views
Now,
in Twitch dipped.
tell me
ignoring the
why
fact
you
that
are
it dipped
here.
because people were actually playing the game, instead of watching people play it. That was the joke they were talking about. And in ARR, the zones didn't have nighttime music, only daytime music. That's why there were quiet moments. From HW onwards, zones have daytime and nighttime music.
Wait, so zones have different music depending on the day, the time of day? Or is it just the same music night and day? Oh my fuck, dude. The amount of effort and work that these guys put into the game. Different music for day and night cycles. That is sort of surreal. That is very surreal. Because that's a level of... That's paying attention to detail that literally doesn't even matter. Like, think about it. Let's imagine that the zones just had one song that always played. Would you really be bothered? Probably not. If you were used to it from the beginning, it would be like, yeah, who cares, you know? It's music. Just leave music there. But nighttime and daytime isn't the same. The feeling for nighttime and daytime isn't the same. We all know that. You feel different during the night than you do during the day. And for them as a game company to go, you know what? We want to capture that. We want to capture that experience, that emotion that you experience when it's nighttime. Widow, thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. And you're correct. It's 100% passion. That is, oh my God, that is next level. Widow, thanks for the first, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Why am I falling more and more in love with this game? You guys do know that there's other games on the market as well. I need to send Yoshi P a very angry letter. Tell him that I want to play other games too. It's not fair. The Final Fantasy is this fucking good. Alright, let's go. Ooh, what will you say to Lady Iceheart? We wish to stop Nidhogg's attacks on Ishgard. We wished to speak with you. Decisions. Maybe I should not. Maybe I should play my cards close to my chest. Let's not reveal it immediately. By the way, I know that this doesn't matter at all, and the story is going to go the way that it goes, but I don't care. This is my RP moment. I'm going to play it close to the chest here. Aaron, thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You found me on YouTube? Hey, I am very happy to have you here, Widow. I think Final Fantasy XIV also is in the Guinness Book of World Records for having most OSTs. Jesus. Spiegleface, thanks for the follow, bro. Really appreciate that. It matters to you. It doesn't have to matter in the narrative. It does matter to me. Yeah, I'm playing this coy. Let's do this. I'm being coy as fuck here.
So, you seek to stem the Dravanian tide with talk? A romantic notion.
Romance? I saw? Really?
If you but knew the truth. The spark which lit the flames of this animosity. You would understand the futility of your quest.
I only logged in 3 times for Mage Tower. I am one of the last people to quit WoW. I'm not planning to do that either, but I'm now not playing any MMO. I just finished Age of Empires 4 campaign and I am now playing a new indie game I found today.
Zig6, thanks for the 50, dude. Really appreciate that. Bro, just come play Final Fantasy, you bitch. Like, don't stand there and go, I'm not quitting WoW. I'm just gonna keep playing WoW. Come play Final Fantasy, and then you'll realize that WoW is shit. There's no need for you to fucking touch that game. You just need to play this, and you'll have a nice MMO to play. You don't have to worry about shit all else. Like, stop being a little bitch, Zig6. You can find an arbiter in this game too. You don't have to worry about it. Yeah, he won't come because there's no fucking arbiter. Heavenssward now, man. Can't wait to see your mind shattered and cry like a baby with Heavenssward. Tigress, I'm open. I'm open to it. But that does not even have Australian server. So, Zig6, I'm playing on the NA servers and it's fine. It's absolutely fine. And apparently there is Oceania servers coming. Main, mouse over macro, ethereal manipulation, OGCD teleport to a party member of 10 seconds cooldown. Absolutely life-changing when they put that on a 10-second CD. I've never used that. I have it. I've just never fucking used it. Alright, I saw it.
Shall I relate it to you? The sordid history my gift has shown me. That which the Holy See has taken such pains to suppress.
You and I hate the Holy See equally. Equally.
'Twas more than a millennium past when an Elezen tribe first sought to claim the lands of Kurthas as its home. Unfortunately for them, Kurthas was already home to dragonkind, and they were not inclined to make way for the invaders. Thus did a bloody war begin. A war which might well have rumbled on until one or the other side was exterminated, had it not been for the resolve of a single woman.
Wait, so they fought from the beginning?
Was Shiva.
That's who she turns into.
While those around her fought and died, she attempted to parley with the dragons, and in so doing discovered them to be possessed of profound intelligence and reason. The great worm, Heavenssward, in particular, so enchanted Shiva that she found herself growing to love the creature, whom her people considered a monster. In the eyes of a near-immortal dragon, however, the fleeting life of an Elezen is as that of a freshly cut rose. Scarce has the flower bloomed before it begins to fade.
Fuck, okay.
Such melancholy musings plagued Heavenssward, who had found in Shiva an unexpected and beloved soulmate.
Oh my god, dragons and humans?
All too soon, death would snatch her away from him.
Is that why they hated her? Because she fell in love with him?
Unable to bear the thought of their separation, the maid bid the worm consume her, that their spirits might be entwined for eternity. Though loath to perform the deed, Heavenssward ultimately gave in to her plea, and soon thereafter the tale of their ill-fated love spread throughout the two warring factions. No more could they raise blade or claw against one another, knowing that the souls of their kin were so inextricably bound.
He ate her. What the fuck?
In the days that followed, man and dragon learned to live in harmony, and together built a nation unlike any the world had ever known. For 200 years did this blissful age of peace continue, as it would to this day, had vilest envy not stirred in the hearts of the Elazim.
I'm very
It is
confused.
said that worms owe their longevity to the boundless reserves of vitality found within their eyes. And 'twas in this belief that a traitorous band of knights deceived their allies of some 2 centuries, and took by force that which they coveted.
Oh shit. I think I understand why the dragons are so fucking furious.
Nidhogg, he who now stands poised to unleash his wormlings upon Ishgard, was the great dragon who lost an eye to Elazin treachery.
The
And
fucking
until
eye that he
finds it
has.
from the hands of the traitor's progeny, no amount of conciliatory words will stay his fury.
Shit.
You are wrong, Lady Iceheart.
Oh my god.
Lest you misunderstand, I do not doubt your vision of the past. 'Tis true that Nidhogg greatly desired to reclaim the eye. Indeed, it was for that very reason that I kept it with me as I roamed the land, attempting to draw him away from the city.
He still has the fucking eye on him.
Good gods!
No wonder the dragons are so fucking pissed, dude.
Until recently, Nidhogg seemed unable to resist its allure and pursued me relentlessly. Needless to say, that is no longer the case. Now, it would seem, he has fixed his attention on Ishgard itself, though he knows full well the eye does not reside there.
You believe he targets the capital for another reason?
But why?
I believe reason has all but left him. Through the eye,
I think I know
feel
why.
much of what Nidhogg feels.
I think I know why.
And the dragon's thirst for vengeance will not be quenched by aught less than a sea of blood.
Did the eye just activate there?
If Nidhogg is indeed lost to reason, might we not seek an audience with Hraesvelgr instead? He has thus far shown no inclination to aid in the invasion of Ishgard, and may yet welcome our efforts to broker a peace.
You still believe that a peaceable solution can be found? Very well. I will take you to him.
I'm going to see a dragon?
Our road will lead us to Dravania, the homeland of dragonkind. There we shall ascend unto the clouds, where Hraesvelgr resides.
I wonder what Dravania looks like. Video later. Thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. By the way, I think I know why Nidhogg has his eyes set on Ishgard. Wait, I've reconnected to it? Is Midgard-Sommer trying to... Like, I'm doing the Lord's work, it seems. Because Midgard-Sommer took my power away from me. And now it seems he's giving it back slowly but surely.
Is autumn mist, my friend?
Cloud, thanks for the follow, bro. Really appreciate that.
I sense the many battles are beginning to take their toll. Rest a while. And should you lose sight of us, Dravania lies beyond the mountains to the west.
Okay. Oh, here we go. Midgard-Sommer. What up, little buddy?
Curious. The vestiges of thy mistress's blessing are not as faint as once they were.
Oh, I'm getting a...
Thy will to succeed grants thee unusual fortitude. But will it be enough?
Huh. So how... So as I continue with this, I'm re-establishing a connection with Heidelin. But from what I could see there, it looks as if I am powering... Like, previously, it seemed like Heidelin was the one powering the connection to me. This time around, it almost feels like it's my power flowing to the crystals to reactivate them. This is very interesting. All right, you guys want to hear my big brain theory for why? I think Nidhogg is targeting Ishgard and ignoring his eye. I think it has to do with the Ashians. I think it has to do with the Holy Sea's job or his deal with the Ashians that have the dragons really fucking pissed off for some reason. And I'm not entirely sure why the dragons would be so pissed off with the Ashians, considering that they are effectively immortal. So would they even care about other immortal beings? But considering the fact I don't know much about what's changed in Ishgard, I can only surmise that that's the only thing that's changed, is the Holy See is playing... Either the Holy See is using the Ashians and sort of trying to use them, but also keep them at arm's length so nothing bad happens to him. Or he's trying to use them to gain the ultimate power, but then also not pay the ultimate price. Something to that effect. That's my guess, at least. From what I know right now. We'll see. But that would be my guess for how the story should play out. I guess. Oh, fucking single piece of gear. I like the fact that everyone in chat just gives me a smiley face. Just stone-faced as ever, just going, cool, bro. It's a nice story. You are Akalon, yes? Pray, address me as Sale, if you wish. 'Tis passing strange, is it not? That fate should bring us together thus. Never did I think to walk alongside the warrior of light. But history is full of such unexpected allies. Shall we make our way into Dravania then? The chill of the Western Highlands is unrelenting, and I would sooner be under the sheltering canopy of the Chocobo Forest. Double, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Fifth Zone and Endwalker, and I already want to replay the story with the things I know now. Oh, shit. He doesn't know? Yeah, I don't know. Sad face, I don't know. Where am I going now? Am I going here? No. Where am I going? Dravanian. Obviously, I can't go there. I was going the right way. Fuck. Yeah, I was going the right way, but for some reason it didn't show up. So... it's through there, I think. That's why you have New Game Plus? You and me both, but I also want to see Akko surprised with it, so kind of keeping quiet at the moment. Yeah, you guys should really not answer me. Just listen to my theories and smile and nod. Don't answer. I don't want answers. Let me just theorize in peace.
Beyond Abalathia's spine,
I love this
the great
voice.
mountain range that spans the continent of Aldenard from east to west. Into the deepening shadows of Som-Al, where lies the ancient home of Dragonkind.
They came.
To a land where the soil slithers and the skies seethe with sinuous shapes. They came.
Yeah. We came indeed. Wait, let me just see. Oh, it's a smoggy day? Fuck, why couldn't it be a nice open day so I could see what the hell's going on here? Ysael, what do you got for us? We now stand on the threshold of Dravania. The path to Somal will take us far to the west, beyond the embrace of the forest branches. It will be a long and demanding journey. Might I suggest that we take our rest at the village up ahead and see that we are properly provisioned? There is a village here? But I thought these lands the sole domain of dragonkind. Why would anyone choose to live in so perilous a place? The wild chocobos. Tailfeather was built by hunters who make their living capturing and selling the beasts. Their leader, Marshachamp, is an acquaintance of mine. Being a gregarious sort, he will no doubt welcome our arrival, and he will also possess more recent knowledge of the road we seek to travel. I trust there are no objections? Only to the ceaseless chatter. If we are to meet this acquaintance of yours, let us do it before Ishgard burns. Estinian, calm down, bro. You need to calm your tits. I need to go fetch that. It's also memoir writing, so it's a style for Lord Fortom himself. Wait, is that the actor that does Lord Fortom? Oh, fucking course I'm being attacked by this bastard. I did not even know that. Dragoon is one mode and is Angry Boy. Yeah, Estinian, the worst person we could have brought on a fucking peace mission is Estinian. But why would we do this? He's gonna spoil this entire fucking plan. Guaranteed he's gonna spoil this plan. The dude has no chill. No fucking chill. Gonna talk with the dragons. Let's take a guy whose job it is to murder them. Yeah, great. Yeah. Someone didn't think this plan through. That's actually the worst part, Arkuno. He brought the fucking eye with him. Nidhogg's eye with him. What? Just to taunt Nidhogg? Just to be like, haha, we're coming to make peace and I still have your eye, bitch. What a guy. Alright, so inside this house. What a quaint little village. I have to say though, I get that this is a dangerous place. But this is the kind of village that I would love to live in. The constant sound of water flowing. Quiet. Lots of trees around. I don't know how much wind there would be though. With mountains all around you, but there could be a lot of wind. Watching someone else go through this for the first time is so different. Makes Heavenssward seem like an even better story. So far, I'm really enthralled with what the story has to offer. This guy's a samurai. Samurai Jack? Well, tan me hide and call me Leatherface. We have visitors. Alright. Ho ho! And if it ain't the lovely Ysael, it's been too long, girl. That it has, Master Champ. That it has. My companions and I are on a pilgrimage to Somal. Might we stay in Tailfeather a while and prepare for the next leg of our journey? Of course, of course. Stay as long as you like. In fact, I wouldn't suggest leaving the forest at all. The dragons have been absolutely bleeding murderous of late. Forgive me, sir, but I am not sure I understand. Do the dragons not bother you here in the forest? Bother us? Did Ysael not explain things to you, boy? You've seen them towering, Kalem trees all about, haven't you? If you were flying above the canopy, you'd barely be able to see the ground. I would assume dragons have better eyesight than that. And as you'd expect, the local wildlife's canny enough to stay hidden beneath the leaves, which is why the dragons do their hunting elsewhere. and we can do ours in peace. I see. Thank you for the explanation. You're welcome. Now, I know it won't stop your sail here, but dragons ain't the only thing you'll need to keep an eye out for, especially if you're set on heading west. I want to be Dragoon at some point, so I'll take that armor, I guess. I think I did pick up the Aetheryte, didn't I? And a ding. Worse than dragons. Marchamp would give you fair warning about what awaits to the west. I dare say you're wondering what could possibly be worse than dragons, eh? Well, I'll tell you. The bloody Gnath. They're what you might get if you crossed an antling with a megala crab and taught the thing how to walk on two legs. They never used to stray far from their hives out of fear of the dragons, but they've gotten a lot more aggressive of late, sending out war parties for moms in all directions. They've even taken to harassing the Dravanians in their own lairs, if you can believe it. And when they venture into the forest, which is more and more, by the way, they certainly ain't afraid to come after my lot. I can only imagine how much worse it'd be closer to Nath's home territory. That sounds like primal stuff. If they suddenly change like that, it's almost guaranteed to be a primal. I see you've been making the rounds getting to know the hunters in these parts. Well, how'd you like to help a real hunter? I mean, these aren't stories. I can just skip this shit. Just give me the stuff to kill, bro. I've got this. Yeah, I do not glam. To unlock your... No, Death Knight. I don't glam. I wear whatever the game wills me to wear. If God wills it, I wear it. And if I look like a knob-end, then I look like a knob-end. The game wants me to look like a knob-end. It would seem that much has changed in Dravania. The Nath were not wont to cause such strife when I lived here. You lived here in Dravania? That is a good question, Alphino. Aye. 'Twas in the time following the calamity. My family was dead, my home was gone, and I had fled from the bitter cold into these lands. I knew not the paths of the forest then, and wandered out from under the protection of its boughs. That was when I chanced upon Racevolgar. He had descended up from his mountain lair to hunt for food. My exhausted mind could not contend with the sight of the majestic worm, nor the vision of the past his presence visited upon me. Thankfully, Master Jam found me my unconscious form at the edge of the trees, and nursed me back to health. And in Tailfeather, I remained for some time. Rice Cloudy, thanks for the follow, really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. Hence your familiarity with the locals. But I interrupted you. You were saying these Nath were once a peaceful people. Peaceful would not be the most fitting description. They are fiercely territorial tribe, and any who intrude upon their domain are attacked without hesitation or quarter. Outside the borders of their homeland, however, they were rarely hostile. Indeed, we were even able to trade with them on occasion. They have changed then. What of it? We have not the time to creep through the underbrush on some roundabout route. I say we make straight for some alm and crush any unruly insect we meet underfoot. A more direct path then. Very well. Let us first follow the trail west out of the forest and make for the statue of the Stained One. From there, we should have a fair view of the road that leads to some alm, shall we? Enjoyed your vids on YouTube about FF. Glad to see you streaming your playthrough. Rice Cloudy, thank you very much for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. And welcome. I'm really glad that you enjoyed the videos. I have many more planned. Is this also going to give me ether currents? Well, paint me yellow and call me a chocobo. Are all of them going to greet me with fucking calling them names and shit? The special mark that Devs did research a lot. Forgive me, I got carried away for a moment. I am Kirsten Ironheart, cousin of Millith. What's the quest that you're giving me? There, and yes, there. That should do it, I reckon. What did I do? It's no secret that it's got home to some of the most remarkable sights in our realm. Mind you, I've not seen all myself, but I certainly know where they might be found. Sightseeing log expanded. Oh, this is for sightseeing. Alright, I have no idea what sightseeing is, but I'll take it. Unlocks more sightseeing points. I don't know what you do with sightseeing points. Okay, I have to do this one. Some bad news. Let's go do that. Level 76 is my highest job level so far. So I've not seen anything past that. So you haven't done, you've not gone all the way to Shadowbringers. End of Shadowbringers, at least. Fuck, where should I have gone up? Oh, right here. Never mind. Gives lots of tidbits, and when you find a spot, you gain some CP along with those lore tidbits. Ah, but this is something I can do at max level. I don't have to do it now. Aye, things are going well enough. Been running around lately. Speak with the hunters. Okay. Next hunter up there. Am I running the right way? Proceed to the stained statue. I don't even fucking see where I'm supposed to proceed to it. Oh, up there. Okay, never mind. Alright. As long as I can do it max level and I'm not missing out on anything. Like, we did Coils of Bahamut, mainly because I didn't want to miss out on the stories that is told in ARR or in Heavenssward. If you don't do Coils of Bahamut first. So I wanted to finish Coils first. So if there's anything that's gonna make me miss story, please scream at me to do those things first. Since 1.0, and even now, when I see players still in earlier expansions, I think it's only gonna get even more epic for them. We'll see, though. I mean, I've already explained to you guys that ARR was an incredible MMO as far as I'm concerned. So, we'll see. We'll see if Heavenssward can live up to all the hype that you guys are creating with it. Will you do Alexander, Aklon? It's like a side story. Yes, I will. I will do Alexander. I'll do everything at its hardest difficulty once we reach max level. Nothing out of the ordinary here. Okay, so he's good. And then we head further into the forest. Is that a fucking dinosaur? An early ancestor of the dragons, right there. I don't think I can attack this one. It says run away. I'll just run away. They said you have to do it before Heavenssward because there's flavor text that changes in Heavenssward if you do Coils first. Nope, can't go up there. It might be soloable, but it's a big time investment for OK Shakespeare, best done with friends. When you just do the normal stuff in every expansion, like Primal Stories, right? Oh my Jesus. Wait, what was I supposed to do this? I don't know. I don't think so. Oh, here's the clicky guys. Fuck. Summon my... They have the meteor symbols, their main quest. Yeah. I just thought that I was still going to that one there, not finishing the main story one. But, I mean, it's not a problem. I just want to get up here, which seems like a fucking impossible task. How the hell do I get up there? I'm being scamossed, chat. I don't know how I get up there. With flying? Bullshit with flying. This is a quest that I should be able to fucking do. You see, I can't get up here. Can't be with flying. There's...
Do foils. When you meet Alice in the future, she treats you as a stranger. If you did, she treats you as a close friend. Alongside a lot of other stuff, but that is the part I can tell you. And there's a route you can climb.
So it's all about whether or not Alice knows you. Okay. Now this is a long way around to actually get up there. Jesus, look at this creature. Oh. What does that mean next to their name? You guys see that sort of triangle with the little thing there? What's that? What does that mean? I don't know what all the symbols in this game mean yet. So it literally just means hostile. Well, I kind of knew that it meant hostile. Well, I kind of know when things are hostile at least. They look scary. And then you go, okay, that's a hostile creature, must be. Bigger the symbol, stronger the mob. Okay. And then I haven't seen any of the hunting log creatures in a while, though. Maybe I haven't explored enough yet. That reminds me. Waste. Well, I'm heading that way anyways. Hunting logs ends with ARR. So what's the equivalent in Heavenssward of hunting logs? Or is there no equivalent? Southwest. Oh, right there. Clan hunts and hunting marks. Okay, I'm assuming they're different. Alzies, thank you for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. Thank you. Beast tribe stuff. Okay. Well, I'm not going to do those now because, well, for obvious reasons, I'm not going to do those now. Okay, I love this fucking forest. Look at that view. That is an incredible view. Oh man, I need... Wait. Oh my fuck. Yeah, don't... How do I stop that animation again? I wish I could stop that fucking animation again. I can't remember. I don't use this enough. There's a way to stop your guy from fucking emoting the whole time, but I don't remember how. Okay, there we go. Never mind. I did it. Man, I look stupid. My guy looks stupid if he's just standing there. I need to find a better way. A better emote for him. These things seem new. You can hide the hat. The hat isn't really the thing that's bothering me. The thing that's bothering me is my character looks stupid. Face the camera. Thank you. Maybe that looks a little bit better, although not really. That's a lot of light. Let's do... That should be fine. How do you get different emotes? Oh, here we go. Here we go. Fuck it. Emote. Let's see if we can get a good emote. No. 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 Yes. That's the one I want. But how do I put it on? Why doesn't he keep doing that? Oh, there we go.
Hunt marks is a different thing, unrelated to hunting logs. The hunt marks are the world bosses not tied to
Alright, now we need chat. Now we need a
on your grand company.
a
As soon as you reach
good
a specific
view for
item in
this.
it. Doing that, you unlock the hunt rewards, such as hunt currency.
Can I? How do I pause it?
The last hunt rank, the latest tombstone.
Is there a way to pause yourself in say a specific way or not? Mighty Random, thanks for the 10 bits. Really appreciate that. Unrelated to hunting logs, the hunt marks are the world bosses, not tied to fates. So I'll get it later. Yeah, but this... No, that button definitely doesn't do it. Oh my fuck. Now we have to go back to surprise. You see, but now here's the problem. Oh wait, isn't there another way? Oh, that's the one. Okay, never mind. I've got it. Now let's keep going a bit. I want to catch him a bit better. There we go. That is the look. You are looking stunning, Akalon. Stunning. Just stand like that. Just stay like that. You look stunning, bro. Absolutely fucking stunning. And save. Got it. How do I exit there? There we go. All right. I've got a picture. Thank you so much for going through that with me. Have you heard of our Lord and Savior, Yoshi P? I have indeed. I just watched an entire cinematic with the man. Here we go, little bitches. So you guys, you'd all say that you are incredible fans of Mr. Yoshi P, correct? Exum, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. Thank you. Halba, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. Thank you. He is fueled by our supplications. He's definitely tempered most Final Fantasy players, I'd say. The question is, and I realize this is one that most Final Fantasy players probably don't want to really talk about, but what happens if he eventually retires? How old is Yoshi P right now, IRL? $46. So he's got a few more years in him. It's not blasphemy. I was asking a fucking question. I wasn't suggesting the man was going to immediately retire. I was just asking a question. If only all game developers and publishers were as humble as Yoshi. Truth. Looks older than 46. Someone said 46. Dude, after all the shit that man had to go through, right? To rework Final Fantasy 1.0, you'd look about 10 years older as well. Like, you'd look just as fucking old. Should we chance to meet Merschamp again, remind me to thank him. Had he not warned us to expect Nath, I doubt we would be standing here. Amid ruins that I would tentatively describe as Guardian. The style, if not quite identical, betrays a definite resemblance. So she's not lying. Estinian, do you have anything to say for yourself? The fact that there are Ishgardian runes here sort of suggests that Isael was correct. You have a scholar's eye, Master Alphino. This structure is, in fact, over 1,000 years old. It is a remnant of the age when our ancestors and dragonkind lived together in peace. I still can't believe that everything, at least everything that I've been able to glean so far, the Ishgardians pretend like this is just an endless war. Like the dragons just want to kill them for no fucking reason. And at least based on the story that Isael is telling us, it wasn't the dragons. The dragons was happy to form a peace and an alliance with the Ishgardians. It was the Ishgardians that wanted more power. Now, I don't know if that's true. If that part of the story is true. You claim this as evidence of our harmonious past. I was taught that these buildings were constructed by heretics in honor of your Dravanian masters. This rubble inspires no such awe in me. Of course. Stubborn fool, how desperately you cling to the false teachings of your beloved Holy See. Oof. This is gonna work out well. We have a heretic and someone who blindly follows the Holy See. I have half a mind that before we even finish this journey, they kill each other. Enough, both of you. You threaten the success of our mission with this incessant squabbling. Accolon, pray reason with these two. Our goals are the same. Set aside your differences for now. The truth of the past will be revealed. Are we going for wise? The truth of the past will be revealed? Or do we go for a more inspiring? Sort of, our goals are the same. Set aside your differences now. Because those two are the same. Or I could just grunt, which probably is more in line with my character. He doesn't speak much, he just nods. So grunting is probably the better option here. Yeah, we'll grunt. That's what my character does. Gods above, even Accolon has lost patience with you. We have a common goal, lest you forget, to prevent a war which will claim countless lives on both sides. If we are to accomplish this, you must learn to tolerate each other's presence. Trust in Accolon's gift. In time, the secrets of history will be brought to light. Let that be enough, Estinian. You would have to keep me counsel until Accolon's visions confirm the truth. Very well, but bait me not. Our meetings with Race Vulgar will likely provide the catalyst Accolon's gift requires, as it did mine. Let us press on. And new gear. Wait, who has minus 21 right now? Bashil, where the fuck are you from that you have nice weather like that? Spy you the 3 great towers to the west? Ishgardians know them as Inex Trine. The place serves as a roost for Race Vulgar's lesser kindred. If we are to reach the peak of Som'al, then we must first beseech these dragons to open the way. But do not be disheartened, the one who leads them is a friend. Of rather more concern is the disposition of the Nath. Let us survey the approach to the towers and see if the path is clear. Northern Sweden? Dude, minus 21 sounds like perfect weather. Oh my lord, okay, here we go. And then -6. I hate all of you. I hate all of you. I would kill for not being hot right now. You have no idea. It would be so nice if I didn't have to fucking struggle with the heat right now. Northwest. I have to fuck up. No. Northwest would be there somewhere, and I can't go there. So I'm assuming I just keep going. Wait, is the stream down when you say F? Oh, stream is up. Okay. I being too warm. Too, it really sucks. The thing is, you can do so much with, like, the cold. If it gets cold, you just put on some clothes and GG. No worries. You're hot again. But if it's hot, there's legit nothing you can fucking do about it. Like, not a single thing. Yeah, you are just fucking hot now. Congratulations. You're living in hell. All the time, it's awful. Bro, I live in South Africa. The heat is surreal here. Like, believe me, the heat is fucking next level here. Even in our colder places, the heat's fucking miserable. Am I running into their camp right now? Should I be running into their camp right now? I feel like I'm tempting the dragons. Sup, little math buddy. Don't worry about me, guys. I'm just passing through. Oh my fuck. This might not have been a great idea. Hello. Excusez-moi. Where the fuck is this thing? No, don't fall down. I don't see it. Southeast. More south? Oh my Jesus, it's right inside their village. Oh my God. This is the worst idea I've ever had in my life. Okay, we're there. Cape Town is hotter than Pretoria? No. Today is actually quite nice here. Today is actually quite nice. I don't hate today. Today was about 26 odd degrees Celsius and a nice wind blowing all day long. So that's actually quite nice. But no, Pretoria is much fucking hotter. The thing that saved today is definitely the wind. Because 26 normally would be very hot here because it's very humid. Remember, it's on the coast. Like, the beach is just down the road for me. So if it's hot, it's really hot because it's humid. But no, the hottest place in South Africa is actually more north than Pretoria. It's in a place called Messina. It's a little town, like really little town. It's not big at all. But it's a town called Messina. And there, generally normal temperatures for summer is anywhere between 45 and 50 degrees Celsius, with a lot of days going over 50 degrees Celsius, anywhere from 50 to 55 degrees Celsius. Thanks, the Raven. Thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. That is crazy. That is fucking insane. What? How much is that in freedom units? I don't know how much that is in freedom units. Can someone quickly Google and let the freedom-loving people in chat know how much that is in their units? Alright, sale. Normal August in NC. Well, I'm never moving to North Carolina then. Just as I feared, the road ahead is teeming with Nath soldiers. Master Champ did not exaggerate then. These beastmen have grown brazen indeed if they would threaten the dragon so openly. Do they intend to assault the lair itself? I pray they do not. Mighty though my Dravanian thrains are, they are yet vulnerable to Nath's muskets. There is no route save the one before us. Should the beastmen offer battle, we have no choice but to accept. And way up north in ME, cold as fuck. ME is... Where's ME, Aaron? And see, then it's like 30 degrees cooler. Maine. Alright. Where, how hot, Nico, does, Wilmington get? That clicking sound they make is really fucking ominous. Because I would love to live in Wilmington, North Carolina. So what now? Oh. .50 C is 122 Fahrenheit. There you go. That is what happens in their summer. Wizzy Flu, thanks so much for sharing that. Really appreciate that. So for anyone that is sort of thinking to themselves, hey, you know what? I could really live in South Africa in a place called Messina. You know, go for it. Go try that shit out. Yeah. That's South Africa for you. Hot as balls. Doesn't get that way anywhere near me, by the way. Like, where I live, it's sort of fine. To Wilmington, why in God's name would you want to live there? Why wouldn't you want to live there? Wilmington is gorgeous. And why do you have it to 2 of Wilmington if you don't like Wilmington, Trickstar? Wait, can I use... I don't know. Oh my Jesus, this is quite far. Should I just follow the story? Will it eventually take me to where I need to go? Camouflage, thank you much for the follow, really appreciate that. Welcome to the stream, thank you, thank you, thank you. Is 20 cities in North Carolina alone better than Wilmington? Not true. Trickstar, not true at all. Wilmington than South Africa, but I'd rather live here in Victoria than Wilmington. South Africa is alright, especially Cape Town. It's gorgeous here. It's really beautiful in Cape Town. I take no pleasure in killing the Nath. To us to avoid bloodshed that I agreed to join you on this journey. Well, it cannot be helped. We may proceed into the courtyard together, but leave the task of hailing its occupants to me. And keep your lance on your back, Dragoon. On my word to the Warrior of Light, I shall start no fight, only finish it. You truly are beyond salvation. Come then. Yeah, okay. I'm so glad that we brought Estinian along for this fucking peace mission.
Vidofnir!
Oh, wait. Her name is Vidofnir. Vidofnir. Welcome, dragon. Ooh, ugly.
Ah, 'tis thee, little one. From above I did mistake thee for a Nath. 'Tis
right.
well I chanced to look again, or thou wouldst now be ash.
Dear Vidofnir, how I have missed you. Would that I had come sooner, and not out of dire necessity.
Thou art troubled. Speak that I might know thy plight. Thou wouldst have father admonish his brood brother.
I would end this war without further bloodshed.
Okay.
How am I to believe thee, little one, when thine own companion beareth Nidhogg's stolen eye?
Did I not what the I fucking said that this is gonna be a problem. Ah, here we go. And now he wants to fight.
Have care, dragon, or I shall gouge out one of yours.
Oh my god, here we go.
You forget yourself, sir. We are here on a mission of peace.
Estinian gives no fucks. This, oh my
My
Jesus.
sire's will forbiddeth me from inviting discord to our home. 'Tis for this reason and no other that thou still drawest breath, knight.
Uh-huh.
Vidofnir, please. We must be allowed to convey our intentions to Hreysvelgar in person.
Jesus.
With words of our own choosing. Grant us this favor, and open the way to Som Al.
Is he gonna do it?
Thou hast ever been welcome, little one. But I cannot grant thy wish. I am bound to remain here, and protect my kin from the Nath's god.
John, thanks so much for follow, bro. Really appreciate
Have
that.
summoned a primal.
I fucking said they did. Alright, I'm fighting a primal. Which primal am I fighting now?
Pray excuse my forwardness, but if we were to eliminate the threat to your territory, would you consent to Lady Izel's request?
Would you indeed?
Ha! Dost thou imagine thyself equal to the task? To succeed where dragons have failed?
Yeah.
'Tis beyond thee, mortal. But thou art welcome to try, nonetheless. Only know that idle promises shall avail thee naught.
I've killed so many primals, lady.
It would seem we have no choice but to make good on Alphino's offer. Why must our every bid for peace breed yet more war?
Well, this is necessary, Assail. You don't know much, but the primals are bad. I'll fill you in later, Assail. Watch your content on YouTube, and I want to see your reaction in Heavenssward. John, happy to have you here, bro. Thanks so much for joining. And also to you, Camouflage, happy to have you here. Not sure if you called my content awful or not. That's at least what your first chat said. But anyways, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. Alright, so I'm killing a primal before I can continue the story. I feel right at home here. Heavenssward is finally feeling like home. So the Nath have summoned their god, and thus is the mystery of their newfound belligerence laid to rest. Are you not glad, Lady Iceheart? I thought you would applaud them for summoning a primal to further their own ends. After all, you did. Nah. I did not reach out to Saint Shiva to further mine own ends. I desired her strength only to forge anew the peace between man and dragon. But what a fool I am to speak of peace to you, a bloodthirsty savage who murders without thought or compunction. Enough, I say. If the Nath have truly brought forth their deity from the ether, we must face it together or watch our hopes fall apart. All now rests upon this primal's defeat. But ere we think of confronting it, we must first study its origins. What is the nature of this god? What manner of faith sustains its existence? My apologies. You are right, of course. Let us return to Tailfeather and consult the Master Champ. He knows more of the Nath and their culture than most. Meant the opposite, sorry, oh, never mind. Camouflage, that's fine. Don't worry about it, bro. I sort of assumed that you meant, that you enjoy the content, and I'm really happy to hear that. To everyone that found me over on YouTube, welcome to the stream. Very happy to have you guys here. Recon is all, and well, Alfie, but you defeat it by hitting it. True. I could just go to all of these, but sort of from an ARP, so it's weird. I want to see the rest of MSQ, so, and obviously I want to see what happens with this dragon thing, because I have a feeling Estinian's gonna get his ass handed to him by a fucking dragon. But at the same time, I am sort of... What I like about the stories that they tell here is the fact that it takes so long to solve certain problems makes it feel more real. Like, if all that happened here was primals pop up and then you go and kill the primals, you wouldn't appreciate just how important and how powerful these primals can be. The fact that you sort of have to learn about them and you have to figure out what they are and who they are just heightens the feeling that you get when you kill them of, okay, I'm doing something that's really worth doing. And yeah, you learn quite a lot about sort of what I would call side lore, about the beings that exist and summon these things, which I love. So they've all got issues, but none of them thought to ask me for help. Do they think I'll bite off their heads or something? At any rate, I'd best prepare to round up the birds from each camp. Thanks again for your help, friend. You are most welcome, sir. I think also is that in many cases you understand your adversary before laying them low. True, Bashil. Oh fuck, I missed what he said there. Fuck! Summoned a primal, you say? 7 hells. Well, I don't know bugger all about Nath religion, if I'm honest. Beyond their trading habits, there never seemed much point in asking. But it shouldn't be that hard to find out. From time to time, we barter with a small hive to the north and west of here. Outcast from the main tribe, from what I understand. I reckon they'd be willing to tell you a bit about themselves if you give them the right incentives. That sounds promising. And what exactly would the Nath consider to be the right incentives? Oh, nothing your average hunter couldn't scrounge up in a day or two. But seeing as you're in a hurry, you might want to divide the chores amongst yourselves. You want a good-sized jar of land trap nectar, a basket of kelm tree fruits, and always, a Nath favorite, a generous portion of young Nanka flesh. I shall gather the fruit. Leaping to the lower branches of those forestry giants should present little challenge to me. Then I shall collect the nectar and Master Alphino's arcane assistance. And that leaves you to bring home the meat. You'll need to carve it from the smaller Nankas that live in the rivers. 3 big chunks should be enough, I reckon. Once you've got everything together, you'll need to set it down at what we call the trading post. Here, I'll mark the spot on your map for you. You've been most kind, Master Champ. Well then, let us attend to our respective tasks and reconvene at the trading post. I need hardly add that the last one there is a rotten Nanka egg. We're racing. You guys just have to pick shit up. I have to go kill crap. This is hardly a fair fight. Stinian would get the meat, but that would need dragon meat. Yeah. He'll kill a dragon. 100%. Wait, can I can go through here. Yeah. Without understanding, war is merely bloodletting. Yeah, but Estinian doesn't ask questions like that, Arcanaut. Estinian does not let small trivial matters like rationality and logic stand in his way. The dude fights first and then asks questions later. Which is strange to say the fucking least. Am I going the right way? Yeah, okay. Wait, the biggest thing I think also is that in many cases you understand your adversary. Go to event tab and chat. What happened? What should I do with events tab? Oh, tab. Like the American police? He's like police everywhere. This expansion does tend to drag on. You think it drags on? So far, I'm not really experiencing any drag. Oh my god, this big thing is probably gonna attack me too, is he? Yeah. Almost guaranteed that thing's gonna be a nuisance. Drag on. Okay, never mind. You're making a yoke. I did not follow the yoke. I do apologize for that. What a big little fuck. Alright, come on. Come on, little guy. Clearwater Nunca. Heavenssward is good up until you get to post Heavenssward, but pre-Stormblood. Then it does drag on. Yeah. I'm not believing any of you. I don't believe any of you. Oh my shit. I'm gonna pull all three of these if I attack now. Yep. I think the expansion is just fucking fine. Let me ask you this. Is the expansion by any chance as draggy as ARR? Because if it's not as draggy as ARR, then there's nothing wrong with it and it's perfect. And I actually loved ARR. Like I said earlier, yes, ARR had a couple of issues with pacing and a couple of issues where there were times where in ARR you sort of wish that it would just go a little bit fucking quicker. But even then, I would say that ARR was perfectly fine. So I don't think I'm gonna mind Heavenssward at all. And Stormblood is it's gonna depend on how, on the story of Stormblood. Because if Stormblood deals with stories that I actually care about, I don't mind. I get so enthralled in the story that literally doesn't bother me at all. Oh, wait. Fuck, why am I running back? Oh, my lord. I should have opened my map to see where I'm supposed to go. I was right there as well. Chat, why does no one in chat say, hey, bro, you're running the wrong way? Do you guys just keep talking to me about fucking Heavenssward and shit? And just laughing? Oh, he's going the wrong way, lol. By the way, did you see the new Stormblood shit? Fuck you, chat. This is set up a lot of content in ARR, so yeah, it's draggy, but it's still good. I mean, I do like it. I like setup, because setup makes me think about stuff. %. How you doing, brother? Thank you for the Prime sub, dude. Really appreciate that. 2 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Or Draric, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How you doing? 100%? Shadowbringers is the best because it feels like a full Final Fantasy game with a larger Final Fantasy game. Within a larger Final Fantasy. Did you catch the current so far? I've tried to catch all of them, or at least the ones that was close to me. There's none close to me right now. I was able to gather a goodly amount of nectar from the land traps, though I would not have known how to harvest it without Ysael's help. Do you have the Nanka meat? I do indeed. Splendid! I shall put this with Estinian's fruit and assemble a suitably generous-looking hamper for the Nath. Oh, new pants. Just started Shadowbringers and it's been all action all the time. It's very encouraging. Fuck, I want to get to Shadowbringers as well. What is this? This is rings. Okay. It's just 4 currents per zone in the old expansion now, and they're all on the MSQ path, so basically press it once every 10 minutes and you're fine. Alright, well, I know exactly where the next one is, at least the location of the next one. Saik, how you doing, bro? Thank you very much, really appreciate that. Well, everything appears to be in order. Assuming no one has any objections to my choice of presentation, I shall place our offering at the trading post as instructed. Were I of the Nath, I think I would be suitably impressed. How do you know, Alphino? You're not Nath. Those icons does make it seem like you're gonna get a headpiece like the Holy See. Do you do your daily dungeons and main story for tombstones to buy gear for other classes? Not right now, no. Well, how long must we wait? Should we have sounded a signal or some such? But I will probably do it when I get to max level. I just don't want to out-level shit at the moment. Calm yourself, Master Alphino. Our offering has not gone unnoticed. Oh, these things are ugly as shit. Also, that's a very strange sound. Long has it been since hunters last came to trade, bearing gifts that filled the air with such delightful scents. Land trap, nectar, calamari fruit, and nunga flesh. Well, they're very happy about that. What delectable foods you've brought for us. Our meager existence is much enriched by your bounty. Come, hunters, come to our hive if you would trade. Cramped and stifling our homes are, but the rancid incense keeps the dragons at bay. Cramped, stifling, and horribly smelly. But better to live in stench than be cracked and crunched by dragon jaws. Yes? Come, come. It is not far. Horribly smelly. All right. And that's it for XP, so you don't level up even once a day? No, really? Adwell, that doesn't seem right. So if you only play the MSQ, you can't get to max level? That does not seem right. Or at least you're gonna take a long time to get to max level, apparently. You can, but you gotta do stuff other than just MSQ. Adwell, how long ago did you do it? Because I think they buffed the living fuck out of it. From what I understand, most people actually out-level. Out-level their MSQ stuff. Yeah, I know the patch quests give a very little XP. MSQ gives you way enough XP. I got 2 jobs to max with MSQ. MSQ gives you more XP than you need. I think Aldwell played a long time ago. Once you get past that point in the MSQ, you start getting like 200k XP. Oh, I think, Hadwell, are you talking about patch content? Because I know the patch content gives you very little. But I think that's also by design. Because there's so much patch content, and obviously if the patch content gave you the exact same amount of XP than what you would get with normal quests, then Heavenssward alone would have brought you to level 80. After ARR, you would have been at level 80. So that's, I think, why they crunched it for patch content. Or at least at max level, so there's no reason to give it XP. True. Your presence has been announced to the storyteller. You must speak to our chosen leader in words, for we are Vath. We are the non-mind. Interesting. Vath? They are the non-mind. They don't have minds. Welcome to our hive, hunters. You have brought delicacies, much sought after by our people, and we are much pleased. What would you have in return? Honored Elder, pray allow me to begin by thanking you for welcoming us into your home, and for accepting our humble offerings. My companions and I are come in search of knowledge, specifically knowledge of your people's god. Knowledge alone? What strange hunters are you? But if it is words you desire, then words you shall have. We are the Vath, the non-mind, and to speak is our fate. You will hear the tale of the Nath's god, of the god of the One Mind, the god the One Mind summoned into our midst. The One Mind? These are the Nath who reside in the main colony? Yes, they are one, connected. But let us begin the story at its beginning. Some moons ago, a single dragon flew in from the east, bleeding and weak. It fell from the sky and into the hive, where it was swarmed by my brethren, and with spear and spell and musket, the dragon was slain. 'Twas likely one that had fled battle with my kinsmen. I should commend you for finishing the job. This fucking Estinian, bro, he is gonna cause so much fucking shit for us. Like, he's like, yeah, thank you for finishing the Jesus fucking Christ, bro. This dragon was not a problem for you. And he's like, yeah, thank you for finishing this job. Jesus. Just no fucks were given. Like, not a single fuck was given. Alright, fucking Estinian, alright. Immediately she's angry at him. Oh, I love it. She immediately gives him this angry stare and he just goes, he's like, fuck it, what did you expect? Dragons are fierce and terrible adversaries. The One Mind would always cower with their winged shadows passed over the ground, but no longer. They had learned that a battle-weary Dravanian was easy prey. Thus did the Overmind decide to heed the words of the Black-Robed Men. The One Mind would call forth our god and unleash his blades upon the dragons. Dravanian lands would become Nath lands, and even larger would grow our domain. But our god ever hungers. The price he demands in crystals far exceeds the rewards for this war. We of the Vath despise and revile his insatiable existence. Yeah, sounds about right. Okay, so I don't want... This is the one I want. Yep. I caught that. But yeah, I caught that. The Ashians are once again fucking involved in the story somehow. Good idea to listen to Black-Robed Men, true. Everyone seems to fall for the Ashians' bullshit. It's surreal. Like, good lord, bro. The Vath Fleetfoot is examining the weapon stores with a concerned expression. Though we hear not others' thoughts, generous hunter, you somehow know that we need help. Our weapon stocks are wanting. We need more. Okay. I'll get you some weapons. Shit happens. It's Ashians or caused by Alagans. True story. I would say no. First, the potato people. Once you have ruled out the potato people, you can start looking at the Ashians and the Alagans. Most likely. But first and foremost, always look to the potato people. No potato people around. Other two. Potato people around. It's them. And that is the true fucking story. I call upon the power of a primal for the greater good. Conscious all the while that I do so at grave cost to the land. I reason that it is a necessary evil and willingly shoulder the burden of my sin. In suggesting that such crimes can be justified, you may argue that I presume too much, but you must surely see that I am aware of the magnitude of my transgressions. Not so the Nath. They summon their deity for no greater purpose than to expand their dominion. To a scion of the seventh dawn, one sworn to eliminate the primal threat, the distinction you draw seems questionable at best. But the fact remains that my own grandfather risked unleashing the power of the 12 in an attempt to prevent the calamity. Thus, while I may not condone your actions, I at least understand them. Not so the Nath, as you so rightly put it. If they truly seek naught but territorial gain, I can only conclude that they are ignorant to the ruinous consequences of their god's insatiable appetite. The longer this primal is suffered to exist, the greater the suffering it will cause. It must be destroyed. How likely you propose the destruction of this god, Master Alphino, a being of whom we know naught? Has it occurred to you that you may be sending the Warrior of Light to his death? No, You have the right of it, Estinian. 'Twould seem it is I who am guilty of presuming too much. Pray forgive me, Accolon. Oh, so I'm being known in this now? I do not fear my duty. Or I could just keep quiet. Just, like, do I nod if I just keep quiet, or do I just keep quiet? Fuck it, I'll speak. Wait. Accolon need not face this foe alone. Like him, I am blessed with the Echo's protection, and may do battle without fear of primal influence. Let me bear this burden. Ha! Do you truly imagine yourself a second warrior of light? Remind me, how many primals have you faced, my lady? Not that it matters. We know not where this god resides, or how to challenge it, unless you mean to pray until it appears. Does choosing different dialogue options change much in the story? I think it only, so far, from what I can tell, it really just changes, like, the next couple of lines. So, you choose something and then they'll respond a little bit different based on what you've chosen. But I doubt that it's going to change the story as in get you a different outcome. Yeah, the main story would stay the same. The only games that I know of that allow for you to make reasonable and also quite important sort of decisions is ESO and Star Wars: The Old Republic. Now, with ESO, those decisions that you make are usually... It's not main story decisions. So it impacts, say, for example, a side quest, but it doesn't impact the main quest. So on the side quest, you can make decisions that either spare a town or destroy a town or, you know, whatever the case might be, but you make different decisions. There's one quest in ESO that I'll never forget where you actually get to choose to either save a spirit or kill the spirit. If you save the spirit actually fucks off in the direction of a different city. And I'm assuming there's going to be shit hell to pay when you get to that city with because the spirit wanted to kill the people in the city. And you save it and then you see the spirit actually fly off to the different city. And then in Star Wars: The Old Republic, it's my understanding that the decisions you make there are personal. Like there's a personal quest. There's personal quests and then there's story quests, world quests. And the personal quests are the ones where you get decisions. Now, since Final Fantasy doesn't really have those, I'm assuming that you can't really make decisions that's going to change things around too much. Estinian makes a valid point. Let us speak to the Vath and learn how best to secure an audience with their deity. In this, at least, I may be of assistance. He does know how to speak. This is true. This is very true. The young lord certainly appears eager to prove his worth. He does indeed. Craigs, how you doing, bro? There's pretty much zero impact. But, like, literally zero impact. Or does it still somewhat affect the story, at least? We are Vath. We are the non-mind. We do not hear one mind's thoughts. We cannot predict their will. Okay. Put this idea from your minds, generous hunters. If you meet with our god, then he will have your souls. Surely you are not so generous as that. I'm not worried. I can do this. You wish to meet our god? Offer yourself as a sacrifice, and you will soon be brought before him. We would mourn the loss of such generous hunters, however. So they've already decided that we're dying. Voracious Vath. You are generous hunters, yes? Many gifts you have brought, but not enough for all Vath to enjoy. Maybe you could bring us just one more? We are very fond of Nunca flesh, yes. The meat of young Nunca would make a fine repast. I'm collecting more Nunca flesh. We were talking about Swatter and doing well. Nice to watch after work. Happy to have you here, Crix. I know you're talking about Swatter. My question is, does it really offer no help whatsoever? Like, does it really change nothing? Anyone put you with the main quest that had branching paths? Hadwell, there's been MMOs like that in the past that had tried things like that. The problem is that that's a false choice. Because all of the paths mainly come to the same thing, players very quickly start to feel like, so this is clearly a false choice, right? Because the choice isn't really making any difference. You probably do it, but I do think you'll... You'd most likely end up making a lot of work for yourself with very few players actually partaking in the work that you just made for yourself. Oh, never mind. I haven't finished. Okay. Wait, I was literally saying you're literally for that one thing. Paths in the base game up to about halfway to the end, but after that it's linear. Miku, how you doing, bro? I mean, it's not just JRPGs, even Western RPGs. Like, proper RPGs will always have branching quests. That's the point of RPGs. But, wait, am I going the right way? No. When you're talking about MMO RPGs, it's very difficult to get branching quests. Because, well, you do run the risk of basically fracturing your player base. Because what happens if one half of your player base chooses one thing and the other half chooses another? And then you're just literally left with two player bases, effectively, that can't play together because they made different decisions. We, Vath, do enjoy our nunca flesh. Have you been out hunting yet? I have. Here you go, bro. Eat. Another gift for the Vath? So unexpected. Yes. You will have more of the words you strange hunters hunger for. Listen now. The senses of the One Mind are enmeshed by the Overmind. What one sees, all see. What one feels, all feel. Alert a single Nath, and the whole hive is alerted. To reach our god undetected is all but impossible. That's gonna be a bitch. The closest to a branching quest FF gets is it will call back the optional side content if you have done it. I've not done Rat Warden. Thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. I don't think I've done any of the optional side content yet. Do you generally get support for playing or trying Final Fantasy, or do people criticize you more? Cope? No, just support. I have done Coils, yes. I've not had a single person criticize me. It's something incredible about the Final Fantasy community, but there's very little people that... Yeah, so far the only sort of toxic person I've met in-game was a guy who DM'd me on Instagram and called me racist and called me fat and something else. I can't remember. They called me a couple of names because I used the word weeb in my description of Final Fantasy in my first video that I ever made, where I sort of said Final Fantasy actually completely blindsided me because I said I thought it was a weeb game, and I was pleasantly surprised to realize that it was so much more than that. And so the person said I'm a racist for calling, I guess, him a weeb. I don't exactly know how that works, but, you know. The Vatha want to allude to certain concepts without explanation, but I believe I am beginning to grasp a few of the fundamentals. From what I understand, the king-like Overmind sits at the center of Nath society, and its presence somehow allows its subjects to communicate without need of word or gesture. These Nath, the ones who inhabit the larger hive, are known as the One Mind, and it was by their combined will that the Primal was summoned. Those who reside in the smaller hive, however, are the Vath, or the Nun Mind, who for reasons that yet escape me seem to have been excluded from the telepathic bond which connects their Nath counterparts. Thus are the Vath ignorant of the One Mind's thoughts and intentions, and of the nature of their own god. In summary, we have wasted our time. Estinian. Not so. Perilous though it may be, the Vath did furnish us with one certain method of approaching the primal, as sacrifices. Should we allow ourselves to be captured in the environs of the colony, the Nath will bring us before their deity to make an offering for our souls. Whip, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I found 2 toxic people in Dungeon Roulette of level 50 in only that was funny and moved on. Toxicity is always going to exist. You're never going to be able to get rid of toxicity, but I would say I don't mind it that much. I don't mind it that much when it's 1 or 2 people, say once a fortnight or once a month or 2. The problem is in a game like WoW, you can do 5 dungeons and all 5 dungeons can have a toxic asshole in it. That sort of brings people down. Now, I have to say, I've never cared about toxic people. It's never bothered me. I meet toxic... I played League of Legends for about 6 years. So when it comes to toxic people, I genuinely don't care. You can tell me that my whole family should die and I'd laugh. Because I find it very funny that people would get so worked up over a video game that they would actually tell people to go fuck themselves and stuff. So I laugh because I imagine that person sitting there seething. But I know for other people it can be really fucking bad. But even on not high Sarah, so rare. The not high Sarah. Oh, the person who doesn't even say hello. I do have to say that's true. You actually get, like, every single time I go into a dungeon, there is a crap ton of people, like, just immediately a bunch of people, everyone almost says hello. League is toxic, you can get in an online game? That's then true. Forgive me, but let us be clear about what it is that you propose. You mean to say that you would deliberately provoke the Nath, surrender yourself into what might generously be termed their custody, and then wait until their god arrives to claim your soul? Aye, that fairly well describes my plan. You will join me in this endeavor, will you not, Akalon? Judging by the great risk you took to prevent the summoning of Saint Shiva, you are not a man to err on the side of caution. Yeah, let's do this. Nobody say hello, but... I mean... I actually have never seen anyone in a dungeon do the little wave thing. So far. Would that I could fight at your side, Warrior of Light, but the powers of the dragon is no protection against primal influence. Forgive me, but I must remain here with Master Alphanol. Then it is settled. Akalon, you and I shall challenge the gods at the entrance of the colony. Once the hive is roused, we shall feign a brief show of resistance and then allow them to take us prisoner. What do you mean auto text hello? You get auto text hello? How does that work? We're running stuff. Wait, but what if it's not your first time? Kazakham, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Snakupaku, how you doing? Always start a dungeon with hello and end it with thank you. Good luck out there. I'm still, I'll admit, I'm still very much in that WoW mindset. I sometimes forget to say hello in dungeons. Like, there are times where I'll join a dungeon and I'll just immediately be like, fuck it, let's go. And then I usually remember a bit later on, oh wait, you're not playing WoW. You're allowed to say hello. So then I'll usually say hello later. But in WoW, I never say hello to fucking anyone. I just get in and I just go. Speech macros for controller users? Ah. Toxic streamer? Yeah, Taxi Pump, definitely. Very toxic. I don't really attack people though, I should say. You really have to piss me off for me to feel the need to attack you. Intruders! Your lives are forfeit. Ah, okay. Right to battle then, it seems. To where do I have to fight? Like, how many of these things do I have to kill? Do I know? I guess I'm just running in until... Oh, never mind. Just keep doing these quests then. Can't be all of them. Like, for the love of fuck, can't be all of them. There's a lot of them here. Oh, apparently I am killing all of them. Never mind. No, I do have to move on now. There's not that many. There seems like a fucking lot. I'm seeing quite a few of them here. See what I mean? There seems to be quite a lot of them. So get Chocobo on them. I mean, my Chocobo is on them, but the Chocobo doesn't really do much of anything, to be honest. He definitely doesn't tank. Okay, now... What? What up, little buddy? Oh, he's connected to fucking everything. This is gonna be... yeah, that fire sprite's gonna be a problem. So you don't use... what? You don't use tank at all on your Chocobo? Even as a black mage, you don't use tanking. My Chocobo is my heals. Chili Kitty, how you doing? Yeah, but you guys do see that I'm a black mage, right? I don't have tanky abilities. They hit me in the face, I take damage. Alright. Wait, I have to go down again? What in the actual fucking hell? How? Why? Oh my god. Alright, apparently I'm down again. The Overmind must by now be aware of our intrusion. Let us press. Ysael, I was in already. What even are you doing? Read the room. Read the room. I was inside already. Like, kill you, true BLM? Yeah. The Overmind must now be aware of our intrusion. Let us press on to the hive and ensure that we have our host's undivided attention. Alright, here we go. Back. Back into the fucking hive. Of course it would have respawned. Why wouldn't it respawn? I'm just gonna skip you guys. Fuck you guys. I wouldn't call what she's doing help right now. But I do want to get away from these things first. Are they still following? No. Okay. But I have to first kill this one, I think. Cell can't read rooms. Have you seen her talk to people? Well, I've seen her and What's-his-face be quite not friendly with each other. So I'm assuming she and Estinian basically have the same bedside manner. Maybe a better tank? Fucking hell, I'm taking so much damage, dude. I should really get myself potions. I don't know where my potions are. Oh my god. Okay, wait. Before I pull, just heal up a bit. Wait, I have some better gear. What the fuck am I doing? No wonder I was struggling so much. There we go. Upgraded gear. Easy life. Where's my potions? Hold up. Let's just see here. Potions are all here. Let's just quickly sort my gear. Where's the good potions? This is the good potion. Put that one there. And this is not the base potion, but also alright potion. Here we go. To tell you to prepare to suffer. Why is this suffering? Miracles. I mean, yes, they're sort of annoying, but I wouldn't say that this is suffering yet. By the way, you're getting extra aggro from additional mobs because you're in a party with a higher level person. Oh, wait. So I should actually leave the party. Okay, hold up. I'll do that now. Give me a moment. I didn't know that that affected chat. Fuck. I'm leaving. Disband this fucking thing. Quick. I don't want to attack those. They're killing my chocobo. Get off my fucking chocobo. Wow, the chocobo is really taking a beating here. Thank you, Aziz. Really appreciate that. Oh, I saw this symbol up there, and for a minute, I thought to myself, the motherfucking bitch is calling me back again. Oh, wow. I literally almost got triggered there. Alright, we're close now. Aziz, you don't have to help here. Moab, how you doing, bro? I don't know if someone told you, but there is an option that opens the entire inventory rather than having tabs. Someone told me, but I completely forgot about it. By the way, that's my standard thing. I completely forget about things consistently. But hold up, I want to do that now because the inventory really blows if it doesn't open everything at once. Can I skip past these guys? Yeah. No! Oh, pulling two was not a good idea. Oh my god, what a bad idea this was. Oh, of course, look at my fucking pet taking a beating. Oh my god. We'll finish this soon, chat. Don't worry about it. I'm just taking care of a little business. Being attacked by literally everything. Screw you, bro. Alright. Wait, before I go. Wait, okay, you said character config. And then item settings. Item settings. Inventory expanded. Or do I go open all? Which one is better? Expanded or open all? Open all. Okay. Apply. So now when I click that, oh my lord. Whew, I have a few things. Like there's, what the fuck? I can't learn any of these things. How do I get rid of these things? What gear is this? They need repairing? Would you like more, but probably open all? Do you use your chocobo saddle? What chocobo saddle? I have a chocobo saddle? Can I toss these? So these aren't important at all. Store them on a server echelon. Control shift. And that does what? That does nothing. Control shift I opens the saddlebag. If I didn't... Oh, there we go. Wait, what? Fucking hell. Here we go. All my chocobo training goes in there for safekeeping and later usage. I do wish that double clicking would actually like move things rather than having to drag and drop. Much easier. Yep. This is my second chocobo character. This is not my main chocobo character. I have a main chocobo character that I play on. That's an alt. That's level 15. No, it's level 30. It's a summoner. But he just chocobo races. That's all I do with him. And I started doing it with this one, but then... Well, we started back with the questing, so couldn't keep going. I mean, I don't know if this is quicker. I don't think right-clicking is necessarily that much quicker, but fuck it. Let's clean these bags a little. Can I craft directly from the saddlebags, or do I have to remove stuff from the saddlebag before I can craft? Look at how full my bags are. My saddlebag is already fucking full. Oh my lord. I think that's fine. Salt. Yeah, that should be fine. We're good to go. Armor retainers are probably full of shit as well. Not really. No, they're fine. We've got more than enough space still. Most of these are empty as shit. Yeah, I'll hire retainers at some point when I know exactly what they are. You summon those in main cities, right? And they're like bankers and also people that can take stuff to the market for you. That should be sufficient. If we did not have our host's full attention before, we must surely have it now. Our audience with the Primal may be granted soon after our capture. Pray advise me once you have steeled your mind for the battle to come. They do missions and sell stuff for you? What missions do they do? There's an option you get, all gear dropped in your inventory instead of your armory, so your armory keeps clean. Would that be better? Why would that be better? Oh, so retainers are actually useful. There's actually a reason to have retainers in the game. Always put all gear to inventory instead of armory because I don't always want the gear I get to use. Watch a Zepla video on retainer. It's quite much info. I want to figure it out myself. I haven't watched a single guide so far on Final Fantasy because, well, actually, I'm lying. I have watched the crap guides to Final Fantasy. I have not found them filled with a lot of information that I did not already know. So I think those guides were fine. I would say I don't want to watch guides because as soon as I watch a guide, it sort of ruins the, shall we say, the mystique of having to figure it out myself. Would randomly show up with random stuff. Retainers are great. Crap guides are so good. They really are fucking good. I am prepared. Let's go. I love the music here. Like proper tribal music. Hold your Akalon. When next the Nath come, we offer no resistance. There we go. Look at the little bastards. Surrender, intruders. There is no escape. Into that game blind, and I'm doing great. Going in blind is more fun because you get to experience wonder. Enough. We surrender. We throw ourselves upon the mercy of your god. I would be so freaked out if I saw something like this in real life. Can they fly? Why does that look like little wings on their backs?
Retainer have 170 slot storage space. You can put your retainers to missions to earn items, which you can sell and earn cash. Or just earn crafting materials. Trust me, retainers are a bank that earns you money and materials. They are useful. And they have levels as well.
So you have to level up your retainer? Jesus, there's a lot of things to level up here. There is a lot of things to level up. Mike Tyrannon, thanks for the fucking bets, dude. Really appreciate that. They seem eager to proceed. Good. When they take us before their lord, pray leave matters to me. If what I know of summoning rituals holds true, I shall be well placed to act. Mark the sound of the river rushing through the ravine behind us. Passing loud, is it not? I imagine the noise would serve to mask our escape, should we need to withdraw temporarily. But you are prepared, are you not? I do hope so. If I were to be dragged away for sacrifice while you were haggling over the price of potions, I should not be amused. I mean, who the fuck am I haggling with here? Are we going, or? I guess we're going. I'll just run myself into trouble. Wowhead, from what I can understand, all of the writers for Wowhead are Alliance, so there is a good chance that they are Alliance biased. Yes. It is somewhat fourth wall, but it's still really cool.
Now we have but to wait.
Oh, voice acting. Fuck, my voice was getting tired. Good. Clickety, clickety, click, 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 click. The way they walk is so fucking amusing to me.
O Lord Ravana, Master of the Sacred Blades, Wrath of the Colony, Conqueror of the world, hear our prayer. Pray grant unto your devoted children the gift of your divine presence.
That's not how I expected their voices to be. I genuinely didn't expect their voices to be like this.
He comes.
Oh, there we go. Angry face. What a cool summoning ritual. Wait, why? I thought they already summoned him. Why are they summoning him again? This is your favorite primal. Why? Alright, I see why. Holy shit. Look at this fucking guy. He looks fucking cool. Holy crap.
All strength to the colony. Speak and I shall listen.
Wow.
Oh, glorious General, we have captured intruders and would make unto you an offering of their life's blood. feeble fleshlings dared to invade Natlands.
Yeah, we're here.
Hear me, Lord Ravana. My companion and I did not come to contest your children's territory.
She's bargaining with him?
Only to learn the reason you wage war against the dragons.
He is huge.
Thou wouldst flirt with death merely to satisfy thy curiosity.
Oh, wow.
Wherefore should the glorious conquests of the Nath concern thee so, Elezen? Mayhap thine own kind struggle against the worms.
Yippee-ki-yay, thanks, bro.
And thou art desirous of a pact.
We crave no alliance, Lord Ravana. Only peace. We would bring an end to our war with the dragons. Yet so long as they remain embroiled in this conflict with your children, our goals shall remain out of reach.
Why is he gonna listen to you?
Never before have the Nath risen up in such numbers, and never yet with you at their head. Why do you lead them to war?
Interesting question.
Thy question hath no meaning. To live is but to fight.
Of course. That's an easy answer. This guy and Estinian would get along fucking well.
Long have my children waited, gathering their strength in the shadow of thy ceaseless conflict. The Nath would see the Dravanians slain, and their territory secured. And by such fervent prayers am I now given form and purpose.
Cedrus, thank you very much. Really appreciate it. I'm glad you're enjoying it, bro. She's very disappointed. That was not
As
the
I
answer.
feared, your very existence is an obstacle to our goal. Since you are so fond of fighting, we challenge you, Lord of the Nath.
Okay, here we go. I'm about to fight.
And should we emerge the victors, I would have you swear to withdraw your soldiers from Dravanian soil.
But if we win, we destroy him anyway, so what?
Thou art bold indeed to risk thy fleshy hide so readily.
Fuck me. That's insulting.
I, Ravana, fourfold master of the blade, do accept thy challenge.
Alright, I've got it. I've got it.
But should I emerge the victor, I would have thee swear to serve in mine army till thy last breath is spent.
Yep. Okay.
Accept.
Do I get a say in this, or?
I do. And I believe the first bout is mine.
Wait, why don't we just fight him together? She's going Shiva mode. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Let's go, Shiva. Show us the power of a primal. It's nice of him to wait though, isn't it? She do be hot though. She do be hot. I mean, if your girlfriend cosplayed like that, would you not be a little bit happy? You'd be a little bit happy.
What is this?
A god-clad in flesh? Oh shit. There we go, boy. Get some.
Is aught amiss, my lord? Thou wilt not break thy word, I trust.
As favored to her? Lol. As favored to her?
Mine oath is unbending as steel, little goddess. Thy ruse will but add to mine enjoyment.
This guy really likes fighting. Oh, wow. How strong is Shiva? Level 50. No, I mean in terms of actual power levels, not like the level that... No, but I mean with full power. She just summoned herself with the help of a bunch of crystals. So she shouldn't be that weak. Considering that more crystals, more power, right? So far, she's not really giving him much trouble. That was an easy fight. Oof. Man, this guy stops for fucking nothing.
I thought myself stronger. Mayhap with more crystals?
Nope. The crystals aren't gonna help you. And off she goes.
Be thou god or maid, thou art nothing to me. And what of thee, mortal? Art thou warrior or craven?
I'm a warrior. I'm gonna kick your ass. And here we go. My character is ready. Doesn't speak much, but he lets his spells do the talking.
Good! Mayhap thou will provide more sport than thy feeble companion.
There's a lot of prayers and crystals. Shiva just got crystals here, so... But I do have a problem with Shiva. Mortals aren't supposed to turn into primals. So is Shiva, this Shiva at least, a proper primal? Or is there something different about her? Because she's not supposed to be able to turn into a primal. They said that right after I fought her. Thancred, I think. Thancred sort of remarked that that's not supposed to happen. Okay, so it will get explained. Yeah, based on by the fucking faces in chat, I'm assuming it will get explained. So who's doing this with me? I have to do it on hard immediately. All right, who wants to join? If you're on Gilgamesh Ether Data Center, you're welcome to join me. Otherwise, I'll just sign up and we'll see what happens. I do want to see. I think my music is. So we'll turn this up. Someone asked the background music be turned up. I will go. You're all welcome. Anyone that wants to come. Since World Visit took forever. I've got you, Aziz. I wish to come with you, but I'm on EU. You guys should all fucking move over to... How many people are in this party? It's a 4-man party, right? Lady, are you DPSing? We already have 2 DPS. Is it 8-man? Okay, then you can join as well. Thank you, chat. Really appreciate that. So, anyone who wants to join, you are much welcome to come. World Visit is impossible right now. Can form cross-world party? How do you mean can form cross-world party? You can put up a party finder to make it easier for us to join. Does it really make it easier? All right, hold up. How do I do that again? Party finder. And then I go recruit members for a duty. What was this? Is this a trial? Yeah, okay. Trial. Duty completion. Now I go limit recruiting to world server? No. What? Okay, no. Don't need to worry about... Do we put a password up here? All right, why not? Up to 4 digits. Party password. What digits do we use? I can't type. Like, it can't be letters. Yeah, let's just go 1122. All right. So if you want to join 1122, I think that's fine. I don't care about average item level. Those things should be fine. So let's go. Due to changes within the party. What? That's closed due to changes in the party. What do you mean? Is it fine? Okay, cool. All right. You guys are welcome to join when and if you're ready. I don't know. We have 2 DPS, 1 tank, 1 healer. So 1 more tank, 1 more healer, and 2 more DPS. $69.69. I didn't want it to be a sex party. Man, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. We'll see. If we can't fill it up with private members, we'll go in and sign up. We'll just get more people in. Lady Black, welcome to the party. Okay, this is very ominous. The fact that there's no music playing in the background is really ominous to me. See, this is what I absolutely despise when there's no fucking music playing in the background. This is why I like having just normal music playing. No. Chili Kitty, the sex party is after the stream. That's when we have the sex party. During the stream, it's against Twitch's TOS. We can't do it. Twitch will boot me off. But here, the no music festa scenario. Yes, but it's ominous to me because I'm so used to having another sound in my head when I'm streaming. Because while I'm talking to you guys, my mic is coming through my headset. So I can hear myself speak. And if there's no other 1122, Shamanita, if there's no other music coming through, it's really fucking, like, it sounds weird. There we go. I think we're a full party now. Is that 8? Yeah, this. No. What are we missing? Oh, we need 1 more tank. Okay. So, do we have 1 tank? Anyone that wants to fucking tank? You have to be on the Ether data center. That's literally the only fucking requirement. All you EU scrubs. You guys do know that if you moved from the EU data centers to the Ether data center, you'd have 0 queues that you have to wait in. 0. So far, since the launch of Endwalker, I have not had a single queue more than 17 people. Every single time I play. Because when I play now, the Americans are asleep. Oh, that's the sound it makes. Okay, we're good. Let's do this. Join. I'm ready. I'm ready. Not go EU data center then? Because then I would have been in a queue right now. No, I'll explain it to you in a bit. Oh, this fucking music, bro. Oh, I love this music, bro. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Big boss summons, let's do this. Gambiro, thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate that. All the fucking cats just hanging out. This guy really is badass. Alright, here we go. I'm ready. Yeah. Alright, people, listen closely. This is the tactics for all of you. We kill it before it kills us. Simple. Let's do this.
To the song of ringing steel.
Oh my fuck, what's going on? Furious. I'm not entirely sure what's going on. Okay, something's happening. Can I just keep casting, or am I supposed to move right now? Something looks dangerous. I don't see anything to move from at the moment, so I'll just keep standing here like a knobbing. Something's happening over there. Oh my Jesus. Okay. In. We got this, people. We got this. This is an easy fight. Where is that stuff going? Why is no one on this side? I'll just go stand with the rest of the group. Fuck it. Don't want to be alone there. Here we go again. Holy shit. What is on my head? Okay, never mind. He jumped on top of me. This is quite a fucking fun fight. Does this fight come in extreme? Please tell me this fight comes in extreme. Because I can see how this fight would be super fun on extreme. Yeah, I'm not switching. Are we supposed to switch to the ads, or yeah, well, you guys seem to have it under control, so just keep doing what you guys are doing, I suppose. I'll take care of the boss. Oh my fuck, what is he doing?
Prepare thyself. Rejoice in the glory of combat.
And I couldn't stop that. Whoa. Oh fuck. Oh, okay. That was easy. Oh, listen to the music change as well? Fuck yeah. What am I supposed to do with this? Was I not supposed to pull it there, or did I do it fine there? Alright, what's he doing now? Oh, we almost got him. People, just push, just push. Just fucking get him down. Get him down. Don't even worry about tactics now anymore. You've got this. Ooh, he is going fucking crazy. Yes! Fuck you, bitch.
Thus does the sacred rite of combat proclaim the victor. I lay my blades at thy feet, child of man.
Good. Now, live long and suck it, bro. The song was amazing. The song was amazing. But fuck that guy. This was a fun fight. Benjamin, thank you so much. Really appreciate you guys joining us. Wow, I need to do this at extreme. This could be a really fucking fun extreme. I'm assuming it gets even more hectic in extreme. Let's see what the story is now. Dan, you know, who is the US lead localization director? That's the guy who just sang that, Chili Kitty? Fuck, there's a few very talented people that work at Squeenix. Holy crap. Yeah, apologize.
You do not disappoint, warrior of light.
I know.
Would that I had your skill in battle. I do begin to see why so many place their faith in you.
Yep, you can reward me later. Off stream, of course.
For all his savagery, I do not think Ravana won to break his word. Provided the dragons do not trespass upon Nath lands, they should have little to fear of the Primal's biting blades. We have done well, have we not? Come,
we?
Let us return to Vidofnir and share these glad tidings.
We? I do take slight issue with the use of we there. Oh, of course. Here we go, Ascian.
Bringer of light.
This is a new one.
But with every mortal heart that succumbs to fear and fury, another voice is joined to the chorus, beseeching divine succor.
This is a female
At
Ascian.
their bidding, warring gods will shake the firmament, and your world will be consumed in the swelling storm of chaos.
Can't wait to kill you too, Iguf, whatever the fuck your name is, because I can't pronounce that. Divine succor indeed. It's the only word she said there that had any fucking meaning to me. I guess I've got you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining. Really appreciate that. This is an Ascian? Yes. The Ascians are always fucking there when you don't need them to be. Never since we first fought have I seen you draw upon the full extent of your power, and never from afar till this day. You were a marvel to behold. Chat, look away. Ysael's about to thank me in a way that you guys can't see. You're not old enough for this. She's in awe of my splendor. My character knows what the fuck is up. Well, this time we rejoined our companions. They will be eager to hear the tale and to continue our journey. She about to kneel? Oh yeah. She about to take her place? I don't know about that. She may not have wanted to serve at the start, but after seeing just how powerful I am, I think she'd be open to it. She looks like naughty enough to actually be interested in shit like that. Where am I going? Oh, this is a fucking long path. Is that more things that I actually have to unlock here? I don't know what. Oh my god, you fucking chat with your, oh, he doesn't know, he doesn't know. Of course I don't know. Roots, I see how it is. Is that current quest? Slapper from primal cheeks. It's what I do. It's all in the day's work, bro. All in the day's work. Oh my god. Sex with dragons would probably be, like, not that fun. To be honest. Like, if you're a human female and you're gonna have sex with dragons, That is taking Bad Dragon to a whole new level. I don't even think Bad Dragon sells toys like that, to be fair. Should probably come with a fucking warning label. It'll break you. They just in half. Almost there. Almost there. Ah, the run of victory. I love it. Dragon scale chafing. Ooh, the good kind. I know some ladies that would give it a go after a few pints. It would not be... I mean, it can't be healthy. Well, that can't be healthy for your loins. Like, your hips. Like, I realize that ladies' hips can do some weird shit giving birth. But that is a whole new level of hips moving. Like, a whole new. Your hips would shift, like, fucking meters. Literally, after that, she would not be able to walk. Guaranteed. Vath Fleetfoot. Have you the muskets? When the fuck did I search for muskets? Oh, this is a brand new quest that I didn't know I was doing. What a coincidence. I got another fucking quest. I didn't even know I was looking for muskets. When did I do that? Back, Alphino. Let's go. The bug people guns. They like the guns. Akalon, lady, you stay up. Oh my Jesus. I need to put this off when I'm reading it. Lord Ravana, you say? How curious that the Vath never mentioned his name. And you are quite certain he will keep his word? There was honor beneath his savagery. That we survived the encounter at all was a miracle. A miracle I must attribute to Akalon. Never did I doubt you, Warrior of Light. Unlike some. You were gone so long that Master Alphino here nigh lost his wits with worry. Fretting like a maid for a sweetheart he was. Oh shit. Calling him out 100%. Oh shit. Estinian, was that truly necessary? Alphino, my boy. Fucking getting called out. Not truly necessary, but certainly true. Yep. What matters is the primal is banished, and our promise fulfilled. We should return to Vidifnir without delay. Lest you forget, this was but a means to secure an audience with the worm, Railsvergar, Race Valgar. Nidhogg's minions will not be halted by idle chatter. Come now, we must make every moment count. You are unkind, Estinian. For all his experience and intellect, Alphino is still but a boy. Oh my god, poor Estinian. Vidifnir? Okay. Yeah, Estinian is a dick. But Alphino deserves it. He's also a little shit. Alright. Shall we be on our way to an next shrine then? I would not have the dragons think that we have forgotten our bargain. I don't know about cool. The dude's about to cost us everything. Is this also something I have to do for... Let me quickly see here. I'm not going to do this quest yet. It doesn't open any ether. But I want to see if that opens ether currents. No, I can see it under travel, correct? Travel and then ether currents. I only have one left. Is that correct? No. Here. Dravanian Forelands. How many do I have left based on that? 4. Is that correct? 2 quests, 1 on foot. How do you see that? Oh, this one. So 1 on foot, 3 quests still. Yeah, this one is just for the dungeon. As soon as I've done the dungeon in Western Highlands, we should be fine. Fuck. Let's quickly go there and see if that blue quest opens it up, or if it's actually opened up differently. I wish there was a way for me to actually see it without having to run all the way there. That would be much helpful. When you smoke, searching for new flavor. Oh, the vape juice I use is Pango. I believe they ship internationally. You can literally just go to the company up there, MILC, which is the vape juice company that I use. I'm friends with the owner. But it's like, yeah, this is my favorite one. I've smoked this one for about 2 years almost now. I don't swap ever. It's the perfect balance. Oh, I could fucking attune. You're right. You are correct. I am attuned. I keep forgetting about the fast travel as well. Fuck me. Shit. Alright, never mind. We're on track now. We're good. Don't worry, chat. I forgot for a little while, but I've got it now. Let's see. Does this one give ether currents? Are you granting me ether currents? Yes. Just wrestling with a new kind of problem. One of the main was attacked by a chocobo. I don't have to read the purple quests, do I? Like, they're not actually important quests, hopefully. Gregorian, you're very welcome. Walking is good for you, or something though. I don't think in the game though. Oh wait, first down and then up. All blue quests in a leveling zone are for ether. I don't remember any of them actually mattering story-wise. It's not so much story-wise that I care about, but maybe sometimes they have cool stories. So that's why I asked. Like, this one seems to just be me collecting crap. So it doesn't seem like it's all that important, at least. Windwalkers have interesting stories for them. Some do kickstart cool stories. I know there's one. I haven't done it yet, but there's a blue quest. You guys know that girl? You meet her and her party just after she let her boyfriend die. Do you guys know who I'm talking about? Like, the healer let her husband die. And then she's a blue quest in ARR. Like, in Ul'dah, there's a blue quest for her. No, I haven't done that one yet, but I have seen it. Like, I saw her standing there, and I thought I should come do her fucking quest line. Ada, that's the one. That's the one. Creepy story. So, worth doing. Creepy stories are almost always worth doing. Alright, we'll do that one and the Hildebrand one soon. Because I still haven't done the Hildebird? Whatever the fuck. But that one I also haven't done yet. That's an MSQ, then goes to Tamtara, Deepcroft, then Palace of the Dead. Super worth it, you say? What do you mean it can't be described as a side quest? Then what would you describe it as? Stop now and go back and do Hildy. No, we'll do Hildy. I don't want to do it right now, but we will do it. Let me at least, guys, I just checked before we started the stream. I already have 240 hours played in Final Fantasy. Look where I am. I at some point, I'm gonna have to finish this fucking... At some point, I'm gonna have to get to a place where the hours that I've already spent in the game is at a respectable fucking number of levels. So let me first get to respectable level numbers, and then we can sort of go off and do weird quests, weird and wonderful quests. I will most likely do as much of the content as possible. I don't mean that that's a lot of hours to play in an MMO, but considering where I am in the storyline, that is a lot of hours. You should at least at this point be like done with Heavenssward, maybe. All right, there we go. Now I think the only ones I could possibly have left would be MSQ ones. Or maybe that one is probably going to be one. Yeah. Way more playtime than I thought I would. How many hours does everyone have played in this game? Come on. Be honest. How many days have you guys spent in this fucking game already? No, why are you inviting me to a party, Deval? I don't want to join the party now. I'm off to do the questing here. 3,037 days, end of Shadowbringers. 326 days. Holy fuck, some of you have some real numbers. Oh, Deval, no worries, bro. Yeah, I thought that maybe you did it by accident as soon as I saw the friend request coming through. That's why I declined then. Looks upon you in wonder and curious potential. I sense a great power within you. Yes, you will make a suitable adversary. A younglings must learn battle. Right? I forgot I can actually fucking mount. 20 played since June. I'd have to log into my main, but this alt is 17 days, 4 hours. Most of those hours are spent to my summoner, Chocobo racing, by the way. That's the vast majority of everything I do. CDJ! Thanks for the gifted sub, dude. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very much appreciate it. Let me quickly... Let's go do that first, and then we can move on. Always Chocobo racing. It's what I do. Chili Kitty. My love for Chocobo racing is immense. I fell in love with it like most people fall in love with the triple triad shit. I only care about the Chocobo racing. Please reset. Thank you. Alright, little dragon. Gone. Any of the Golden Saucer stuff? Wait, Hadwell, really? You haven't been to the Golden Saucer? How can you not have been to the Golden Saucer, bro? Do you have any idea how fucking good the Golden Saucer is? I've actually completed all content in the game. Wait, Snungupaku, have you actually completed all of the content in the game? Like 100% full completion? Because that, I would say, is some next level playing. All right, come on, little dragon. I love Leap of Faith and Mahjong. Leap of Faith. Which one is that? I think Mahjong is the one that I couldn't figure out for the fucking life of me. Mahjong is the one where you have the little sort of domino looking things. Holy shit, this one almost killed me? Is the ultimates when Akko gets there? Nice. No! Arcanox, no. No one is allowed to teach us the ultimates. If we are gonna do the ultimates, I am open to anyone who has never done ultimates to join. And if you have done ultimates, you must pretend like you've never done ultimates. You figure it out yourself as you play. That is the way. That is the way. I hate when people ruin the fun of raiding for me. And I realize you guys don't call it raiding, but still. The fun of raiding for me is the puzzle. It's actually figuring out the fight. If I'm gonna have someone basically give me all the tactics, then there's no fucking point to actually doing it, because then I'm just basically following other people's advice. So no, we're not allowed to be taught. We either do it ourselves or we don't do it at all. And yes, I know my chocobo wasn't out because I fucking blow at remembering this chocobo. Like in WoW with the add-ons that tell you when you do... Yeah, in WoW you have boss mods. I hate that. I hate boss mods so much. They've done so much to destroy, in my opinion, the raiding community of World of Warcraft. It's insane. Cackbot. They should ban that immediately. In all honesty, they should ban that bot immediately. Because that bot will eventually cause a hell of a lot of problems. Thou art returned, little one. Hast thou abandoned thine ill-conceived contest with the Nath? Nay, my friend. We return in triumph. By Akalon's hand was the beastmen's god, Lord Ravana, laid low. In his overconfidence, the primal swore to withdraw his followers from your lands in the event of his defeat. A promise we believe he will keep. The Nath shall trouble you no longer. The deity is slain then? How didst thou contend with his biting blades? But the particulars matter not. Thou hast fulfilled thy promise, and I shall fulfill mine. Attain me, mortals. Hie you unto the deepest reaches of morn, and there shall you find Halo, the altar from which you may begin your ascent to the summit of Som Al. But be fairly warned, the minions of Nidhogg shall not likely suffer your presence on that sacred mount. By your struggles within the cavern, shall I judge your party possessed of sufficient fortitude to proceed. We shall not disappoint you, Vidifnir. Miracos, thanks for hanging out, dude. Really appreciate it. Take care of yourself, bro. If memory serves, the Caverns of Morn is entered from the second floor of the central tower. Let us begin the climb. Did I get ether? I do know there's ether somewhere here. Northwest. Am I going into... Oh, I'm still in this realm. Okay, never mind. I'm still in this realm. Alright. You can get banned for using Cackbot. They will even come onto a stream and ban the streamer player if they are using the DPS meter to trash talk people. I like the fact that they are that heavy on sort of the rules of the game. I love the fact that they take the rules so seriously. Am I on the second floor now? Or am I not on the second floor? What floor am I on now? Yes, I am on the second floor. Okay, never mind. Don't use add-ons, just don't. You don't need them to enjoy or play the game. Just have fun, guys. Take it from me, who's done it all without them, and with a disability holding me back. So far, DPS meters fall into the don't ask, don't tell. I like the fact that it does. Like, look, here's the... I think what most people should know who haven't really paid attention to WoW, like, if you've just casually played World of Warcraft, or if you've, like, maybe never played World of Warcraft, what you have to know is a lot of the add-ons in World of Warcraft is perfectly fine and they don't really do anything. But when it comes to the DPS meters, they have absolutely contributed in a very real way to toxicity in WoW. Like, in a very real way. They've contributed to toxicity within World of Warcraft. Since a lot of people use their, shall we say, DPS meter to do exactly the thing that Final Fantasy bans you for. But literally bang other people over the head. Or go after people that is maybe still learning. One of the most definite, or one of the most egregious things of this, or one of the most egregious examples of this, is when you get players in LFR that will go after new players who have just joined LFR and call them out on their bad DPS, even though this new player is doing LFR because they can't really do anything else. They're not good enough to do anything else yet. So that's the first one. And boss mods have led to just an overcomplicated, convoluted raiding design. Think of raiding in World of Warcraft as some of the bosses are completely impossible to attempt without damage meters. Boss mods. Don't feel it's an issue, but I do believe DPS meters in WoW serve more of a catalyst for toxic systems. Flashbang, the catalyst is the problem. It's not as if, look, a DPS meter is obviously not going to bring toxicity to a game. The thing is that DPS meters enhance toxic players to be even more toxic. And then what happens is it sort of infects those around them, because these players get negative, they get dragged down by other people, and then they start to think that it's okay to do. What you're ultimately talking about in sort of any game is culture, right? When you have a culture where it's sort of well established that you call people out that do bad DPS, even people who aren't necessarily toxic is going to start doing that because it's considered the way to play the game. And soon you have just this build-up of everyone doing it, and no one really thinking that what they're doing is wrong. We won't bring you to Mythic Plus? You can't get experience to Mythic Plus? Yeah, that's usually how it works. Show the many aspects. Crispy, very, very true. Also, when the risk versus reward metric is so bad that people can't stand wiping, taking too long, because they need to get a certain number of runs in or else, yeah, that adds a lot to toxicity as well. Look, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that it's only add-ons that is causing the bad shit in World of Warcraft. It is 100% a cacophony of just bad decisions upon bad decisions that have led to an incredible rise in frustration from players. Because, by the way, toxicity is nothing else than frustration. The vast majority of people have the capacity to be very toxic or non-toxic, depending on the game that they play. If you are frustrated in the game that you're playing, you will automatically become more and more frustrated. You'll automatically become more and more toxic because that frustration keeps building. And because of World of Warcraft's design, it sort of invites this frustration within players as they, keep feeling like there's a lot of FOMO dragging them. There's a lot of must play, can't stop. And all of that, when you put those things together, it just adds to the toxicity of the game. It just explodes the toxicity within the game. I think that's perhaps one of the reasons why Final Fantasy have never truly fallen into that toxic trap, because players are happy. The vast majority of people actually enjoy themselves. In many ways, your gear isn't dependent on other people. You'll get your gear when you get it. You're not fighting other people for a piece of gear that could weeks on end just not drop for you. So, in many ways, you don't feel like you're competing with your fellow players. You feel like you're playing with your fellow players, which I feel like that is the main difference between World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy. In World of Warcraft, you are almost always competing against other players for resources, for gear, for whatever it is, you're competing against them. Whereas in Final Fantasy, it feels like you're not. You're just playing with them and enabling each other to get the stuff that you need. Well done, little ones. As promised, I shall open the way to Som'al's summit for thee and thy companions. Thank you. Heed me now, children of man. The domain you seek to enter hath not seen visitors of your kind in nigh on 1,000 years. Though I freely grant you passage, your presence will not be welcomed. To my kin, this mountain is revered as holy ground, and resting place both. Where you the minions of Nidhogg during your ascent? For 'tis certain they shall take great offense at your intrusion. We are grateful for your warnings, gentle Vidofnir. My final words are for thee, Dragoon. Have care to keep the stolen power thou wieldest in check, lest it breed further despair. The fact that she remains so calm with him right there, Estinian. The way is open. Let us not tarry here. A moment. Shall we blindly forge on, knowing the dangers that await us? Tiamat herself is said to guard this peak. I do not fear Nidhogg's consort. Any dragon foolish enough to bar our path shall feel the sting of my lance. Spoken like a true butcher. Need I remind you that we are come to parley for peace? Let us be clear, heretic. 'Twas to save Ishgard and her people that I first lent my support to this doubtful venture, and 'tis for the sake that I go now to speak to Heavenssward. But I said nothing of Tiamat. Should the opportunity present itself to rid my people of one of their deadliest enemies, I shall take it. That is my duty as Azure Dragoon. You are beyond redemption. We will accomplish nothing by bickering. If we are to meet with Heavenssward, our path leads up the mountain. We shall defend ourselves if attacked, but avoid conflict whenever possible. What other choice do we have? Good. Alfredo is so fucking sick and tired of the bickering between these two. Oh, this is a duty. Wow. I did not know that. Andy, thank you very much for the host, dude. Really appreciate that. Then on, ask Akko about the WoW new player experience. Oh, yeah. Yeah, but never ask about the new player experience. The new player experience in World of Warcraft is non-existent. If you are a new player, good fucking luck. Good fucking luck to you. After look out. Ladies and gentlemen, I feel like this is a good stopping point for us tonight. I realize that most of you would want me to keep going, but I still have to go buy food. And it is already 10 o'clock where I am right now. So I kind of have to stop. But I'm going to leave you guys in the capable hands of Mr. Noble himself. So we'll go raid Noble, even if you don't want to stick around, even if you don't want to watch. Just go say hello, at least. Just go say hello to him. Greet him from Akalon's stream, and then you guys can go and do whatever the hell you want. I will not stand in your way. I thank all of you for coming out, for hanging out with me. Yes, it was an 8-hour stream. I'm tired now. My ass is sore. My legs are fucking tired.
This is phenomenal, though.
It is will to survive. Though he was all but obliterated, Bahamut found a way to seize the power you surrendered.
Can you stop worshipping Bahamut already?
Why part of his physical form survived to be entombed underground.